someone and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back.
Gear up for the weapon, getting ready, coming down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Look
be
at lying down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from out we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go silent. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We go. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta show
kings, it's the honor showtime.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made
got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight. surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace the ones ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. For one time, who you are, you are, you are.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stinks. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear.
Become a pro player? I am 3 now. How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome to the wonderful world of KME Honor of Kings. It's gonna be the east side, and it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindoku, and with me today is Dash.
Oh man, this is gonna be an insane day. We had an insane day yesterday and even the day before. We had like 2 best of 5s yesterday, 1 on the last one, so this is gonna be crazy. I don't know if this is gonna be this close for this game, but I'm excited for today.
Yeah, very exciting games. At the same time, I want to see the rematch. Nongshim against Gen.G. Have they improved on the side of Gen.G? Because it was a crushing defeat. But let's talk about the prize pool. First, they are playing for a total of 50,000 USD, with the champion taking the lion's share of 10,000 USD. Now, this is going to be followed up by 8,005, 7,000, 6,005. Of course, regardless of your position, minimally, you will be getting 6,000 USD.
Yeah, still a win for everybody who joined here in the Major East, even in the Major West. But again, today's matches will be R8 versus Venomous, Nongshim versus Gen.G. As you said, this is going to be a chance for Gen.G to prove themselves, and Vicious versus R8. And we'll see. It's going to be an R8 day today.
Yep, R8. Very impressed with the performance so far. I want to see how far they can pull this as well. Right now, these are the standings of the group stage for Survival Week. Nongshim, of course, still all the way at the top with 2 clean wins, followed by Gen.G and Scars, respectively. Now, Vicious on the top, 2-1 with the win-loss ratio. Second to R8. Third to Crazy Raccoons. And we have in last place, Venomous, who has yet to find their first win.
Yeah, R8, the reason why they're in second place is because they haven't played much games. This is the time we're going to be seeing them in a top 1 if ever they're going to be dominating Group A, because so far they have been the strongest team in Group A. And I want to see how they're going to be showing it in this double round robin setup we have.
Yep, Vicious, actually, I think they played really well yesterday. They were also one of the teams that brought it to a full best of 5. And I feel their improvement is only going to be even stronger. But let's take a look at R8 first as they step into the gorge. And there we have it, R8 Esports, to infinity and beyond, represented by Abdul, BX, Xenon, Rio EG, and Mijoj. So these 5 members, so far, proven to be the strongest in Group A, but can they last against an ever-growing Vicious?
Yeah, that is going to be the question here. Will they be able to win against the other teams that we have here in the tournament? Because so far, Vicious has been very strong, especially from yesterday's game. I think later on, they're going to have that rematch for today. But for now, R8 is just chilling right there on where they are right now.
Yeah, if you know the other teams from the other regions, we also have players who like to take short naps, little shut eyes right before the game to recharge. And this is one version of it. So Abdul, I think this is a different style of recharge.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at the other team first, Venomous. Venomous, the team that has yet to find a win, the Deadly Blades, but their blades have been very dull from the past few days that we've seen them. So Surge, Deeks, Ashir, Charming, and Thamid, they really need to find a win this time around unless they want to be the ones eliminated here in Group A.
Yep, and it has to be a Cinderella story for the side of Venom US. Because at this point, with no wins on the table yet, they must win every single series here on out to even stand a chance to make it into the top of the group.
That is going to be a really hard sell here. Double round robin, they need to at least find a win. So far, they haven't been winning just yet, and R8, probably the strongest that they're going to be fighting in this group so far, so this is such a big challenge for them.
I mean, every challenge, you play with the best to get to be the best, right?
Yes.
So really interesting to see how this is going to go. Let's take a look at the head-to-head. This is going to be in the farm lane. Charming against Rio EG. Not the first time they've met, but stats look a little better for Ryoichi.
Yeah, Ryoichi has been playing really well ever since from the last time that we've seen him, but you can see the amount of teamfight participation here for Charming and even the average gold per minute. But Ryoichi has been doing such a good time just not dying, to be honest, for the side of R8.
Yep, at the same time, the reason why Charming's teamfight participation is high is because he's forced to fight, right? He has to defend his lane. He's constantly being ganked. Like, it's not easy being in this position for Charming. But you know what? Things don't get easier, you just get better.
Yeah, everything's just gonna get harder here from here on, especially ever since the ranking week, now survival week. Literally, they need to survive somehow in this tournament. And R8, what I want to see here is just excellence, if ever, because if they want to stay at the top, they need to show that they are the top dogs of this group.
Yeah, it may even come down to one game in a series that could be a decider of their fate, whether they're in first or the second position at the top of the group. So every game is important. Now, R8, they're going to start on the blue side. So let's take a look at what they want to ban out first. The banning has shifted quite a bit as we head into survival week. I want to see what they have.
Yeah, the banning here, especially for R8, I think there's a lot of priority from Venomous on that Liang. That's why I understand that R8 knows they're going to be banning it, because Liang has been quite a usual pick here for Tomid in the side of Venomous.
Yep, important, right? Because he offers a lot of control, and it's not something you can anti-CC out of, right? Anti-crowd controls like Zhuangzi heroes, they don't work. Suppression just disables goes through all of these skills. Now, Venomous, they're going to start off with the first assassin jungle ban. That's going to be the Jing.
Yeah, banning the Jing, pretty much a big respect to R8's BX, because he has been playing this pretty well. And most of the games that he was able to play the Jing, he was performing so well that he won the game for the team here. But now, on the other side, R-Leap, the usual ban here just for the safety and not to have to deal with it.
Okay, Venomous, they don't even care about the matchup. They're going to allow the Loom through. Ban the Faye, and R8 say, nope, that's not what we're going for. We're going for the Mai.
Goes for the Mai, and this is usual, because what you want to do with the Mai is to have that easy setup. But Venomous, they're going to go for that Mai Yin just to get that some form of lockdown on their side.
Yep. At the same time, if they're going to pair this up with a Zhang Fei, I think it's a good start for the side of Venomous, right? You know what? Actually, I think Venomous' draft, sometimes they are pretty good, but the execution is not the same level.
Yeah, you know what? Most of the time it is. From what I've seen, from just taking a look at that again, most of the time their draft is good. But the problem is the other teams are just better at this point in the tournament. But R8 are just going to be going for that pay. They are not even going to prioritize the Dharma for Abdo, no matter how crazy he is with that. But the Mulan? Interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting. This will be a debut pick for the Mulan. And Mulan is one of my favorite heroes to watch because she is unsuspectingly mobile and she does a lot of damage, right? So the answer to this seems to be the Yixing. And right now, look, Venomous is one of the teams that has pulled off the Yixing Zhang Fei combination really well, right? The world's my board, along with the Unbridled Outburst setups. And it has worked for them, but they haven't been able to win a game with it.
Yeah, you know what? There's something that I want to tell about this Mulan. I became a believer of Mulan, not because of the Major West and Major East. I'm so sorry. I don't want to say this, but it's because of the Major West. OG's KK has been playing this Mulan pretty well, which is why I became a believer. Sorry, Holler. Sorry again.
No, you should have lied. You should have said, no, I've seen this Mulan in other servers. But nonetheless, yeah, Venomous, they're going to ban out the channel, and R8 going to follow up with the Dun ban. Now, this is a good ban. R8's lineup requires very quick flexibility. They will try to jump onto Charming really quickly, or even try to pick out Zeke's on this Zhang Fei, or time it on this Zhang Fei.
And with what we've seen here, I think with the Motsu getting banned, they're not going to be seeing that anytime soon. But with the Gen.G also on the side of R8 going to be taken out of the picture. But we do have the Loon getting picked by Venomous. I'm surprised that came out. And they were not able to ban it out. And with this, let's take a look at what they're going to be doing here for the side of Venomous. because for now with that Lung pick, this is already good. Honestly, I do think Venomous' composition is already good. They do have a lot of burst potential. They don't have a lot of DPS, but they do they have that zoning potential. And there's a lot of chances that Zeeks would just go for that full-on full damage for their side. But Mijoj, what is he gonna be doing here?
Let's go.
This is an interesting pick here. With what we've seen from the side of R8, there's a lot of movement from their side. There's a bit of setup with Mijoj, but they have the Marco Polo also with that Fever Barrage, so they do have some answers on their board. So this is looking really good for them. And with that Menki, with what we've seen here, I think Venomous, they do have a lot of tankiness, but will they have the DPS?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? At this point, I like it, and I also think that R8 has done quite a bit of damage to Venomous because look, they forced him, they forced the team to pick out the Lung as well. So if Venomous lose this game, that's 3 prio picks out of the picture for the side of Venomous.
There's a lot of prio picks that they have here for side of Venomous, but R8 played around. I think this is really good. They do have something in the bank here for the next games. And I like how they start this. They started very boldly with the picks that they have right now.
Yeah, lovely game. And look, this is one of my favorite drafts coming out from R8, also because they have the Guiguzi, right? Now, all of the other talents know that I have a favoritism towards this hero because I think he's absolutely awesome. Look, Hidden Hand, Animist, it deals a lot of damage. It lowers your armor by 25% on both physical and magical. So it pairs really well with the Fever Barrage, the ultimate on the side of Marco Polo.
But what I respect about the Guigutsu players are just how hard it is to set up with him. It's so hard to do it. Honestly, it looks easy on the screen, but when you're using him, it's so hard because you need to time it. You can't click that Animist and click it again to pull them back. You have to time it right.
Yeah, it is very time dependent, but at the same time, the draft on the side of R8 makes a lot of sense because it is quite debilitating, right?
Yeah.
It does mess your mind up. So whenever you're confused, whenever there's chaos, this is where Guiguzi shines.
Yeah, and what I like about it though is that they can all run away from the world is my board, from the unbridled outburst after it gets done. They have a lot of movement, so it's easy to get away from all those setups from their side. But again, everybody, we would like to thank EWC that this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be a very exciting time. At the same time, we're going to be looking at our players who are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. Built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
And while that was happening, there was the first blood that happened right here on the map. R8, they just became so aggressive there that Venomous was there to punish them out of the way, and that was a good kill from the side of Venomous.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the best start ever, right? Venomous, I think this is one of the best starts they have ever done in any game, any series.
I think it's more that R8 just made a mistake there. They went to the they went to Venomous's jungle. They tried to go for that steal, but at the cost of one person's life.
Yeah, I think they didn't really expect that there was going to be so much resistance. But, you know, it's not the end of the world. And, of course, it's a great start for Venomous, but they need to be able to build off of this lead.
Yeah, that is true. They really need to find a way here on the side of Venomous. This is good. One of the things that I love about Venomous is they're good in the early game. The only problem is how they tackle the mid game, how they tackle the late game. But their early game usually is just good.
Yeah, look, BX already getting that first steal on the camps. It doesn't matter whether there's a first blood or not. If Venomous continue to allow this to happen, it's going to be a very tough situation because the level lead and EXP and gold lead as well will all go into the side of R8.
Yeah, and you always expect that a Pei would do that every time, right? He's going to go and try and invade, make sure that the early game is going to be his, and get that early gold and level advantage against the opposing jungler. That's just exactly what Pei does.
Yep, and look, now they're going for a 3-man contest.
Might be able to go to and jump in against Zeke's here. There's a lot of people on the side of Venomous. Dream roaming. Get some damage on the Joj. They have the World is My Board gonna jump on one. They might be able to get the kill on him, but here comes the answer. The fight back coming in from the side of R8. They're not gonna get any kills just yet. They were able to get one, but they're pulling back another, and they're gonna get two. But Venomous was able to answer back with a 2 of their own.
All right, so still a lead in terms of kills for the side of Venomous, but you will start to see that goal lead swing over to R8. Look, Zeke's died, gave away the Crimson buff, and right now, BX is still alive, and he is a quick tiger.
Yeah, very fast. And what we've seen here, they are going to be looking for more Animus. Going to be
catch.
pulling back one. Oh, what was that? That was a great catch. Oh, but that Unbridled Outburst counter was there from Tomid, and that is a kill for Venomous again.
Calculated or not, we don't know, but nonetheless, the result was golden there. Pushed him right under the turret. That was one of the best Unbridled Outbursts I've ever seen.
It was so good to see, honestly. Just seeing them play their hearts out here in the side of Venomous. R8 might be up for a surprise here. Oh, they have some damage though. Tamid. Oh, that's a lot of damage though. They had the red buff. The slow was enough to get the kill there.
Like, look, he's level 8. BX is double the level of Tomid. So that's something I would expect.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage too, and it's really scary to see it damage here. But you look at that, the World is My Board was there, but they are gonna get more kills on the board to get a 1-for-1. BX getting chased. Zeus doesn't have the Dream roaming. He's gonna be using the enemies on the side of Bijoj, but no, it's not even gonna matter. 2-for-1 for Venomous.
Yep, they're making these trades, but the gold is not in their favor. R8 just playing the map so much better. And Venomous, look, they're gonna try and look for one big reward, this first Tyrant, and to be honest, I think R8, they don't even care.
Big, that's big. But look at this, yeah, as you said, they don't even care. They just want to get all the resources on the side of Venomous so that they are just denying Zeke's anything that he could get here.
Yeah, so, you know, in their mind, on the side of Venomous, we've done everything correct. We've gone for the neutral objectives. We've tried to go for the kills. But your own jungle is taken up. It's a buffet for the side of R8. So it's not a pretty sight. And R8 with this lead, especially on a pay, there's no way you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, you can see how they're looking for that snowball, right? They don't even care of those neutral objectives. Just trying to take fights. They're making the fight chaotic and forcing Venomous on a very defensive position. And I like that, what they're doing here for the side of R8. I love that they are just making the game as fast as they could because they know that Venomous has a hard time keeping up.
Okay, and bear in mind, if there is a lead going into the clash lane on the side of R8, if Abdul on this hero, the Mulan, gets a level lead, first kill, Sundering Slash, that gives a ton to the side of Venomous here, and they're not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, that's the scariest part about the Mulan, right? And also, just with that wave clear from the Mulan is actually really good too, just because of that Sundering Slash. And just pulling everybody out with a Blade Flurry, that is one thing that I'm going to be expecting here in most of our fights.
Yeah, one of the strengths of the Mulan is actually about her anti-CC properties, right? So the second skill, the second form of the second skill, the Blade Flurry, where she kind of pushes people back continually, that is going to, that's going to smash and make Tomid's life so horrible, right? Because even with the Beast form, he's going to get pushed back into a 5-man composition on the side of R8. Definitely, I think that's one of the things you will see as the game progresses.
You can also see how slow it is, right? It's so slow that you can't even do anything while you're getting pushed back, which is really the annoying part about that Blade Flurry. But I want to see that. I want to see how R8 is going to develop this. Right now, we have a tech boss, but they're going to be developing this in a different way. And the Venomous, they have to be ready.
Yeah, I'm just curious about that farm lane matchup, right? A lot of people, they would say that, hey, Lung over DeMarco any day. I hold a very different stance. I think a good Marco destroys a Lung, right? Because you can play range. With your roaming gun, you're able to weave in and out in any angle, any direction. And for the Lung to really be effective, he has to be in range.
Yeah, that is really true. I agree though. I think one of the things that I like about that is that matchup though, is that Lung will be winning the matchup in the lane just because of that range. But if the Marco Polo knows how to play weak side, he's just gonna be better as the game progresses. And he's just easy. it's easy to pull the trigger too with the Marco Polo, with the Fever Barrage and big fights, especially if you have the crowd control, which is easy to combo with most team comps.
Yep, exactly. And you know, I forgot what kind of skill common spell he took, but regardless of what spell that is, depending on the timing, it's going to be huge. Yep, so look, he has Purify, right? So for Purify, he can just go in with the Fever Barrage on the Charming, and it's going to be a trade of ultis, right? 1-for-1, and it doesn't really matter the real EG.
Yeah, what I like about the Purify though is that even if he gets pushed by riding the wind, he's not gonna get cancelled if he uses the Fever Barrage, which is one thing that I like about it. And most of the Marco Polos that we see here always uses the Purify just to have that safety of not getting cancelled.
Yep. Right now, the silver lining here for Charming is the fact that, look, they do have a goal lead for him. So at this point, it's still okay. But R8, they're just playing the map so much better.
Okay, World is my board, not going to be hitting anybody. Mid-Joge onto the back line, would have the Animus pull back 2 people, but he's just going to be trying to run away. Dream Roaming is not available over Zeeks, but he's going to be dead. Mid-Joge is down.
Oh, that's a big one. He's on point today on the side of Tommy.
Yeah, he was hitting every good unbridled outburst there.
Yep, so with that, they're going to recover some kills. But goalie now slightly in favor of Venomous. They need to take some turrets, or all of this effort is going to go to the drain at this point.
Yeah, look at that. BX is level 11 at this point. Level 9 on 6. Not really a good spot to be in. This is just so hard to see, especially if you're the jungler on the other side.
Yeah, the concern here is less of like Zeeks, I think. The main concern here is Charming. He's going to get bursted in a couple of hits.
Oh, yeah. Once BX gets in range, he's just going to be bursted. Especially if you have that item advantage on BX. If we see the... Wait, this is going to be good, though. Ruichi, bot side. Just drop some bullets on their base.
Charming gets caught.
Top side, though, it got caught onto the top side. Ooh, using the Sundering Slash just to not get pushed. And Abdo might want to go for that flash play, but nobody's getting in range. World is my board is going to be there. They laid it out, but nobody has been hit.
Yeah, that's a full use, but here's the nice catch.
The engine gets a knock up. They have the Dream Roaming just for safety for Zeeks.
Yep, look, R8, they're just burning all of the resources coming in from Venomous, and it's hurting them so much.
Yep, look at this, though. On bot it's just gonna get bursted. That's a lot of damage coming from BX.
Yep, this is a hunting ground. This is no longer the Gorge, right? Right now, R8 just looking for prey.
Yeah, they are just looking for anybody around the map that doesn't know. Out of sight gonna be used. He has the Animus, forces the flash out of the way, though. Zeeks, at the ready. They might be getting the kill on Mid-Joge here. It's not gonna be able to get it. Unbridled Outburst wasn't able to hit. And I think, well, wait. Mid-Joge was able to get away. They got the tower down, so they have the space here to go into the top side. For now, they're just gonna back away.
Okay, this is not ideal for the side of Venomous. Look, 7.5 minutes in. It's not the highest kill game ever, but the goal lead consistently swinging over to the side of R8. 3,000 in their bank.
Yeah, look at that. It's 5-7 on the kill board, but look, as you said, they're just looking for resources on the side of R8. They just want to take down the towers, take down the jungle camps, and get as much as they can just to make sure that Surge, look at that, he's not going to be able to survive this for sure. He's dead in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is where that disparity in farm, in experience, in items is going to start showing. Real EG is at level 12 at the 8-minute mark. This is one of the fastest growth coming in from R8.
Yeah, and it's a Marco Polo they're using. Out of sight, already seeing where the other person is going to go. They know where Ashir is right now just because of that out of sight. So there's nobody close to them except for Ashir, so they can push this T2 in the mid lane, goes in for the knock-up, and they're just going to be jumping him. The passive has been popped, but it doesn't matter.
Yep, it's insane. And R8, look, they don't mind giving a trade. We will give you the T1. We're going to take all of your T2s. Top.
Okay, top side, we're going to be pushing T2 on the bot side. They are going to go for that mid lane push, but Surge going to try something, but with that Dream Roaming from Zeeks, he was just trying to pull some punches here. They're going to go to the bot side fight. They have a very low person, though. Tamid forced to use that Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, and this is where things get really hard, because look, Venomous, even Zeeks, he has the Crimson buff, he has the Azure buff. He's still getting taken down.
BX gonna be the target, taking a lot of tower damage. Zeeks goes in, gonna go to Mid-Joge, but Mid-Joge has out of sight for the damage. They're gonna go for the Fever Barrage. I'm looking at Ryoichi because he might be able to pull it out, but 5 people not able to kill anyone.
Oh yeah, this big. I mean, managing to just get out without being in actual danger. This is the strength of R8 at this point. 7-7, they have tied up the kills already.
Looking for more here. I'm really seeing good patterns. Oh wait, oh no! They just saw each other and they just said hi.
Yeah, kind of like a horror movie at this point, right?
Yeah, that was so funny. Surge just went in with the first punch, and Abdo just went in just to get some damage in also, which is really funny.
Yep. Now, Ryoichi is going to be the stuff of nightmares at this point. Frigid Charge, he is at level 14. He's probably going to hit that 6 item pretty soon.
Yeah, he's not going to be afraid of using that Fever Barrage now at this point just because of that stun that he has. But Ryoichi already on that Tyrant, and they have vision here for their side. Mijoj knows if ever they start the Overlord. For now, they're going to be taking this down. They need to move out as fast as they can. Mijoj is in the area, half HP on this Overlord. Is setting it up. Look at Abdo at the top side. He might be able to pull a Sheer and even Charming onto the back line. World is my board. Look at that. That was a Force Flash, a Sheer. Oh no, he's not going to survive this. That was a great wraparound coming in from Abdo, but at the back line are Charming and Ryoichi having a 1v1, and Infinite Vastness has been used already, but he's not gonna survive.
Yep, this is not ideal for the side of Venomous. This could be game. I mean, they bought a bit of time with that mid lane push, and Abdo, I mean, he was all over the place. This Mulan, what a debut today.
Yeah, what a great play, and we've seen it. BX is going in, just pulling out one with a Blade Flurry again. That feels bad to see, and this might be it. R8 would be looking to end it, but look at the minions. They're very slow. They might be able to clear out the wave, but they are just looking for more minions to go with. They're going to go to the Crystal Lock. BX, will he be able to finish? No, Mijoj falls down. They don't have minions close, but there it is. That's the Crystal, and that's game 1 for R8.
Clean game coming in from this side of R8. Just taking kills, taking objectives, taking turrets, just taking everything away from Venomous.
What a great play. What a great showing here from the side of R8. Very strong. This is why I love seeing Pei in most games. Yesterday, we saw a Pei game also with Holler, but it's always a fast game whenever there's a Pei on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. I think at this point, you must be able to kind of stifle the growth of a Pei, or it's going to hurt you pretty bad.
Yeah, honestly, if you just let the Pei get the early game, he's just going to snowball the game out of control. Even if he's not building a lot of tanky items, it's going to be tanky. He's going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, and here's the final killing blow, at least for game number 1. They have used up the Yixing, they have used up the Zhang Fei, they have used up the Lung. And that's a lot of big picks for the side of Venomous. So once again, it's a double whammy, right? Not only do you lose the game, you lose so many big heroes.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part here. I think Venomous doesn't have a problem with drafting, but it's what comes after, right? The game itself, the game proper is when they always struggle. They had a good early game. We could see it. They were fighting toe-to-toe with R8 in the early game, but as the game progresses, they had such a hard time following through on their early game lead.
Yep, so Venomous still on that lookout for their first win of the entire pro tournament at this point. We wish them the best of luck, but we'll talk about the items as well. And I think this all started because of the rotations coming in from R8, right?
Yeah.
Those consistent buff steals, like at the first or second minute, they already took 3 camps away from the side of Venomous.
Yeah, and just the threat of that buff steal, I think that's also one of the biggest reasons. Just the threat of it also gives that fear to Venomous, because they always have to protect all their camps because somebody might be taking it. But looking at the items again, it's kind of far here for Venomous, and it was a hard game. R8 10k on BX.
Yeah, I mean, he's close to double the net worth at this point. Ryoichi following close by with 9.2 thousand gold, and I mean, the damage is insane. Look, Xenon as well as BX, the two of them were consistently on the throats of Venomous, and for good reason as well, right? Kachosins from range, BX throwing those Tigress punches as well. They are a menace because they can actually attack you from afar.
Yeah, Ryoichi didn't even have a lot of damage there because he didn't really need to fight. He was just farming in the side lanes. He didn't need to fight. That's why we didn't see him have damage. But on this, look at the graph. After just one breaking point at 6 minutes, it was just all R8.
Yep, it was pretty neck and neck. Like we said, the first 3 minutes, I think Venomous did really well, right? They got the first blood as well. They defended the jungle as best as they could, but there's only so much you can do against R8, especially when a guy who plays the assassin jungle for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, BX. What do you do? This guy is phenomenal.
Yeah, I love this. In the Major East, I love seeing players like this. VX getting the MVP on a 406 and 28% damage shield. Just seeing this junglers that we have in the Major East playing a lot of assassins, it's just exciting to see.
Yep, and also, look, the Mulan here better than the one in the West. Come on.
Yeah, sure. I'll be buying that. I think also, I think there's also a lot of Mulan players here in the Major East, and I want to see more of them. I think they're just afraid to pull it out. But Abdo started with his, so this is good to see.
Yeah, I mean, okay, honestly, taking up a Mulan is a bit of a risk as well because you can't afford to play from behind. Look, the skill sets of Mulan require you to be deep in enemy lines and behind enemy territory as well. So the fact that R8 took it, maintained that huge lead against the side of Venomous. And look, BX, he was just on a roll. At one point, he was double the level of Tamid, who is a roam, by the way, but it doesn't matter. The double level advantage is just insane.
Yeah, it's just such a big advantage here at that point. And looking at it, look at how Xenon always starts those fights, right? He goes in, but also this Abdo going from the back lines, just having that great flank, starting the fight right there and then was one of the good things that he did here.
Yep, and in fact, they always separated the teams. So Venomous had to fight a unfair advantage, right? Like it was always a 4v5, it was always a 3v1, depending on how you see which situations you want. And Charming couldn't hold that 1v1, even if he threw everything and the kitchen sink.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard for them to even fight back here against Venom or against R8. R8 is just showing how good they are, and Venomous really needs to step it up on Game 2 and Game 3, especially that they lost a lot of heroes. But again, before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire.
Welcome back. It's a quick break, and we are now on to the second game of the series. R8 going up against Venomous. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and the man that ends games in a flash. It is going to be Dash.
Yeah, that is smooth. That is a smooth intro for me. Thank you very much, Ken. But again, these are the picks for the global ban and pick for Game 1. We've seen R8 dominate, absolutely dominate Venomous from that Game 1. It was such a hard game to see for Venomous, but they performed really well before pre-6 minutes.
Yeah, look, this game, I think they're going to start banning out the Arlie as well, and maybe the Ganemo, the Nuwa. These are all the picks that are going to be in the minds of Venomous, and I think right now they're kind of in a ditch, and they need to get themselves out. There's no one else that can save them but themselves.
Yeah, they really need to perform well here this time around, because with what we've seen here from the side of R8, they're not going to stop. They're not going to pull the punches in these games that we're going to have today.
Yeah, I mean, that was a couple nice punches coming from DX in game number 1. So let's see what kind of punching style, what kind of martial arts they'll be pulling on the side of R8 as we go into the second game. Venomous now taking the blue side.
Okay, Venomous on the blue side here and R8 on the other side. So they're still going to be prioritizing the usual picks coming from BX. I think it's still going to be a Gen.G, it's still going to be a Fate, opening up a lot of good heroes here for R8. Remember, R8 didn't really pick a meta hero, so they still have a lot of things, a lot of heroes in their belt.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the heroes per se, it's the players, right? It's how you use the equipment as well. So right now, R8 just slightly better prepared compared to Venomous, and I think Venomous, once they are able to find their footing, it should be okay.
Ooh, this is gonna be scary. Again, a Fade ban. There's a lot of respect that we're seeing here for the side of R8, and they just want to give as much respect as they can for BX. And Arlie, Maisha, Nui, R8 is not gonna let them go.
Yeah, like I said, this is not the time to let loose, and R8 didn't know about it. So they're gonna tighten the reins around the neck of Venomous, and Venomous, this is a good start, right? They have the Dharma. I think this is something that should be able to work for them, but they need someone to be able to force the rest of R8 into a tight corner.
Yeah, they need somebody in front, at least somebody in front that could help them do it. But the Zhang Fei a while ago could have been it. But R8 prioritizing their marksman, gonna go with the Gen.G and Sakir. They can go for the Agudo composition here.
Yep, now this is going to be a tough lineup to fight against, just based off on the concept of item builds, right? Because this Gen.G for Real Ichi, he's definitely going to go for the tank build. So Spark Forge Dagger, Deep Frost Siege, these items will scale him up in the late game, but more importantly, make him more survivable. So even if, Surge on his Dharma gets his hands on the Gen.G, Real Ichi is not worried.
Yeah, but he's not going to be anything. Actually, anything that they pull up, wait. Venomous actually took it. They don't want to see it on the hands of R8. Yeah, that's true. That's a very smart choice here for Venomous, just denying it. And I love how they tackle this draft from the side of Venomous, because they know what is going to be next here for R8.
Yeah, look, they couldn't give away the Agudo, Gen.G. This is a standard combo that you will start to see in the pro teams, even across all the different leagues, right? Because these are known as the turret demolition team. They take towers extremely fast. They don't even need minions.
That's true. It's going to be good at sieging. And taking that out on the hands of R8, they are not going to be able to pull out that combo. But this is good. At least that's a good start for them. Magin getting picked up here for the side of R8. Abdo now wants to have a chance on playing the game.
Okay, so I think Venomous, I think they do have something good on their hands. These are all big picks once again on the side of Venomous. Agudo actually more slippery than you would expect for someone of that size, right? So, I mean, with Furball and whatnot, anti-CC with the roll, and then you also have the Wild Growth getting more critics on your side. So there is a little bit of sustain coming in from Venomous. And look, the counter punch coming in does hurt.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard here. But looking at the picks and bans, we're still waiting for what's the next ban here for the side of Venomous. With what we've seen a while ago, Lady Jun is going to be banned for the side of Venomous, because they do need a bit of control from R8's composition. I mean, they have the Mulberry power, they have Magin with her crowd controls, but it's still not going to be enough at this point, so they need something else.
Yeah, the channel ban is quite good, right? And R8, I think it's a good ban, because you want to be, you don't want to be put in a position where you have to chase in the channel. Channel likes to play way far behind, and that will make you overcommit and go into the hands of Surge on that Dharma.
Yeah, the Loong is already out of the picture also, so there's not really a lot of picks. They could force the Lady Sun and go for that Ming, but not going to be a very good pick against a Magin. Gonna be really hard, but the Yuhu one for R8, kind of a safe pick for me.
It is. In fact, it's also used as a countermeasure, right? So if they do get caught out by Surge, the Unending Sorrow change into the Melody of Peace definitely will be a triumph card that R8 can use to kind of save themselves in a dire situation. And this is going to be paired up with Mijoj on the Sakir. So bear in mind, there is a lot of sustain coming in from R8.
Yeah, I like this also from the side of Venomous. The Yarya, this is like a Gen.G composition. The Marco Polo to the Yarya, they've seen it work for Gen.G, so they are going to try it themselves. I mean, it's going to be a hard sell for me until now. The Yarya pick is still not going to look as good for me. The Verdant Protector is there, but I don't like it. Okay. I don't like it.
Ooh. Yeah. This one's going to be a tough one because you're going up against a Han Xing. And look, BX, we've seen nice Hansings, we've seen crazy Hansings. Shout outs to Gen.G again, that was one of the craziest games ever. But look, in order for Venomous to win this team fight, they have to get rid of Mijoj early in the fight. Either get rid of him or disable him. So Surge needs to do a perfect job of searching for this roam, because unless you stop the heals coming in, there's no way you win an extended fight against R8. R8 will destroy you.
Yeah, the problem also with Venomous's composition is that there's only one way to start the fights here. Could be Surge with the Truth, Agudo with the Tumble Furball coming in from Zeke's. It's not really that easy to pull out, so that could be a problem. And remember, R8 does have a lot of movement again with their composition.
Yeah, they don't exactly have the best way to catch. They do have catch on the side of Venomous, but it's really difficult to execute, right? You don't want to throw your Gorge mobilization, that ultimate where she throws Furball into the field. You don't want to use that preemptively because you need that safety against the Han Xing of R8. And knowing BX, this guy's fingers are fast.
Yeah, he's not gonna let that happen. I think Han Xing has been looking like a great pick here for most of our teams recently, just because of the fact that Jing gets banned a lot, Luna gets banned a lot, Fade gets banned a lot. So yeah, let's go for the next best thing after all those three. Let's go for the Han Xing. And Gen.G has been using it, and I like that BX is also adapting it.
Yeah, okay, in fact, this is just my own personal POV, but I would rank Han Xing much higher than any of these heroes. Maybe with the exception of Luna as well, right? I think it's easier to execute a Han Xing. You get to choose the angles in which you engage the fight with.
Yeah, and you always have dashes though. I think he doesn't... he has a lot of dashes and they're on low cooldowns. And that is the reason why I think I like how safe, or rather how good it is, or more consistent a Han Xing is.
Yeah, it's the dashes that make you use your flashes, and I think that's not gonna be something that's nice on the side of Venomous. So once again, look, this lane is so difficult for Charming.
Yeah, he's not gonna have a good time here. I mean, it's gonna go good maybe until once to get to level 4, but as long as Mijoj is in the area, he's not gonna be able to just go in. And the healing from Mijoj is just gonna make it easier for this lane, because they have healing. It is easier as long as you have more HP, you gain confidence, which is what I'm seeing here for R8.
Yeah, look, very disastrous. Xenon, once he gets a stun, is a big moment.
Yeah, got the stun though. Low HP on the top mid. They do use the heal very early into the game. They'll force to flash away because of that Resplendence.
Okay, that's a good sign of life coming out from Venomous. Look, there always needs to be a fight, right? It doesn't matter whether you're down, you know, and out for the moment. You need to be able to find an opening. And Zeke's trying.
Here it goes. Here's the Furball. Gets the knock up. Mijoj is just going to be running away, force the flash out of the way, and that's for good measure for Zeke.
Okay, but the counterplay is coming. If they get a nice Monfu tempo, okay, immediately scouted out. Not a good situation for Ari.
Yeah, that's good. I think from what I'm seeing here, I think there's more movement. Charming actually goes in here. He's going to be using the Fevered Barrage, right? He used it already, but nobody died. Ryuichi's still alive. Here comes Zenon. Gonna go. He has the more full tempo in just a bit. Emergence is going to be there. Goes for a flash to get the Resplendence in, but was not able to hit. Good reaction from R8. They are still alive.
Yep, and look, he already expended the Annihilation, and there's no kills. This is not ideal at all for Venomous.
They use a lot of things here. They even use the Purify here from Charming, and they still have it. They still have their lives here on the side of R8. They are still alive and kicking.
Yeah, it's a nail-biter for both sides, because Venomous, it's really like they were on the cusp of having a really huge, because three members were low on the side of R8.
They were looking for kills. I like that they're looking for kills every time here for Venomous. That is where their strength lies at. Charming might be in danger. Not going to be hitting the right time here. Morphil Tempo is going to be there to get the stun. Charming wasn't able to get a lot of damage with the Fevered Barrage, but Emergence comes in, but they still don't get the kills. Here comes Zeeks. Might be able to get the kill though. Morphil Tempo to get the stun on him. Ruichi's going to stay alive. There's some healing coming from the Mulberry Power, so that's good for R8. But here comes Surge. Maybe he can go in. Maybe he can surprise him. I think Ruichi saw him.
Oh no, this is a horrendous situation for Venomous. Look, he abandoned his lane. So Surge now has to deal with the fact that he's giving a free wave of damage on that T1 on the top.
And also losing a lot of that gold too, just because he went down to the bot side. And this is looking pretty disastrous here for Venomous. They're trying, they're looking for kills, but they're not finding them.
Yep, the mindset is great, but the execution not as clean. And look, a lot of vision has been given by Tamid, but they haven't converted that vision into anything that counts at this moment.
Yep, goes in for the fight, goes in for the damage, drops a drop kick. Surge doesn't have the Truth Mounter, goes in. Emerge is going to be here, but first one still comes in for Abdel.
Oh, at the same time, they give up, and this is going to be a farm lane pressure.
Yeah, gets the Sun and Charming. They have the Annihilation. Goes back Xenon. Forced to use an Unending Sword. They have the Fevered Barrage. Goes in with the damage. Flashes away, but Mijuj still stays alive. But at least he gets the kill, though. Charming's going to vote bye-bye there. And Tamid is just going to back away.
Yep, that's not a good trade at all for the side of Venomous. R8 now benefit of the overzealousness on the side of Venomous, and R8, they're gonna have a lead now, close to 1,000 gold as a share. He's gonna try and make a difference. Whether it's gonna make a difference or not, I don't think so. The T1 still falls.
Okay, that was a good stun there coming in from Ryuichi, but here comes Zeeks. Right at the get-go, had the right time, gets the knock-up, but stays alive. Ryuichi is still getting some healing. Look at that, he's not dying anytime soon, and Zeeks is just gonna go out in shame.
Oh, they just cannot do it, and Venomous, they try and they try again, but RA just making it through the skin of their teeth. BX is approaching. This might be a kill.
Yeah, might be a kill. Goes in. Fevered Barrage goes for the flash away. Does have the damage. Salmon gets the kill, but that's good. It's still a 2-for-1 here for R8.
Yep. This is a huge cost. My goodness. A double kill going on to BX. And if you thought game 2 was going to be different, BX is still being fed at this point.
Oh man, he's just getting a lot. 11 to 9 of Zeeks. That's another 2-level gap in this game again. And BX is just crazy with it. Forces the flash out of top or out of a sheer. But they're just going to be backing away. Abdo is still very safe.
Yep, even if Charming had his ultimate there, it would have been not a wise idea to jump in, right? It was instant death. He had no Purify as well. Look, the big thing, Zeeks against BX, 1-level difference, sure. But BX against Charming is a 2-level advantage. BX is hitting like a truck.
Oh man, it just feels so bad here again for Venomous. R8 is just stomping them left and right. And looking at it, the game didn't really start very explosively, right? We've seen a lot of attempts here and there, but the kills didn't really happen. That's why this game is going to the hands of R8.
Yep, the decision making by Venomous has not been the best so far. But hey, you're in the big leagues, and this is what to expect when, you know, you're playing against tougher teams that are stronger, teams that have international experience. And look, this is a big lesson for Venomous, but it's a painful one.
And you're also going to be... I mean, you're going to be looking at the other compositions, going to try to use it yourselves. But if you don't have things to back it up, like what skills Gen.G has right now, they're going to go for the fight. Unending Sorrow is going to be forced out of the way, but BX comes into the backline. But there is Surge. He might be able to get the kill. Xenon falls down. Mijosh is going to be next. They got a double kill, exactly what they're looking for here. And BX is still going to back off. Still very complete on the side of Venomous.
Down but not out. They got 2 kills, Xenon and Mijoj. Great kills, but they need a little bit more. They're still trailing by 2,000 gold. And the map is very red at this point.
Yeah, still. R8 still taking down a lot of towers, but at least Venomous is trying to fight back. Winning a fight there was very important. Surge getting onto the backline is good. Luigi is going to fall down here. They have the Imperial Order. Doesn't have a lot of resistances. Emergence is going to be there to try and save his teammate. Resplendence is at the ready if ever somebody gets close, but the chase is still on. Abdo is here looking for the triple kill. Charming, very close. They have the Annihilation at the ready. Goes in with a Fever Barrage, and they fall down, and Charming is just outplaying them here.
Yep, somehow they're doing it. Venomous, they want to get this win and they're trying. They're clawing their way back, but it's a long journey. Let's see if Venomous can do it.
They can go in. Charming doesn't have the Fever Barrage. He can go out, clears the wave, and that is going to pull the punches here out of R8. Xenon. Try and get some damage with the Mournful Tempo, but not going to work yet.
Look, they're playing with fire at this point, and I'm worried because, okay, I understand the need to go for more farm. Is this really necessary? The stun comes in though.
Yeah, it's the stun on one. Gonna be stealing that Crimson buff. It's not a good look. They're gonna go for this Tyrant. They have the timing here for the side of R8, so they can go. But Charming, looking for some battles, looking for some fights. Xenon goes in. He's caught in a trap, and Tabit is caught with the most members here from the side of R8. Gets the damage and gets the kill. A Rampage comes out of BX, and they're just gonna be backing off after that. And Abdo still trying to get some chip damage.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Look, instantly changed. The pressure is on now against Venomous. All the Vanguards are flying down in the lanes.
BX at the backlines goes in for the damage. Unrivaled Spear was used a while ago. They have the Unending Sorrow, at least backs off. They caught the wave, and they are just going to force BX to run away here. Charming goes for the 1v1. They have the Resplendence though, but it's not going to hit.
Yep, so this is where we start the question, right? Venomous, where's the catch, and how are you going to force the catch onto R8? Because you already have a difficulty catching BX, and if you don't deal with this Hansing, he's just going to destroy your backlines.
Yeah, he's always doing that. He's always a threat in the backline. Remember, he's level 15 at this point in the game, so this is going to be just 50? As hard. Yeah, he's 15 already.
Oh my goodness.
And go, Mulberry Power, that's a dead man. Surge is going to fall down.
Yep, this is a very quick kill at this point. He too also under pressure as the next wave is going to be crashing down in a couple of seconds. We're going to hit the 10-minute mark, and now Venomous has to make a decision. Do we clear the waves, or do we try and contest for the neutral objectives?
Charming at the bot lane, alone. But mid lane could be in danger. Could they clear the wave in the mid lane, the top lane? That's going to be the question here for their side. But BX doesn't even have a care in the world. They're just going to be pushing on the top side. They're going to get the Tyrant while they're doing it.
Nice
the recall goes into the back line, gets the kill. And that was perfect from Abdo. And they are just going to be looking for more here. Zeke's trying his best to go for the defense. Surge looking for that flash set. And that's the true match I'm looking for 3 people. And he gets it. He gets 2. And that's a 2-for-1 for the side of Venomous.
Surge, he's trying to bring them back to life. This has to be the shocker that gives RA maybe a wake-up call. You have been 2 lags, and right now, Venomous, they start to work on this Shadow Overlord. If they get this, they can still stand a chance, but T3 on the top, open, and the base might be under pressure.
Yeah, remember, BX still alive. Gonna push him back right here. They're gonna be using it. They have the Fever Barrage. That's gonna be 1 dead when Joji's is gonna fall down. This is good for the side of BX. He's killing everybody together with Abdo, and they go for it. This dynamic duo just work things out.
They were greedy. I mean, they had an opportunity. They saw it. They went for it, but it was not the correct decision. Wrong again this time, Venomous. They might have to pay with another T3.
Oh no, another T3 or maybe the win here. Abdo, look at how confident he is, just diving inside the tower just to get that kill. Shadow Vanguard right on the bot side now.
Yep, look, he forced a shear for the flash. BX, every time he jumps and with the Ruthless Assault, I'm like, okay, is that a kill?
Yeah, he'll always get like half HP on whoever he jumps on. And that's the craziest part about BX right now. It's looking very scary. Mournful Tempo does have the stun. Isn't gonna hit it. He has the damage, but he has the double furball. Gets the damage on 1, but BX super low in HP. So this is just gonna push him back a bit with mid-Joj healing him. Tooth Matcha gets on 1. He has done an ending sorrow, and he's gonna go back out of the way. Surge is gonna fall down, and they're gonna go for more even with that Fever Barrage. Is not gonna do anything to the side of R8, and they're looking to finish this game. They have the Mammoth Dragon, and they have the Shadow Vanguard, and they're gonna go for this finish, and they're looking for it. This might be the end here, Kin. This is the last push, and the crystal lock comes in, and R8 will get game 2.
Easy. At this point, it has to be easy. It's a straightforward journey for the side of R8. You can see Abdul, he's squinting in his eyes. He needs a rest, he needs a break. Guys, come on. But at this point, Venomous, like I said, today is a lesson, but a long and painful one.
Yeah, you have another series here, Abdo. You can't sleep until you get to that last series. It's gonna be a long day for you, buddy. So please get that energy up here for their side. So far, R8 has been performing so well in our games, and it's looking really nice. I like what I'm seeing here from R8.
Yep, Venomous now, I mean, like we said, it's a long journey today, and maybe, even though it's a long one, it's a quick one, because at this point, Venomous, they have the picks, but they're unable to find the efficiency with it. I think Surge had a couple of nice truth mantras, but there was nothing else, because, like you said, there was no catch. Who was going to set up the fight?
Honestly, it was really hard, especially if you pick up a Dharma. You need to somebody always to set up the fight, and just picking up the Dharma themselves is not good enough. You need somebody to front for him so that he could really easily set up the fights for the team.
Yeah, it was difficult because, look, you had the Yara who is supposed to protect the Marco. There was no other target that Tamit would have protected. So it was Tamit and Charming as a combination. So Ashir, he had to be on his own. And as Anua, it's not the easiest position to be in because she is so squishy. Yes, she can deal a lot of damage, but she doesn't have farm as well. So Ashir was having a tough time today.
Yeah, it's also because of the fact that he's an easy target. One thing that is really hard about the Nuwa is that Nuwa is an easy target. You always need to have your flash, especially if you have a Mayin on the other side, you have an Hanshin on the other side. It's just really hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Abdul was just chasing him to the ends of the earth. It was like, look, you have to come here, right? Commit the flash or you don't go home.
Yeah, that's the scariest part here. But with what we've seen here from their side, it's looking like R8 just was really on top of the world. 13k gold on BX.
This guy was just mining for gold, goodness me. At this point, BX and highest damage this time gonna be going back into the hands of Ryo Ichi. He was very consistent with the setups for the team as well. But at the same time, you have to give credits to Charming. Charming did 77,500 damage. There were a couple of moments where he came in with the Fever Barrage, looking pretty good. But if you take a look at his team fight rate, 100%. Once again, he was forced to fight the entire game. No time to farm.
That's the reason why he has a high team fight rate. Every time, most of the kills comes from him because he needs to fight everybody every time because most of the time, every play, or rather every team that we have here always prioritize the farm lane. They always find a way to just bully the farm lane.
Yep, and if you remember, like at the 7-minute mark, this was where things looked a little bit better, but things are the best right now for BX. 803. This guy, close to 30% of the team's total gold went into his pocket.
That was crazy. It's a good thing that I'm not seeing, like, yesterday we had like a 43% total damage dealt. That was a crazy game I'm seeing yesterday, but at least here we're seeing a 29% total gold. So what more? What are we gonna break? What records are we gonna break for today's game? We only break records here in the east side.
Yep. I mean, besides that, we break the backs of the opponents as well, right? Because Venomous, this was a tough one. They couldn't carry the weight that was R8.
Yeah, that's the reason why. So it's so hard for them. And looking at VX, he's doing his own thing. While everybody's trying to fight the bigger fight, he's always trying to find Ashir. He's always trying to find Charming. Yes, there were some couple deaths here and there, but it's still VX who was doing a lot of work here for the side of R8.
Yeah, because Tamit was the save condition, right? He was the turnaround factor that would have allowed Charming to really make the big changes in the fight. Now, Surge, I think he was also one good member that could have turned the fights. But if you notice, RA never really grouped up together in a spot where Surge could take advantage of.
Yeah, they don't need to because their composition doesn't really warrant the fact that they need to stay together. They don't need to stay together because they can fight 1v1s all the time just because of the gold lead that they had this game. That's why they're confident on taking those battles.
Yep, and look, even with the frigid charge coming from Charming, Ryoichi, he was not bothered. He had the legal immunity. Second skill, NTCC, come at me, bro. So, you know, easy game for the side of R8 at this point. and now we're down 2 games in a series. That's really quick.
It really fast though. I think R8 is gonna make it fast for today. Venomous really needs to step up if they want to get to this game 4, maybe even a game 5. If not, R8 so far has been dominating. Look at Abdo. He's even sleepy. He's looking like he's tired.
I mean, hang on, I need to get the dustpan, right? Because they have been sweeping the opponents off the floor. We need to clean the bodies up. But nonetheless, it was a quick series, and this is something that we enjoy. We want to see teams improve. And of course, R8, they're not just playing to get the win, they're playing to be the top of Group A.
And we all know how strong these guys are. But again, before that, everybody, we're going to go to Game 3 in just a bit. We're just going to take a short break, so don't go away. See you guys in just a bit.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
Welcome back. It is time for the potential last game in the series. R8 on the cusp of victory against Venomous. This is one of the fastest series we have ever seen to date, and I think we might have a new record set as well.
Yeah, let's see if that's gonna happen though. But so far, here are the global ban-in picks from what we've seen a while ago. Look at what R8 is doing. They're not really picking a lot of pocket picks here, not a lot of meta picks here, so that they can use them on the next few games. But game 3, it's looking like they're just dominating here on the side of R8.
Yep, this might be Ryoichi's game right here, right? I think the focus is going to shift away from the jungle of R8, away from BX, and now it's going to be a choice, right? You have the Arlie, you have the Loom. You can't give away those picks on the side of Venomous.
Yeah. Gonna go to the blue side here for R8, and Venomous is gonna go to the red side. They're just gonna be switching things up here for both of our teams. And for now, it's looking like I think they're gonna be starting the picks and bans anytime soon. And Venomous, you know what? They haven't been slacking on the draft department. They've been doing great.
But we'll see, right? Look, they have the odds stacked against them at this point. This is third game, possibly the last game as well. They have to get some points on the board somewhere. But R8, they're not going to allow that to happen as well. First ban is going to be a Mai.
Yeah, that's true. Mai Nui gonna get banned again by R8. I think an Arlie is also up for bans, or maybe they could actually get it because they're on the blue side, so they let Ryoichi play out of his mind just by picking that Arlie later.
Yeah, exactly. And look, Venomous, I think they have put too much respect on BX's name. I think he's good, but you have to look at the other players as well, right? R8, Ryoichi, you know he's left with so many big picks. You have to get those picks out of the way.
Yeah, I think still gonna be banning the Fade here. for Venomous, do they respect VX's name that much? Because they should ban the Arlie if they don't want Yoichi to go crazy in this game. Because if not, that's the reason why R8 banned Sekir. Just because they're not going to ban the Arlie because they want to take it.
Oh, okay. I see it.
That's
yes.
Good. That's good.
I would have banned the Dharma too. But yeah, once again, this opens up the Arlie. And there's no Long.
You just have two choices, right? Yeah, you either let Abdo play the Dharma or let Yoichi play the Arlie, and I think they want the latter. They want to get the Arlie, get the Byron, so that R8 won't really have a lot of choices in the clash lane. They're now trying to push away Abdo here when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, the way I see it, I think Venomous feel more confident in shutting down Ryoichi's game, delaying his growth rather than delaying the Dharma growth on the side of Abdo.
Yeah, and I think I like the Diadea pick also, especially if it's against an Arlie, just because they would be able to deny some of her movements with a bitter farewell, but Ishing to the Ogren, this is just a Triton. I like this combo already, and it's going to be hard to deal with.
Yep, this is really shining bright like a diamond for the side of RA, right? Look, all the prio picks coming in. Venomous, I think they'll do well to maybe try the Pei and Byron combination. You know, Arlie doesn't do well against the Pei, pretty big, insane burst. But Venomous, I don't know whether that's worth the risk now.
Yeah, right now it's going to be very risky if they do so. And BX being forced to play this Ogren, or maybe it could be a bait, could go to Abdo still if they want to do a Gen.G. But with the Lian Po getting banned out of the way, I think that's a good start. They also could ban the Zhang Fei because R8 could still have that. Yeah.
Oh, right as you said it.
There you
they
go.
ban both. Now, look, the reason why both of these heroes are banned, not only do they benefit Ryoichi in lane, it's one of the best setups for their mid lane and Xenon, right? Once the board is being laid down, both of them can kind of stun you, and you'll be stuck in the board as a team.
Yeah, and let's see how they do this. Kaiser, taking a look at what they do here, I'm really would be able to take a look at it. Kaiser is going to be one of the picks that I want to see, though, because with the Kaiser, they're looking for something like a Dune. They need somebody to tank it up for the team, and that's what I like. But the Sun Bin, though, for R8, I like this. I've seen this yesterday.
Really? We want the Guan Yu? Maybe? I mean, okay, the reason why it works so well, not only do you get the increase of movement speed from your time flux, but also because with the Abdo on the Guan, if he wins in his lane, he gets the early rotation, he's got to be able to catch out Charming on this channel, because Channel's going to be on the backside.
Yeah, Chano's going to be in the back line, just drop the time lapse on the back. And the time flux is just also going to be benefiting the Guan Yu from Abdo, so he's just going to be moving way faster to the back line. Going to get that easy displacement against Venomous, but you know what? Venomous still has a chance here. Love the picks that they have. And having that extra tank, extra front line, and Surge with his stellar performance a while ago, I hope he can shine with this Byron.
Yep, I would like to see how Venomous does damage with their reach, because I think at this point their reach is a little short, and I don't know whether, you know, R8 are gonna allow. They have a much longer reaching arm compared to what they have on the side of Venomous.
Yeah, let's take a look at how they're going to be tackling this, how they're going to be doing this. Because for now, I really like what I'm seeing for both the first sides. It's still a 2-0, still not done, still not over. For Venomous, they can still come back from this. But R8, they are looking for excellence in this team.
Yep, a lifeline is needed as Venomous. The poison is not being sunken in. R8 looking to finish off the competition here.
Yeah, let's take a look at how they do this. R8, with this setup, they do have a lot of displacement. They're not afraid to go into the backlines, but Venomous still have some good picks. They still have some pocket picks on their hands, and I like this from the side of Venomous.
Look, in terms of, like, on paper, I think Charming and Tamid, they should win their lane against Ryoichi and Mijoj, right? But once again, it comes down to the actual execution. And right away, look, the invasion potential by R8, you can tell that Venomous is so worried.
They're looking for it. Look at that. Path of Fasting was already used, so they want to go for that steal. Maybe even go for...
Oh, no.
Even go for it. BX actually goes in for that BM with that steal. From what we've seen so far, Zeke's going to try and go for the challenge. So Abdo's already level 2. Might be able to go for this early fight. Goes in a push back, and they still get the Crimson buff in the end.
Look, 8 members on the top side of the map, not even a minute. And once again, BX walks away with the Crimson buff.
Walks again with the victory here. In R8, they are just happy to take this. And Venomous, how are they going to be dealing with this? That's a good question, because Ryuichi onto the mid lane, already at level 3. And they know how to deal with this lane, even against Charming, because they went in for that mid just to get that extra. Taking liberties, gets a knockup against Charming, goes for the 1v1, gets some stuns, but Xenon... Okay, he's not going to die to the wolves.
He's fine. He has his passive as well. So it's a difficult position to be in, right? R8 now, look, they're funneling the waves. Ryuichi is going to make his way down. He's going to hit level 4.
That's so funny. When he got the heals, though, then he walked to the trap, so he didn't get any healing. And with that, with what we've seen, Ryuichi is going to be looking for some damage here for the side of Venomous. Level 4 onto Ryuichi already at this point.
Yeah, look, okay, Xenon just wanted to make sure that the traps didn't activate. He wanted to give Ryuichi and Mijoj a little bit more breathing room in the lane.
Yeah, onto the top side though. Surge might be able to do some damage, but Abdo super low. Gonna go for it. BX still making sure that this is going to be a hard fight for Zeke's. Not going to be able to hit. Has the invisible. Wario goes in with a destructive deluge. Gets the slow, but the conductor souls get him some HP. Now he sacrifices himself in the end so that BX can stay alive. But right now onto the bot side, Charming going for the kill with the leader stance. He gets 1, but this is still a 2-for-2 across the map.
Yep. Is it a win for the side of Venomous? I don't think so. Charming got taken down. It's a double kill for the hands of Ryuichi, who's one of the main win conditions for the side of R8 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though. As long as he's getting a lot of kills here, it's not going to be fun for the side of Venomous. Right now, R8 just making sure that they have Ryuichi's back, and he would be able to get the farms he needed.
Yep, and you can also tell, right? Ryuichi, he has one of the highest potentials to make the team fight so big for the side of R8, because he can just maple dance the skills from a sheer away.
For now, I think Ryuichi is just in a good spot. Level 5 at this point in the game, but Venomous, it's a good thing that they still have equal gold here, because it's from the other sides of the map, they are looking for all those resources, which is a good thing. But right now, BX, Ashir already saw him though, so he needs to back away. Goes in, has the world is my board on the 3 people. They're gonna be going in because the third soul's gonna be executing 2 people right on the get-go. Ryuichi's gonna be backing off, and that leader stance is not gonna help them that much. They got some damage, but it's still a 2-for-0.
Yep, and they didn't even manage to burn out the Xenon passive, right? So right now, Zeke's, he's just trying to chase shadows at this point.
Oh, Surge gonna go for that fight though. Wasn't able to get a Storm Strike. He's gonna be dying right there on the hands of BX.
Yep, there's no way. He's level 6. BX is level 7. He has the gold advantage as well, itemization advantage. And Xenon, look, he bait them in. He's still juicy, and you don't want to make the mistake of over-diving again.
Yeah, that's true. I think that could have been a good idea for Surge here if they were looking for more, but BX looking for more. Conductor Souls gets the execute pretty fast in the fight though. It's going to be Ryuichi going full down, but the Bitter Farewell was able to take him down just a bit here. It's still a 2-for-1.
Yep, look, BX, every rotation he makes it count. And look, 2 kills, Charming and Tamid going down. Sure, they get the shutdown onto Ryuichi, but the rewards are worth the risk on the side of R8. Not only are they about close to 2,000 gold up, they have the first prior on the opening.
Razor Cavalry onto the top side. I think Abdo's gonna fall here. That's a good kill from Venomous. They got one, but the tower, or never mind, the tower in the bot lane still alive.
Yeah, they have to find more trades at this point. Take a look at the gold, right? 5-0-0. This boy, BX, close to 4,000 gold. Almost 1,000 gold ahead of Zeke's at this point.
This is the hard thing to deal with, though, especially if you're playing against an Ogren. An Ogren getting the snowball is not a good step, a good place to be in, because he's just going to get stronger and stronger as time goes. But right now, you have the World is My board from Xenon, so he could lay that down, maybe even trap the members of Venomous here.
Yep, it's a very scary combination, because at the same time, if it's actually paired with the time lapse on the side of Mijoj, you're stuck. You have to eat that blow.
Yeah, they have to. Gonna go in, they have some damage. Gonna go to the backline. World is my board. Gets 3 people in the board, and they just get away unscathed. They got the Disruptive Deluge though, but they got some damage on Xenon. Zeke's gonna try to run away, but there's a lot to bring a lot of damage. Zeke's is gonna fall down. Ryuichi goes away, but on the backline, here he comes, the hero of the story. BX is gonna get here, and Charming is gonna be no more.
Oh no, this was a big mistake, and still there's pressure coming in from R8.
Ryuichi, oh no, that's not good. Storm Strike to get the kill, just a punishment right there. But on the backline, so Abdo really looking to try, but he's not gonna try and go for more. Surge, try and pull them back. This is good. They got the taking liberties, got some knockups on the Surge, but they're not gonna continue.
Yep. What? Xenon, he still wants to keep him here?
Goes in for the World is my board, but Force Field Suppression has some shields, but BX is just gonna be taking some camps.
Dude, this guy is so greedy. Xenon, look, he's playing with fire, and if he gets punished, I mean, oh, hang on, nice. Abdo, 1-1.
Top side though, Abdo losing a bit of his charges, so he's just gonna be walking off. He's very tanky, so he's really hard to take down.
Yeah, they need a bit more control because the Soaring Green Dragon is going to be able to let him go out, right? With the second skill, it takes away the CC effects for that one moment.
Oh, he's gonna pull them back though. Razor Cavalry onto the top side was able to push back one person, but that was just to clear some waves, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. Charming gonna go in. Zix is here on this area. That's why they're trying to go in. Blade Tempest to get some damage. Invincible Warrior gets some smite on both, but he still gets the Azure buff in the end.
Who was able to win BX in a smite war, man?
That's true. He's just so good, which is the scary part here for this side. But for now, Venomous gonna go for this push. World is my board. Gonna get used. He got 2 people onto the back. Reach is gonna get the kill. Surge is gonna be next on the chopping block. He's gonna be falling, and double kill comes to Ryuichi.
Oh, chop, mince meat. That is a spaghetti for them.
Oh, hang on. Good. That's a good kill coming from Venomous. They were able to get the kill on 1, and they are not gonna continue for more. I think that's good enough.
Okay. It's a cause of concern. Oh, but here comes backline.
Abdo onto the backline. Better Farewell was able to push him back, but there you go. That's damage coming in from his side. Heroic Charge gets some damage, but he still falls down.
It's so messy that the way that R8 is playing is so messy, and the fact that, look, it's clear that Abdo wants to get the Razor Cavalry and start pushing people behind, but the way he does it is costing them quite a bit, actually. R8, if they continue playing like that, you know, Venomous might have a chance to come back.
Oh yeah, they do. They do have a chance to come back here, and they do have a chance to make sure that they can still finish this game up. From what I've seen, it's 6-0 for BX. Not a good spot to be in if you're fighting again. Very tanky, and now on the mid lane, they're looking for more.
Yeah, look, Venomous are so reactive, and this shows you their mental composition at this point. Right now, they're so afraid. They feel like every moment is a battle that is opened up from the side of R8.
Use the leader stance this early just to get them far, far away. Abdo not gonna get hit by that Storm Strike.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight at this point. R8, they're just putting pressure all over the map, and you can see Venomous, they're giving away too much space on the map. They're giving away objectives and kills as well.
Surge goes in with the Razor Cavalry, pulls him back with a heroic charge, but right on the bottom lane, they just want to get the tower though. World is my board, gonna get 1 person, and Ashir is gonna be dead in the waters here in the bot side.
Yeah, look, the way that R8 are playing, they know exactly when the destined encounter is coming as well. All of them have sidestepped that ultimate from Tamit every single time.
Abdo looking for a flank, looking for a way to outposition members of Venomous here. They're trying to be very safe here for the side of Venomous, but they're gonna go Charming. Time Lapse is there to make sure that they're not gonna be able to react, and that's a perfect use of that ult from Mijoj.
Yep. Simple gameplay coming in from R8. They take the T2 on the mid and the bottom as well. So the base at this point might be exposed with the next move from R8.
Yeah, Mijoj gonna be looking for that. World is my board, force the flash away here from Ashir. Are they gonna continue? That's a question. Ryuichi go and try for the fight, backs off with the time lapse. Surge was not able to get the crowd control. Here goes in. Here comes the execute. He's looking for more. He was able to get away with the path of fasting, but Mijoj took 2 tower shots. That's why he's dead.
Okay, great brand Vortex. Right now, once again, on the back foot, it's a 7,000 gold lead going into the hands of R8.
taking away all the buffs. Real Ichi right now, not only does he have the level lead, once he has the Crimson buff, it's so hard to fight against this R lead.
Could still look for the comeback here for their side. Venomous. I think this is good. Abdo looking for another one here. Maybe just scouting off the map just to make sure that Venomous is not going to contest this Overlord.
I mean, if you're on Venomous side, what would you do at this point? Who would you go for?
Honestly, the question is, what time do they need to wait? How many items do they need? Charming needs in order for them to be able to fight back. I think once he gets that Daybreaker, that is the chance for Venomous to actually fight back here.
Yeah, I agree. Because right now, I think both Zeke's and Surge, they're actually able to buy a bit of time for both Ashira and Charming, but Charming doesn't have enough damage.
That's true. That's the reason why it's so hard. It's like, one thing that's hard about playing a Chano is that it takes so long for him to fly out. Right now, he's just going to have a hard time getting close, but once he gets there at that breaking point, that's when he's going to start to fight back. I mean, it's okay if they lose the T3s, but no, it's not okay, but it could be a chance to fight back. Could be a chance to fight back if he gets that item. Right now, World is my board, gonna get used. 2 people, Invincible Warrior onto the backline, but look at Abdo, he's gonna pull back a lot of people, but Venomous, Ashir, super low in HP onto the backline, but nobody dies just yet. Venom is still alive. They're looking for more. BX is just looking for them to make sure that they can take the tower T3s, but yes, Charming is just defending it.
Okay, so they hold on in this first wave of minions, but the second wave, these are Vanguards, these are the Shadow Overlord. Can Venomous hold?
Yeah, let's wait. Let's take a look at what they're gonna do. Right now, Venomous, look at that, taking liberties, good positioning again. Xenon has the ult, so he can use this to push him back out of the way. That is a good World is my board. They might be able to go for the push here, but there's a lot of low HP members here from the side of R8, and Ruichi can't even get close. And Charming, oh no, that's not good. Force the flash.
Yep, that's a big common spell burn out, 120 seconds of cooldown, which means Charming has to play extremely safe. They've managed to hold on. There is no more Overlord, so Venomous, they have managed to survive that first onslaught, but can they survive more?
Yeah, one more push. Gonna push back with a bit of repair. Well, they have some advantage. Here comes the board. Gets 3 people. Will that push him back out of the way? Abdo is just gonna zone them out just to push them onto the mid lane here. He's getting a lot of damage, getting a lot of chunks, but Surge, is he gonna move forward? He does have the flash. A lot of members that are low here for R8.
Yep, look, they have done what they came to do. That is to open up a wound on the base of Venomous. And right now, only, 9 kills on the side of Venomous. And it's not even on the majorly important people, with the exception of Ryoichi.
That's true. Ryoichi. Top side, though, they might be able... Wait, let's take a look at what they're going to do. 2-0 onto Xenon. Has 4 items already at this point. So it's going to be very scary once they go for it. But this is a good chance for Venomous. It's just sad that they have that roamer skill.
Yeah, and
backline though, Charming's gonna be the target. No flash in this guy. Good pull back right here with the Blade Tempest. They have the World is my board. They got 3 people. They got the kill on the perfect person though. BX is down, but Ruichi's still alive. He still has not dipped his toes into this battle, so this could be very dangerous for them. And Venomous still... Wait, what? The time bomb was able to get that? What?
Oh, that one hurts. That one really hurts.
That felt so bad. Oh no, that's not good. I think they're gonna try to push back at least a little bit here, but Xenon on a very low HP.
Look, they're being melted down simply because Ryoichi, not only does he have Frenzy, he has the Daybreaker as well. He's well on his way towards his last 6 slotted item, and this is going to be a tough time for Venomous.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. Go for the push. Here comes the wave. The World is my board is going to be there. They have to disrupt the deluge just to make sure that the minions are not going to get close, but they are going to be going for more. Mijoj gave his life for a not pushed tower in the bot lane.
Okay, and Charming is starting to come online. Look, he isn't as close in farm in comparison to Ryoichi. Last seen, he was about, what, 7,000, close to 8?
Yeah.
But right now with the itemization, Charming could find his way and kind of dig a hole into the hearts of R8.
Yeah, especially if they're just going to be going front to back here, like what Venomous is doing. If they're going to go front to back, it's going to go good for the team here. Overlord getting started. Venomous Half HP already, could go for that execute, but Zeeks needs to pull the punches here. They're gonna go in, they might be able to steal. And they got the steal coming in from Venom, but the backline has been breached already. They have the damage Racer Cavalry to push him back out of the way. Ryoichi is free to hit everybody in the front lines, and there you go. Here comes the heroic charges coming from Abdo. Ryoichi getting the damage. Surge is gonna be next. He gets the knockup, but it doesn't matter. 4 people are down from the side of Venomous.
Yeah, at this point, it's looking like it's the start of the end here. Zeeks finally was able to outsmite BX in that smite battle, but not enough damage, didn't calculate it well, gave that last hit over to Xenon.
Yeah, that was a nice try here from Venomous, but in the end, it's still R8 taking the lead, and this is gonna be a 3-0 game. R8 will be winning this series.
A great start to the day to R8, but is it going to be even more of a greater victory? Because this is their first performance today. They have a second match lineup today as well.
Yeah, they have another match. It's going to be Vicious against, or rather, R8 versus Vicious on match number 3. But for now, getting that win is a massive boost in confidence again. And that's what we always say whenever somebody wins their first match and they have a match 3, or another match later on. Getting that win is a major boost for them.
Yeah, now, of course, we need to talk a little bit more about Venomous at this point. I think they've been trying, and we can all see they've been struggling, right? There are some gaps in the draft, there are some gaps in the execution as well, and I think it's going to be a tough journey for Venomous at this point. There's no other way to put it.
It's going to be really hard, though, for Venomous. And as we said, they needed to win all the games starting today, but losing that really makes it harder for them to reach that unless some of them really, or R8 just goes in a losing streak. But you know what? Venomous really tried, and I love that in the major leagues they are really trying. This is like a wake-up call to Venomous at this point. They have good drafting. That's what I like about them, but they need to really work on a lot of the executions that they've been doing. They have step 1, which is good.
It's easier said than done, right? There's so many things to kind of fix. You have to make sure you prevent the camp steals. You do it on your own as well. Steal the opponent camps, maintain the levels, feed waves into your jungle. There's so many components in pro gameplay that is so hard to explain. And you know, you only know it when you experience it. So nonetheless, let's talk a bit more about the game as well. This game, I think Venomous did hold on a little bit stronger, but it's just not enough. R8, they're too strong.
Yeah, I was waiting for Charming to go and have his hero moment in this game, but it was there. It was there. There was a potential to go for that. But looking what R8 did in that last battle, BX was just in front of, was at the back line, was able to reach Charming, and with Charming out of the battle, that one piece in the puzzle that we're looking for was really out of the way after.
Yeah, and I want to focus on Zen on this game. Look, this guy dealt 124,000 damage, hero damage to the side of Venomous. And this guy was also responsible for why R8 found so much success in this game. Look, his boards. This guy must have been playing board games his entire life.
Maybe he's been playing it even before they went to this fight, though.
Exactly.
He always got like 3 people whenever he's using the World is My Board. And look at that. Looking at this game, there was an easier time for RA, especially, remember, when this game started, it was 5-0. When the scoreboard came up, it was 5-0 for that Ogren.
Yeah, very insane kill scores as well. And, you know, the synergy this time, they kind of, I think they caught Venomous off guard real hard this game, because you know they were reacting. They were feeling very stressed. They were looking for a moment to find an opportunity to find a gap in the defenses on the side of R8. And R8 knew that that was what they were looking for. They were baiting them in. Ryoichi coming into the list step and then just phasing himself out. But it's not Xenon who's going to be the MVP. It's going to be BX with the rotations 10, 1, and 6, dealing 22%. More than good enough. He came in with the Seer state, and it was the state of destruction for the side of Venomous.
Yeah, that is a good play coming from BX again, and for a reason though. That's triple MVP for this guy. Was able to carry the team for most of the games just because he gets the lead, he gets the snowball, and most of the time gets the game. But here is what we were saying a while ago. There were some moments of brilliance here for Venomous. They know what to do, but it's just that R8 really just knows how to bully them when they're showing some weaknesses.
Yep, look, Ryoichi was always on the back lines, and they felt like Venomous oh, we caught him, but then suddenly, you know, you're the ones being caught with the board, and here comes BX every rotation, making it count, getting the swipes, getting the slices as well.
Yeah, just making sure that everybody, or maybe if they get a kill, they get at least 2 back for the side of R8. It was not the cleanest game for R8 though. Venomous was fighting back. They were fighting tooth and nail to get at least a kill, to get an advantage. And game 1 and game 2, also the same story from a while ago.
Yeah, look, there were a couple of moments where Ryuichi did have me because he went in, got bursted. Charming does have the damage.
Yeah, and look at that though. I mean, Charming really tried. Whenever he pops the leader stance, it becomes easier for him to just deal enough damage, but that's the time bomb kill that we've seen there.
Yeah, it's a crazy moment. But we also have to give props where props are due. I think Abdo had a fantastic game this game on Guan Yu as well, right? His flanks were pretty effective, and there were a couple of moments where he really just went from their backs, got them to the front on the side of R8 and said, welcome to your grave.
Yeah, he was allowed to get those openings, to get that displacement on most of their players. And I like that, especially whenever I see a Guan Yu getting those types of plays. It's always great to see for most of our teams, especially for the Guan Yu players that we have out there, because there's not a lot. Most of the time, the Guan Yu players are pro players.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I think R8 just did a number on Venomous. This was emotional yet physical jiu-jitsu for them, right? They beat them in the draft. They took all of the bans away from Venomous.
Yeah.
They were left with no options in this last drafting phase.
Yeah.
So props to R8.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard though to fight against R8 moving forward, especially with their strong assassins. But again, before that, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We still have series number 2 and number 3, but before that, we're gonna go on a short break.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome back. It was a great series between Venomous as well as R8. That was R8's first game today. They will have a second game later on. But first and foremost, we will be taking at Nongshim, going up against Gen.G. A big rematch as Gen.G got crushed yesterday. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me, the man that ends games with a flash, it is Dash.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of games yesterday for Gen.G. I mean, Gen.G saw a match against Nongshim, saw a match against Scars, so it was a very tough day yesterday, but they were able to pull through in the last game. And as we always say, we always love seeing Gen.G play games just because they are really good at making us, surprising us, which is what I like about Gen.G.
Yeah, I really like their creative thought process at the same time. But also, we want to bring this back, right? So getting crushed 3-0, Gen.G experienced that yesterday. And look, there's only one way when you hit such a state, and that's to go up, right? There's no way but to improve and to get better as well.
But let's take a look at the first team here on who is going to be fighting today. Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. They have been the greatest in this competition so far. Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. These guys have all the things that you need, and even if they're losing, they still find a way to find something across the map to make sure that they get advantage.
Yeah, teams always come close, right, against Nongshim, but they can't find that killing blow. And I think all the teams right now are still scratching their heads, trying to figure out what exactly is the weakness on the side of Nongshim, and how do we expose it?
That's a good question, though, because Nongshim has been so good. It's like you're playing a grandmaster on chess, right? Because of how good they are. They always find the next step. That is the best step always for Nongshim RedForce. So they're like machines, they're like computers. But again, before that, Gen.G would fight against them first.
You know, they have been super creative. Wawa, Ray, Inua, Rock, and Clue as well. They have been very successful in making, you know, fans across the world excited about their gameplay, but more importantly, excited about their draft, because it's always a surprise and a guessing game. But so far, Nongshim unfazed.
Yeah, unfazed. They even gave Maisha Ranui her first win yesterday. It's so good because Nongshim RedForce hasn't been using the Maisha Ranui a lot, so that's why the win rate is down in the dumps. But here comes Nongshim RedForce just holding up the win rate of Maisha Ranui for this whole tournament.
Yeah, and it's so scary going up against Nongshim, right? Because look, it's not just like, hey, 5 players who are good in their lanes. There are 5 players that play really well on the team as well. And they are the makings of what I think is a great team. Now, if you remember Nongshim from last year, it wasn't the best state for them, but take a look at this stats. It's crazy. Inua, 53 kills.
This is probably they have more games, right? Because I remember Gen.G has a lot of games. That's why Inuwa had a lot of kills. And most of the games yesterday, it's Inuwa getting a lot, which is why this is 53. Illusion only had like 3 games on the survival week. That's why there's a big discrepancy with the kills. But looking at the average damage dealt, gold per minute, and team fight participation, they are quite close.
Yeah, okay, look, it's not the quantity, it's also the quality of the kills, right? So after every big moment for the team, what do you do with those moments, right? Do you take a turret? Do you take an objective? Do you take a camp? Or do you go for even more kills? That's the big question here. Now, Nongshim, they're going to start the game off with the blue side, Prio side, and maybe game 1 will go in their favor.
Yeah, blue side, Nongshim RedForce. Again, these guys are just so hard to play against, and I want to see how Gen.G will tackle the draft in this next ones. And every time when it comes to the draft, I love seeing Gen.G's draft because it could go crazy, it could go standard, and they have been playing their best on the standard ones. But when it comes to game 3, game 4, and they surprise you with a good draft, that is when I like to see it with Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to see what kind... Can he pull off more crazy drafts? But not only that, can he make it work as well? Now, Nongshim, they know about the weirdness that is Gen.G. They're going to ban out the Dachao as the Prio ban now in this first phase.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the Putsu Dachao combo that they have dealt with on one of the games against Nongshim RedForce. I think that was game number 2 yesterday. So this is something that they don't want to happen again, and banning that Luna just to have that respect on Haku for Nongshim.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's Haku we're talking about, right? So it doesn't really matter what kind of ban you do against this guy. He's gonna have another one sleeve, right? So at this point, Gen.G, the way they have been drafting is really more of what hurts our composition.
Yeah, what are they gonna be picking here? Because Yin could also come out in this game. Whenever it's a first game, I think Kyung9 really loves playing that Yin on the first game, just so they can set the pace after they win game 1. But Arlie being available here for Rock, I want to see Rock just go crazy in this game. But Sun Bin for the first game here for Gen.G.
Yeah, you know what? I think Nongshim might even want to play safer cards. They don't want to take out the Lung against the Arlie. They want the Lung as a big win condition. So yeah, they will go for the Dharma first. In fact, I think, oh wow, Chano. Okay, they want to match this.
That's true. They want to have that extra damage and have that movement also from the Chano. So this is going to be good. Seeing also Kyung9 being allowed to play that Dharma, this is going to be a good game. I think Gen.G also drafted the same here on yesterday's game. I think they love the Arlie Sunbin combo because Arlie very independent. Sunbin could just help out in the sides.
Yeah, very similar to the Lung pick as well, right? Self-sufficient, able to get a lot of burst damage in a short amount of time. But right now, my concern is, okay, jungling-wise, are we going to see the assassin jungles come out? Because both teams actually thrive on chaos because it provides a lot of room for their farm laners to do what they want in the fights.
Yeah, I want to see what junglers are going to be picking here because with this 3 picks that they have on both sides, they don't even need an assassin jungler here. They can play with the standard tank junglers just so somebody could set up the fights for them. And what I like is that Wawa and Kyung9 are very good Byron and Dharma players respectively, which is what I want to see here, that they are gonna be the ones that set up the fights for the team.
Yeah, which means this initial rotation is going to be really important, right? So the first space sprite on the top and their individual jungle camps, whoever gets the steal onto them will have that small advantage, which could snowball really big into maybe a 1-level advantage or even just delaying minions from being killed. And that's where you get the EXP advantage.
I love the the respect that they have here for Haku, right? Because Haku has a very wide hero pool, which is the hard part about this fight. Haku can play almost anything, and he can even play Pei in this game. The only problem is that they don't have a Magin that could follow through with the Pei, so could not happen. But on the other end, they are banning a lot of mid laners, but Dune also part of their trifecta when they pick the RD Sunbin.
Okay, I like this pick because Adun, he's able to jump into the backlines as well. Unruly Blade will be able to buy a lot of space. So if Siri is out of position, which is a rarity, but it happens, it could cause a situation where Gen.G can capitalize on that catch.
Could look for it, actually. With the picks that they have from the last time, Akudo actually gets picked. So they are going to be playing this a bit conservatively on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, in fact, I think also to deal with the fact that there is a Dune, right? So Gorge mobilization, that ultimate, will be able to help set up the team fights as well. And look, this is the natural born enemy, Lady Chen against a Dune. When Dun is caught in a CC crowd control moment, he is absolutely redundant in the fights because he can't do anything, he can't heal, he can't get the shields. So it's really important Gen.G finalizes and looks at moments in which they can capitalize using the time lapse.
Okay, this is what they did in game 1. They have an assassin in the mid lane on a Mai Shiranui, and they have this exact same composition. And I like this direction coming from Gen.G. They have those standard compositions that they could adjust somewhere, somehow, if somebody gets banned. And this worked against Scars. The question is, will this work against Nongshim?
I don't think so. Okay, I'll be honest about it. I don't think so. Because Gen.G's lineup requires a lot of expense. It's pretty expensive. Kong Ming needs items. He needs farm. So he might not be as willing to share the farm with Ray. And if he does, he's not going to be in a very strong matchup against the Lady Chen. Lady Chen doesn't need as many items as Kong Ming does. She does have an effectiveness. But then, once again, it all comes down to the execution, right?
Yeah, it all comes down to how easy it is to execute, how they are going to be doing those executions. And from what I've seen, Gen.G had a lot of reps, though. They had a lot of games yesterday, so they have a lot of exercise. So maybe that workout could really make its way to this victory that they're looking for against Nongshim. Or would Nongshim just still topple down everybody?
Yeah, look, if there's any day to show up, today's the day to show up. One of the biggest games available. If you can take Nongshim down once, not only does that open you up for a bigger chance against to be the top of Group S, it also puts you in a commanding position against Scars, because Scars have to do the same.
Yeah, and the question is, will they be able to do that? I love it. I love that Gen.G is trying these types of compositions, and they have a standard for some games that they do have. And the idea that they have here is not really that hard to do. But again, let's thank EWC first. This training season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yep, at the same time, this is a big moment for the guys and girls. Kill 9 falling a little bit low.
Yeah, very low. Had to back away.
But nonetheless, the phones that these players are using, they're geared up with 14 for performance made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Ready to level up, get yours now, and feel the difference.
I like how the same they're thinking here, right? Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce, both of their junglers, they are trying to get some steals here and there. It's looking good from what I'm seeing so far, and I kind of like that they're doing such movements around the map, and they're making sure that Haku and Ray are going to be equal.
Yeah, they need to make it that case, right? At the same time, it's also a race to see who has better farm, better EXP in the farm lane as well. Rock and Siri, another big matchup in this game. Whoever gets the advantage will be able to help edge it out for their team in the team fights.
Yeah, they need to edge it out, but from what I'm seeing, there's a lot more reliability when it comes to engages on the side of Nongshim RedForce, especially Faye. The better farewell is just easy to hit. So Gen.G really needs to step their game up, especially on those first encounters. Right now, things are looking equal. I like this for Gen.G.
Yep, both junglers are very close to 5, but no one hitting that mark yet. So really neck and neck. And in terms of gold, look, 100 gold sets us apart right now.
Yep. Really really close for both sides. I like it. I like what I'm seeing from them, and Wawa winning the matchup. This is how you do it. A Byron against a Dharma matchup, you always expect the Byron to be winning. So with Kyung9 just being pushed back, just getting under-leveled against Wawa, it's a good thing for Gen.G.
Yeah,
Leader sense, Inuwa. Oh no, the Wolves. It's gonna be eating him up. One more shot, and he's gonna be dead. And here it comes. Inuwa falls down. First blood goes into Nongshim.
Yeah, a great start for the side of Nongshim. Once again, Siri just doing his best against the likes of Inuwa. And Inuwa, I think he has been really consistent, a lot of good growth, but it's, look, the pressure is too much.
Yeah, against Siri, I mean, Siri has been really good. One of the things that you need, especially when you're a marksman, you need to have low deaths. And Siri almost always have low deaths in most games.
Yeah, they're going to try again. It's a slight goal lead, right? Going in a Siri at this point, about 100 gold. Every time he takes the Firehawk, it's a big moment for him.
Yeah, that's why they're going to try to go and try to steal it. But Rock, Inuwa, going to be trying to do some damage here, but not really going to be working out. So far, it's still equal. Still just a first blood here, just a 500 gold lead.
Yep, this 500 goalie can be expanded into something more, but it requires this first Tyrant fight to go well for either team. So you can see the first rotations coming from Gen.G. If they get the setup onto Siri, this could be a big moment. They will take more than just a kill.
Good get the kill on Faye. Good thing they had the hard link there just to stay safe. 20 seconds on the clock before the first objective. But Nongshim did this before too. They know that this is going to be coming up. They're not going to be contesting it, especially they have an Agudo on their side. And Gen.G has a little bit more firepower at this state of the game. So will they contest it? That's the question.
I think they might, right? Look, the smite is not available for Ray yet. They're both down here. So both teams will get ready. It's really who has the better smite at this point.
Yeah, remember, he has level advantage, so this is going to be good. And Kyung9 is also in the area. He might be seen, though, so it's not good for Kyung9. He's just pushed back. No more throughs for their side. They're going to be trying to follow up. Haku needs to be careful. Windslash going to hit him with the time lapse. It's going to be way harder for him to back up. But on the other side, the winning strategy was able to get it on Inuwa. Gets the knock up again on one more person. They were able to flash away, but Waba's going to be next here. Here's one, but they were able to block it. Haku not in a prime position to actually try for this fight, but it's still 1-for-1.
Oh, they learned their lesson at this point, but it's a valuable kill, right? For teams right now.
Goes in, gets the damage. Rock blinks out of the way.
Oh, he had to commit. And right now, they did manage to push Nongshim off, so this first Tyrant will go into the hands of Gen.G. It's not going to be a lead, it's more a recovery side of Gen.G. This was necessary for them. And look, they had to push Rock back for a little bit. Frenzy is available, but can they defend? I don't think there's going to be too much pressure from Nongshim at this point.
Yeah, I also like how they forced Kyung9's Truth Mantra before that fight even happened, and that's why Nongshim lost the confidence to go forward, because Kyung9 is not going to be there anymore in that fight.
Yeah, it's too big of a risk, right? There was no turnaround factor, and if they got caught in the mud there, it would have been a very bad situation for the Nongshim. So. Yeah. Clear decision making coming in from the Nongshim RedForce boys. Gen.G still looking for a potential open.
Really love how Gen.G is playing this. They are playing on an advantage just because of that Tyrant. Yes, they are not going to be able to get one more kill, but it's already in a good spot here for them. They got a 1-for-1 a while ago. It's still just a 600 gold lead, so not really that big, but they're always trying to find anything that they can around the map to use against Nongshim.
I would expect that this is going to be a very, very tight-knit game. Because, look, Gen.G experienced a 3-0 against Nongshim yesterday, definitely did their homework. Right now, it's really, can they apply what they have practiced yesterday?
Yeah, they're taking time, making sure that Kyung9 is not going to have any confidence here on the top side, just showing presence on the top side enough to make sure that they're not going to get it. Haku going to be jumped on by a lot of people, gets a knock up. They're almost getting the kill on Rock. They got the tower on the top side. They got the knock up again on Ray. They might be able to slow him down. This is not going to be good for Ray. He's super low, gets some healing for just a bit, looking for that bitter farewell, but they are not going to continue.
Ooh, that time flux saved his life. That was a big one. This is one of the reasons why Clue picked up the Sun Bin, right? So they can take extended fights, and look, they're going to try again. They need to clear this wave.
Yeah. Trying to clear it. Right now, Haku making sure that he might be able to go for the steal here. Actually contest. Not a lot of people in his side, so he's not going to continue.
It was a bit scary because Ray's smite was just off cooldown at that.
Yeah, I thought he's going to be able to get that steal, but again, even with a very messy fight that we've seen there, there's no kills that's happening. This is just the two teams just making sure that nobody gets that first point in this game one. They're making sure that nobody gets advantage, because one advantage could pull them out of the way of winning this game. That's an encounter is going to get used. He might get pulled back. Good thing he had Unruly Blade to get that CC immune against Kyung9. They got the tower in the mid lane, which is good, but Siri's going to be nice. He's a bit forward though. He has some shielding for a bit, and he's still not dead.
Oh, both teams, they're playing so close for this. I mean, Siri, I thought that was a big moment that he made a mistake. But nice save by the team as well. Nongshim, they covered their mistakes. Both teams now, they do have a slight advantage on the side of Nongshim though.
Oh yeah, they do have it. They have a 1.5k gold lead, not really that big. I like that. That Gen.G is keeping things a bit close. They have 2 towers down already on both sides, so it's still pretty much equal at this point. 60 seconds, probably this neutral objective would be our next fighting point for Gen.G and Nongshim.
Yep, look, the way the map has been done at this point, Nongshim now have a little bit of access into the Azure buff on the side of Gen.G's jungle. So they need to protect that particular side of the jungle pretty much. Which is also why Nongshim right now, they're trying to push this T1 on the top. And I think they will be able to do so. Wawa, the 1v3.
Kyung9 has a very good position here. This is not going to be good. He killed good to the backline. Better farewell going to be used. Wawa is here to go and fight against them. They have 4 people. Kyung9 at the back. They have to be careful about this. Looking at the setup right now, Kyung9 is at point, and no, he's not going to go. Good, gets the truth against 2 people. Gets the 3 kills on their side. Pretty fast on their side. And Nongshim is now winning the battle, and Gen.G needs to back off.
Yeah, that was a big moment. Kyung9, like you mentioned, we caught him out. He knew what was the moment, right? He didn't even show. Most players would have been like, hey, I want to go in early, I want to get the catch, but he waited for the golden moment.
Yeah, he was waiting for it. He knew that Wawa has him pinpointed, but he was waiting for somebody else to move forward, and that was Inuwa, the target that he was looking for.
Yeah, and this is one of the weaknesses on the side of Gen.G's line, right? So the moment Ray jumps in and Wawa's away from the team, the backline is super exposed. And like I mentioned, look, this is a opening. There is no way Nongshim does not take advantage of this. No vision on the bot side, they will do it.
They're going to capitalize for sure. Bot side, there's a lot of people, and this is just going to be easy for Kyung9 to take down. He saw 5 people on the top side, so he knew that he could push this.
Yeah. The moment he saw 3, 4 members, okay, I'm going.
Oh, he wasn't able to push it. Just a sliver of health in that T2 tower. But at least that was really close for them. And 4 towers down just like that. Just after 1 mistake, Nongshim RedForce knew what they had to do.
Yep, look, 4,000 gold ahead. We are reaching the shadow variants on the neutral objectives as well. They're going to try.
That was a good chase. Splendor going to be popped here. Rob's going to chase down. Oh no, he's trapped. Better farewell is going to be used. He's getting a lot of damage. Everybody already back off, and Ray is going to be trapped here. Wawa looking for an opportunity. Might be able to catch Faye off, but it's still a 3v5, so not a good fight to go for.
Oh, you do not give half a chance to the side of Nongshim. They will punish you for it. And Faye once again makes it out, pulls attention away, and suddenly there's 4 people on the T3s at the bottom.
They have a minion. They have a small minion there. That's why they were able to push it. And this is going to be it. Nongshim might be looking to end this. They have 5 seconds. They just need to take down all of the members here. They don't have a lot of wave clear, so they have to be careful. They're going to go in. Meta pulls back a lot of people, and that's going to be 1 kill on the board. They're going to chase for more. Wawa gets some shielding right here, but they're going for the crystal, and that game was insane for Nongshim.
We are in the Nongshim clinic here, boys and girls. This one was clean, and this one was painful, surgical from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
That was a crazy game, right? It was quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. And once the storm just broke out, Nongshim was just on top of it. They knew how to deal with it. They knew how to fight against Gen.G. And that's the beauty of their playstyle. I mean, for some people, they see it as something slow, as something... It's very surgical. So it isn't really that easy to watch, but they are doing a lot of things around the map perfectly.
Yep. Now, there are a couple of moments that you would start to notice when you play against Nongshim and when Nongshim games are here. Number 1, when Ray jumps in as a Dun. Very nice control. It was always Haku making sure that he was dealing damage against this tanky jungle. At the same time, they also forced Rock out because it looked like there was a chance for him. And when Rock jumped in, he realized there was no way back. The better farewell from Diadea. Faye doing a good job of keeping his eyes on this farm lane Rock. And once those 2 weaknesses were exposed, suddenly you're out of damage, suddenly you're out of life, there's no more tankiness. And Nongshim, with the lineup they have decent control. And look, this has to be one of the easiest setups for Kyung9 ever. All he needs to do is be patient.
Yeah, he just had to wait. He had a lot of setups that he was waiting for, and every time that he has the flash, he knows that he could make sure that a Truth Mantra would be hitting like 2 people. And also, Illusion with the Destructive Deluge, the biggest reason why they picked the Lady Jun is just to not let Dun play. He was not able to move forward a lot.
Yeah, the Destructive Deluge really effective in this game for Nongshim. This is one of the reasons why you see Legend being picked up against heroes like the Algrim, being picked up for heroes like the Dun. It's really effective. It's not as easy as it looks. Let me tell you first, Nongshim makes it look too easy. It does not work like that in your rank games.
That is true. That is true. That is the biggest difference because Nongshim has been so good so far. And looking at the items here, it was not even that far though. I mean, the gold lead just ballooned at one point, but Ray really had a hard time in this game. It's because he was countered, so it's really understandable.
Yeah, I would like to report Kyung9, please. He gave away a kill. The rest of the team did not.
Yeah, that's true. But Kyung9 really did so well in this game. I think the damage from Siri and also being able to hold his own against Inuwa on the bot lane alone for Siri, that was a good touch here for this game.
Yeah, you could see, right? They were always bubbling under. And this is the strength of Nongshim, right? Things may look calm on the surface. They have a very slight lead, 300, 500, and suddenly you give them an opening and it explodes. And this explosion, no team in the east side has been able to contain the powerhouse that is Nongshim RedForce. And that trend looks to be continued today.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they're they're undefeated. And until this point, starting ranking week, they haven't lost a single game. That's the reason why they're the strongest here. Kyung9 getting the MVP. He had 2 sets. They didn't really have a lot of kills anyway, but getting 2 sets on a Dharma really puts you up there. Doesn't really have a lot of damage, but the set was there.
Yeah, look, if you want to learn about patience, take a look at Kyung9's gameplay. Many a times, it felt like it was a situation where it was not going to work out that well for Nongshim, but at the same time, we give praise. I think your call onto Siri against Inuwa, he did well by holding on to the lane. But then when the rotations come, how do you deal with this? Look, Ray, he's alone against 4 members.
Oh yeah, and also look at the positioning here from Siri while this is all happening. He was just staying at the back, just making sure that he could deal damage whenever somebody gets close. And that's one of the things that I like whenever you pop the leader stance. Look at this. He's looking for positions that he can hit anybody, and he's just trying to cut off exit points. And that's what I liked about it. This was another Truth Mantra play from Kyung9, and that's why they were able to end the game.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why Nongshim is so scary, right? This is why you want a composition that is able to take your eye off the important objectives, which is Siri at this point, right?
Yeah.
And when you're so occupied with Haku, with Siri, with Illusion, you don't keep your eyes on Kyung9. It is impossible.
Yeah, and what's the scary part about this is that it's just a Dharma. He's way better when he plays the Mayin, when he plays the Byron. That is when Kyung9 is the scariest because he always finds a way to get to the backline. But again, before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break. Game 2 is going to be waiting for you. See you in a bit.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight.
Welcome back. We are looking for the best out of the best, and so far, Nongshim RedForce has proven to be a force that is unstoppable. It is your favorite kind of tofu kindofu, and with me is the man that ends games in a flash. It is Dash.
And we have seen the games from a while ago. Nongshim RedForce, it was the calm before the storm. It was a very slow game, everyone. That is how Nongshim RedForce plays this. Once the 6 minute mark breaks, that is when they start to actually do damage against the other team, and that was a good time. At least Gen.G really did a good time holding on.
Yep. Okay, if you don't know a bit about cooking, look, boiling oil, it's calm on the surface, but when it pops, it scalds you pretty hard. So that is like Nongshim at this point, right? They're so hot that it looks calm on the surface, but the moment they boil over, they're tough to handle.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the scary part about Nongshim RedForce. It's just a slow burn for these guys, but they're always going to be performing. Gen.G, what are they going to do? That's a good question to ask here, because what they used here against Scars didn't work against Nongshim RedForce, so this time around, they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at, what do they want? Do they want to play the unorthodox, caveman strategies? Do they want to mess with the minds of Nongshim? But can they even mess the minds of Nongshim? That's the big question here.
Yeah, really good question though. I mean, Arlie, Maishiro Inui gonna get banned, classic. Even the Loom getting banned here for Gen.G. You just don't want to have those easy marksmen to use. Will Gen.G prioritize a first pick marksman here? That's a question, because it's gonna be hard, because they're gonna lose a lot of choices here.
Yeah, look, there's so many options available for the side of Nongshim still. Gen.G, they're gonna start off with the potential Ma Yin. Look, there's still Direns here. There is still Ho Yi. We've seen many setup compositions by the side of Nongshim. Right, the stun coming in might be something that is very dangerous for the side of Gen.G to deal with.
This is interesting. And another show lot coming out of the picture here. It's the first time that Nongshim RedForce is going to be... Kyung Knight is going to be playing this in this game. So this is interesting. And also having the Sakir on their side, this could signal that they want to pick a Gen.G for Siri later on.
Yeah, look, this is a good setup for the side of Nongshim, because the range of heroes left on the side in the farm lane, they're not exactly super mobile as well, right? So Gen.G needs to be careful about the way that they play, especially with the fact that Nongshim now has a huge amount of sustain, right? Coming in from this phase Sakir, the Spice will do a lot of work for the side of Nongshim.
Ooh, I like this trio. This is a classic trio. The Augment to the Yixing to the Mai Yin. This is really good, but Luna getting out on the hands of Haku. Oh man, this is crazy. Luna with the Sakira, this is a lot of movement. And together with the Charlotte, that's a lot of movement.
Yeah, is this game over? I think that's the big question here. Because look, it's... I'm going to call it now. This is a very scary draft, because how do you deal with a mobile lineup such as the one Nongshim has, as an Yixing, as an Ogren? Look, Haku's not going to care about Ray. He's just going to bypass this guy and go for the backlines.
That's the scary part, though. Who are they going to pick for the marksman and the roamer? Because that's a good question. Because if they need to find a way to deal with Luna, and they ban the Da Chao, so they know that that's going to come out.
Yeah, they knew it. They knew one of the best strategies here is lock, right? Fuji's Da Chao combination definitely works in the favors of Gen.G, and it just absolutely smashed right now.
What a great way to draft this. This is the first part of the war, everybody. So that's why drafting is always fun, because you can see how players are thinking on what else is going to get picked. And you look at that. Nongshim RedForce just had a checkmate moment there. And they even picked up the Shoyu that the Rock wanted to pick up.
Yep, and this is a full-rounded composition, right? So in the early parts of the game, Sakir is really good in the team fights with the heals, with the Mulberry power. Mid-game power spike, you have the Luna, you have the Charlotte that's able to jump onto the backlines. Late game, you have the Soyue to come in, deal the massive damage. So it's a very well-rounded draft coming in from Nongshim. Not to say Gen.G doesn't have it, but the risk is greater on the side of Gen.G, because we know how proficient Nongshim is with these heroes.
Yeah, that's the scary part about Nongshim, especially that they want a weak-sided laner. This is going to be a different draft. What are they going to be picking here on their side? Because they don't really have a lot of marksmen that they can pick here on their side. They went in for the Pei and the Liang. That's interesting.
Okay. it's a huge risk. It's a huge risk, but we'll see, right? Gen.G, if there's any that I trust to play a Pei in the farm lane, it has to be Gen.G, right? Ray is probably taking up the Ogren into the jungle still, and then we have the support of the Clue Liang, right? But is this going to be enough? Clue has quite a few targets to look for, and it's the Shi. This guy doesn't need items, doesn't need gold. He's just here to get the control. Catch one member, burst them down. Luna goes for the backline.
Yeah,
Gen.G.
Yeah, the scary part about Gen.G's lineup here is the Liang, especially that they have a lot of movement here from the side of Nongshim RedForce, and they don't really have a lot of tanks. So that's a good touch. Coach really knew what he had to do here. But going in for Rock again with this Pei, this is very interesting because they want to control the early game as much as they can, so that Nongshim RedForce won't be able to reach that breaking point.
Yeah, but okay, I hate to be, I don't know, let me be the devil's advocate here.
Okay,
right?
sure.
You're going up level 1, right? Looking for maybe the level 1 invade as an Ogre and a Pei. Very good level 1 engage, power spikes, but they have a secure and the mulberry power at level 1. You know, level
strong.
1 is very strong. It destroys lineups here. So do they want to take the risk, right? And if the risk doesn't pay off, suddenly you are putting Haku in a very, very precarious position where he's able to snowball out of control.
Yeah, Rock needs to be on a good spot here. He needs to get the advantage. As long as you know what, whenever you play a Pei, you always need to want to get the advantage early on. Because if you don't, you might be losing on that end. You want to get as much level advantage against this Luna. So with that, we can see that Ogren might go for the farm lane just to get that weak side lane against Shoyu, because he's not going to be fighting anyway. He just needs to farm it out.
Yeah, but talking about Siri at this point, I think, you know, Gen.G will do well for themselves to try and shut down Siri as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
If you can get as many kills as you can, 2 kills, 3 kills, that amount of time that you buy for yourself might be enough for Gen.G to kind of wrestle control of the map over, and then hopefully they do what they do best, which is go crazy in the mid to late game.
Yeah, especially if Siri's going to be fighting against Wawa. This is going to be hell on earth. It's not going to be an easy battle because you're fighting against a Yin at level 1. 2 whatever once is just going to get you a half HP, which is very scary.
Yeah, okay, so right away, level 1, they know how strong they are. They will go for that steal on the first camp on the top. Rock here has to find something across the map, but he's not being allowed to because so many members of Nongshim are here.
Force a flash away though, Faye. Playing around his teammates, Rock was able to steal it. That is good. Delaying the level 4 for Haku is very important because he's not going to be able to go crazy, at least on those early levels, if they're going to be stealing some camps against him.
Okay, hindsight bias. Don't you think a Hansing would have been a better pick? He has CC immunity, he's able to, you know, survive fusion if he gets
for Gen.G?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It would be way better. The Hanshin offering that they do also. They did that yesterday, and that worked pretty well. But the Pei here really was... I was surprised about the Pei pick, honestly, because could have been a Hanshin or could have been a very different, stronger, more consistent early game assassin.
I mean, okay, Pei does have his use. He has very good early game strength as well. My concern was the fact that they picked Shi. And, you know, maybe if they had picked the Hansing on the side of Gen.G, the Shi might not have come true. Maybe.
That's true. That's true. Shi's not going to get played if ever Hanshin gets picked. So, with that, could have been a good idea, honestly, but this is going to be a different game that we're seeing. Look at that. Not really a big advantage. And looking at it, Haku, they just want to give Haku as much resources as he can. And it's looking like it. And they're making sure that Rock doesn't get that big of an advantage.
Yeah, and let me be clear. Nongshim, this is a big improvement from them. They didn't even make it through qualifying last year.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, look at that. That's a good power word control. Good catch. First blood comes into their side. Faye backs it off. And this is what they're looking for Gen.G. The early kills is what they were looking for. Wawa goes out of the way. But that is still a first blood on Haku.
Oh, that was a good save. Nongshim, they made it out. It's not the biggest deal at this point, simply because Faye did not die. If Faye died, it gave the EXP to Wawa. I think this game could have, you know, snowballed a little differently for the side of Gen.G. It's a big play and a rare mistake from Nongshim.
Yeah, as long as you don't have advantage here for Haku, it's gonna be really good. They thought they had the battle power to fight against them, but Illusion doesn't really have damage into the early game, which is what, and even Siri. So that's why it's gonna be hard for them to deal with them in the early stages of the fight. Mulberry power is gonna get used. Flo doesn't have the power word control just yet. They got the pullback from the imprint, almost getting the kill on Rock, but that was good. Forced him out of the way.
Okay, now I see the value of the Rock. He's able to get out of sticky situations. As long as he's able to survive the damage, he should be able to kite away quick enough before Nongshim actually gets the finishing blow on him. Right now, this is a scary situation.
Power control again. This is not good. Haku at least was able to dash in. He has the mulberry power, but the board is not letting him get away. That's why he tried to fight back.
Oh my goodness, Cool is just pulling out all of the cards from his sleeves here. And Nongshim, they're suffering for the first time. Someone is dealing consistent difficulties to the side of Nongshim RedForce.
I think this is good. Because they picked up Plus Liang, this is good. They're making it so that it's going to be hard for Haku to do any combos against them, because as long as he's around, it's going to be bad. Illusion got pulled back. Mulberry power almost gets the kill on him, but he falls in the first place. And Huawei is going to be next. Double kill on Siri. That's not good.
That's an overextension if I've ever seen one. They fought a 3v4, especially when they were low on health. And with the addition of Illusion inside, look, Siri along with Illusion, he buys him so much time. And Siri early game now, he has double buffs. He's not going to be easy to play against. So the advantage is going to swing back into Nongshim's favor once again.
Yeah, as long as he gets Daybreaker, that's the point then where Gen.G needs to be scared, because that's the point where Siri is going to hit like a truck. For now, they're accelerating it by giving him double kills, but Nongshim RedForce, they still have to be careful in what Gen.G is going to cook up.
No, but see, that is the benefit of Illusion, right? Illusion is your human Daybreaker. He buys you the time, so you get the extra damage in as well. So you get, many more shots than you would have if there was no CC.
That's true. I think that's the good thing about what he's doing here, especially the Silky Imprints have been hitting the right targets, which is really good. He has been hitting Rock a lot of times. It's just this first one was the only time they got the kill.
Yep, and the timing, he's maximizing every single Silky Beauty, right? He waits until the very last second before he activates it again with the Silky Imprint. So Illusion is just providing so much value.
Ooh, gets a knock up. Good thing Ray was able to drop in the Conductor's Souls. Might be able to go in, get some damage up, but nope, the healing is going to be there, and this tower on the top side is going to fall down.
Yeah, and this is what's scary about teams that are good, right? It's not about the kills. It's can we push you back far enough so that we can get the
flash in, goes in for Clue. They have the power word control imprint to pull them back. That is a Rock again, going to be the target though. Well, this is my board, not going to get used by Inoue just yet. He used the flash to go away. Now they go in, Haku goes off. They have the World is my board. They don't have the power word control anymore. They're going to go in and get some damage. Haku is going crazy. He's not going to stop except for Rock because he got the kill on him, and Huawei is also going to fall. That is a 3-for-3 across the map.
Yeah, but it's a big win still for Nongshim because Siri is the one that's surviving. Siri is able to deal the damage, and now Rock is in a position where he does not have smite. He cannot protect his jungle. Let's take a look at the replay here. This was a good attempt, but once again, this is where you struggle. Yixing, you have the board, but what do you do against a lineup? Charlotte chasing you, you have the Luna chasing your backlines as well. There is no answer.
And even Faye just went in. The World is my board got nobody because they are just going to be moving forward. So you always need to preemptively use that the World is my board before an attempt from Nongshim RedForce, a fight, an engage is going to happen.
Yep, this places so much emphasis on both Inoue and Clue to have the Venomous Staff, either one of them. At the same time, Ray, he needs that Blazing Cape. The anti-regen, anti-healing is so important for the side of Gen.G. And as long as they're losing objectives around the map, like turrets, and even neutral objectives like the Tyrant and Overlord, it's not going to work out. So they need to buy some time for themselves and stop the growth on Siri. Siri is level 11.
Yeah, Siri is just getting a lot of items. Once we see the items right now, I want to see how many more minutes do they have on the side of Gen.G before Siri becomes crazy. And also, Siri has not been dying, so it's looking really good here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, look, Siri is just a ticking time bomb, and Wawa 1v1, he's not...
Power gradation gets the knock up a while ago. Wawa getting chased, and Kim9 is just going to be getting the kill on him. Milbear power a bit too early there, but they still not going to be able to back off. Wawa used the flash to get away, but Siri is using... Oh no, he's just backing off.
Yeah, look, they forced the flash out. Once again, Gen.G in a bad position. There is no more comeback back.
Oh, goes in for Flash. Bear Power gets it on Clue, but they have the World is My board and 3 people, but nobody there to get in. But they still got the kill on Inuwa.
Yep. Look,
Sprites though.
This 700 gold advantage is not 700. It is like 3,000 or something, because Nongshim, they just know their power spikes. They're so effective in getting and putting them in such a horrendous position on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, close to that Daybreaker also on Series 2, 0, and 3. Splendor, first item for Illusion, just for him to be safe. Just gonna be a very good crowd control bot here for the team, and that's good things that we're seeing here for Illusion.
Yep, and look, they're trailing in terms of farm. Series behind by about close to 200 gold. But I want you to notice the way that Gen.G are taking fights. Nongshim, they're setting up in such a way that Rock is not able to even lay eyes on Series. Series comes in at the very last moment, and that's where he has the most value.
And that's why you're always seeing him just farming. He's always farming, not looking for fights. Nongshim looking for fights so that they could start the fights before Siri could even come in. So it's very efficient in that sense. So Siri's just going to be taking some gold, but right now Rock might be looking for fights, but it's hard though. Clue needs to have Flash for you to start the fights.
Yep, it's a multi-pronged approach, right? Rock, you can give them all the buffs that you want, but unless you are able to touch Siri, it's not going to be effective at this point. Kyung9, he should be able to make this out.
Rushing out of the way, has no HP though, that's going to be it, power gradation, but they're still going to be staying alive. Illusion might be in danger, power word control was used against him. Faye wants to get that knock up on Clue, he doesn't have any ult anymore, but they can't move forward because Ray is here in the area.
The idea was there, but the execution was not clean here.
Okay, I thought Illusion's gonna die. That was scary. Daybreaker already built for Seri. This is when it starts. Tyrant already started. They have the firepower to fight this against Gen.G. Nobody's here. Kyung9 is at the backside, so they have to be very careful. Wawa goes in. They have the damage. Oh no! Go on and Haku looking to go crazy on the backline. They got the kill on 2. They got 3 already, and Seri staying alive in the end here. It's just gonna be the cherry on top for their side, and Ray's gonna be next to the chopping block. Kyung9 is not gonna let him through, and that's an ace for the side of Nongshim.
This is the Nongshim that everyone fears. There's a read idea called the Greatest Red, and right now they are marked T3, no longer gonna be open soon.
Gonna go for that T3. Clue was not able to find value out of that power word control. They back off. Look at how they are not committing it, even though they had a chance to go for it. They're not risking to give Gen.G any of that shutdown gold.
Yep, super disciplined. And look, the decision, a correct one, because they're going to take a double objective. And once again, they can come back and knock on the doors of the T3s on Gen.G. And there's absolutely nothing that Gen.G can do.
Oh, that's so smart. Nongshim, RedForce, oh man, these guys are just... Ooh, it's like they're playing it on a cycle. They really know what to do every time and every decision. Look at that. In this replay, you can see Haku going crazy. They are not able to reach Shiri. And Haku being allowed to play like this is a no-no.
Yeah, look, Illusion has so much value in this fight. We were expecting Wawa to be the one to jump at the backlines if Rock cannot reach him. And that's exactly what he went for. But Illusion always made it a point to stay near Siri. It's not even Faye. Faye is in the middle of the fights, giving the heals and giving the CC for Nongshim to get the kills instead. So Siri, once again, he has a... I don't know, what is a walking Bridget charge and away in the form of Illusion?
Yeah. That's true. I think it's also really easier to hit, which is why I think Illusion has been doing such a good time here. And the pullback also buys themselves some time. That's why you just need to protect Siri at this point and let Haku and Kyung9 just mess up the backline.
Yeah, this is a very clean surgical cut coming in from Nongshim, and they were gonna try and open up the base on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, this is again like game 1. This is exactly what they did. They just waited for a chance to blow up, and that they did.
They can't do it. They can't even do anything.
Yeah,
they have to get this
they can't defend it. Oh man, they don't have the range too, and they didn't even pull the world is my board to defend it.
Yeah, there's nothing, right? And this is the risk that Gen.G face. Look, a lot of people will be saying, look, you know what, just open the board. But if you open the board and nobody on the side of Nongshim gets caught, you open your base, you open your team up to Nongshim.
That's the only reason why they didn't they didn't go to push for Nongshim because they know that the board is still up over this side. That's why right now, it's still being very careful here for Nongshim RedForce. They're slowly just hacking on the towers, just pushing the waves, just making sure that they have an open jungle. Look at it. Illusion forced the flash from Inuwa.
Yeah, and that was going to be a quick kill as well, right?
Yeah.
Siri is at the point where he's able to one-shot you.
Oh, again. No, Imprint. Oh, no, it hit them. That's going to be a dead one. Siri got the kill. The World is My Board is going to hit 2 people, but no follow-up from the side here of Gen.G. They can't go in. What a great flash from Siri. That was a good dodge against Wawa, and now this might be the end here. They have 3 people that could defend this, but there's no minions.
Yeah, look, Nongshim, they're doing reverse fishing at this point. Come and catch them, you are the one getting caught.
Yeah, that's a good getaway card that he used a while ago also. But for now, Haku made a mistake a bit there. He tripped a bit, but he's still going to be staying alive, Rock. And try to fight onto the backline, though Inu is going to be the target, but he still stays alive. Gets the 4 on the World is My Board, but does it matter? Because nobody's there to deal some damage against them. Gen.G, Rock trying his best to do something, but Inuwa also falls through the battle. They have the minions, they flash forward. They don't want to let anybody stay alive, and that was the crystal down. And Nongshim wins again.
This one is the ruler's authority. Nongshim, this is their gods. There's no one here stand up to them, and there's no one convincing enough so far in the East League to try to take anything off of this JPKR region representative.
Every time that they lock horns, every time that they cross swords, it was Gen.G trying their best to make sure that whatever happens doesn't blow up. But Nongshim always finds a way to blow things up at one wrong mistake that Gen.G does, and it's the reason why they have been winning in most of these games. They wait for that small mistake and they play around it.
Look, this Nongshim RedForce team is like a diamond, a legit diamond, right?
Yeah.
When you first lay eyes on them, they're shiny, they look good. But then when you actually start to look closer into what makes this diamond a diamond, then you realize, oh, they're so clean cut. There's so many things that you don't notice. But only when they show you their value, show you their worth, you realize, dude, this Nongshim RedForce team, how do you compare?
Yeah, honestly, there's not really a lot of things that they could do here. This is that Gen.G really tries. That's what I like about Gen.G every time. They try this, what do we call it again? Caveman comp? They try this.
Yeah, the caveman strat.
The caveman strat. They try this every now and again. It works on other teams though. It works against Scars. It works against the other teams that we have in the league. But against Nongshim, they just know how to deal with it.
Yeah, it works when you're able to catch people off guard, right? But I think Nongshim have had too much experience. And look, Nongshim have also been a team where they have been on the back foot. They have lost so many games. They have been clean swept. But they have learned so quickly. And right now, there's nobody to compare in Nongshim RedForce in this East League.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's still nobody who could really top them at this point in the league. It's just they really know how to play, even against those very interesting strats that we've been seeing. And I like that for Nongshim RedForce. Very characteristic of them being the greatest red in this league.
Yeah, look, the game started off great for Gen.G. They played it to their very nice catches from Clue. They got the relevant people on the side of Nongshim as well, right? They got Haku down, took away his Azure buff. It was a pretty tough situation, but the one mistake that they had was they couldn't shut Siri down. And look at Siri's damage, 74,500. They were fighting the entire time. Siri, this is not representative. That 6% is all of his gold.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh man, Siri is also just hacking onto the backline, always staying alive, and that's the most important thing. Honestly, guys, with what we've seen so far, the most important thing, especially in the pro leagues, for those marksmen is to stay alive. As long as you're alive, you're a threat, and everybody needs to fear you.
Yeah, look, whatever platform you're on, I want to issue you a challenge. Write down what composition you think is going to beat Nongshim. Give me your best draft, and let's see if that works. Maybe Gen.G can pull something off of and try to make a stand against Nongshim.
Honestly, they just need something like I want a Dharma comp from Gen.G. I think I want to see Wawa having a chance at Dharma and being able to play around that, maybe.
Oh my god, and also Baby, 6-0-10. This boy, 31% of the team's hero damage, only taking 12% in return. And 24% of the gold went into Siri's hands. But that was not the only thing that made him strong. He was consistently with the buffs as well.
Yeah, he was consistent. He got the double buff a while ago when they were fighting this very scrappy fight that happened. He got the double kill here.
Yeah, and the full value. I think it is important to appreciate Illusion's place in this game as well, because he turned situations around so heavily for the side of Nongshim. At the same time, Haku was just going crazy, weaving in and out, and this is the Haku that we all know and love.
And I really love how Illusion just went in for that Splendor first item, just so he could position himself a bit more aggressively and bait out more of the members here, because he could be a threat, but if you can't kill him, it's going to be way harder because he can still get that crowd control on you, and that was the reason why Illusion, even without damage, is still a threat in this game.
Yep, it's rare that we see situations like this, but they had the entirety of... There was absolutely nothing they could do. And Siri, he was waiting, consistently waiting for Wawa to come in for the catch. And the tag team that is Illusion and Siri proved too much for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it was very hard, but Gen.G tried their best, which is what's important here. They were trying. I thought the games from Scars, the 5 games that they have, is enough upgrade, enough time to level up for them. But so far, it hasn't been yet.
Yep, it's a completely different tier. But right now, we're going to take a short break. When we're back, we're going to bring you the next game in this series. We'll see you really soon.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
Welcome back. That was one of the best games ever in the East League for our Spring Season 2025. And it's been a pleasure bringing you these games. Right now, we are on what seems to be the third, but final game for the side of Nongshim.
Could be the final game with how Nongshim RedForce has been doing. They are strong. It's not that Gen.G's weak. They are strong, which is the reason why this is hard for Gen.G. Nongshim is just on a different level at this point, but Gen.G trying their best. But I do hope that they will pull something out of the magic hat here so that they could show us how they could at least get that graze on that Nongshim RedForce perfect record.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mindset that is going to be tested when you're down, especially when it was a crushing defeat coming in from the side of Nongshim, right? So right now, Gen.G, I think they need to be defiant, right? Just defy all odds, put in your best game, take it up a notch. Even if you lose, you make sure it hurts, and they work for it.
Yeah, always like a nice try, as they say. Nice try, Gen.G, if that happens. But at least make it long, make the games harder for Nongshim RedForce. Make it hard for them to find that breaking point, the critical mass that they're looking for. I wanted to see the Lubang Hanshin combo that they do, but because they used some of the parts of that composition, it's not gonna happen here. Or maybe, let's see.
Yeah, look, this is a point where Gen.G can make themselves true champions as well, because this legitimately is one of the toughest games you will ever have in the Major East Pro League. And if somehow they can squeeze a win here, that's going to be a huge upset and a huge morale booster as well.
That's gonna be crazy. At least they can put themselves up there, even if they don't win the whole series against them. Winning against Nongshim RedForce, good enough. But Nongshim allowed to play the Mai.
Oh, this is an Illusion special. We know how strong Illusion is. We have been given the teaser for both his Mai Shiranui performances throughout the year this year, and he has not disappointed. Gen.G, they're going with the Fuzi Dacha.
Oh, goes in for that early. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is their chance. This Fuzi Dacha combo that they are going for. And we all know how destructive this is. This is like a slow burn for the team. They're gonna wait for that chance to get that Sage's Might. Then I have the Whirlpool in just to bring everybody back to make sure that the kill is gonna happen.
Okay, this also means Nongshim, one of the cards they can play is Absolute CC, right? So Fuzi struggles against having crowd control done onto him because it just lessens the effectiveness, because he needs to be manually auto-attacking to be strong, get the shield value as well. So Nongshim, they pick up 3 controlling heroes, Mai with the knockup with the Ryu engine, you have the Unbridled Outburst, you also have the Imperial Order coming from DNG.
Yeah, that's what you need, especially if you have to deal with somebody who's very tanky like Rox Fuzi. This is a good first step. But Ganenmo on Inuwa, this is like a match made in heaven, always gonna be the most pick of Gen.G because Inuwa just loves picking the Ganenmo.
Yeah, this has slowly but surely become one of his signature heroes, right? This is one hero that I love to watch when Inuwa plays. Now, I want to see him perform against Mai, but look, in this 1v1 matchup, to be honest, it's not in his favor, and it's against an Illusion Mai.
Yeah, that is the scary part. But again, Dharma, Guan Yu, gonna be out of the picture. I was talking about how Wawa's Dharma could be destructive here if ever it was let out, but it's not gonna be seeing any light here in this game, and we're losing a lot of the Clash Lane picks.
Yeah, Nongshim still giving big respects to the fact that Dharma is a big game changer. And Gen.G, known as a team that don't want to allow that opening. A lane going to be banned out by Nongshim as well. Oh my goodness, Siri is so well protected this game.
Oh yeah, that's true. Siri is just going to have a very nice time this game. And the Yuhu-1 going on the... This is going to go to the hands of Ray? Really?
Yeah, probably.
Is that a good thing?
I mean, okay, look.
I remember
you're expecting Nongshim to come in, Gen.G to come. So they're going to be huddled up together. Unending Sorrow, I think that's a good element to benefit off of as a group.
I actually think that is going to be the case here. Going together with the Yuan could work out. With Mai Yin and the Ogren, they have a lot of things that they could look for here. I think it's a nice touch that they had the Yuhu-1, just because Ogren would have one less target here.
Yeah, but everything is itemized, and you know, it's geared up to Nongshim's success at this point, because when you fight as 5, Mai Yin hits full value, Ogren, Conductor Assaults, full value, Mai Shiranui, Ryu Engine, full value, Zhang Fei and Bridal Outburst, full value as well, and everyone creates so much space. All Siri needs to do is to keep hitting that auto attack.
Ooh, and Wawa even left with that Mulan. I think we've seen this also from yesterday's games, but it wasn't really successful. But actually was successful for Gen.G, so I hope it works out for against Kyung9 here, because Kyung9 is just hard to deal with, especially with a Mai Yin. So with these composition, who do you think has the edge here, Kin?
If Gen.G can play clean, play off of Ray's Mournful Tempo, the second skill, the stun, it can create a lot of situations where Inuwa is going to benefit with the couple blades. Along with the freshly forged couple blades combination, it could be big damage from Gen.G, and a 4v5 definitely works in our favor.
right?
Yeah.
So it really is about execution. I don't really have a preferred side at this point. Both teams have openings they can expose. But Clue's feeling confident. I'm feeling confident that they will do well as well. Put up their best foot forward. Let's see how this game goes.
Yeah, I want to see how they will tackle this in the side of Gen.G. Will they graze that record from Nongshim RedForce, or will Nongshim remain undefeated in this series or even in this whole tournament because they haven't lost a single game? And just to refresh your mind about the composition, look at this Futsu Da Chow combo from Gen.G. They have been pulling this out a lot, and I would love to see it go to success for Gen.G against Nongshim.
Yeah, it's a two-man double combo. So you have the Ray and Inua combination. You also have the Rock and Clue combination. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with it, right? I have the Whirlpool. There is a lot of potential for the side of Gen.G to have very nice setups. But Nongshim, if they play their cards right, save their ultimates for the right time, it could also be an opening that is beneficial for Nongshim.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good start. Inua, I hope this is going to be the time to prove that against Illusion that this is his turf and this is how good he is whenever he's playing this Ganon mode. So I want to see it be successful against Nongshim at least.
Yep, it's a good start already. Illusion just giving information about which buff is started so Nongshim can work on their rotations. At the same time, this is a two-prong approach. They will also have an idea on whether they can steal this Fire Beak away from Gen.G's lineup. Every camp is so important in this match.
Yeah, that is where it all starts, especially for our last series. Whoever steals the camps will be winning the game, and right now Nongshim RedForce just knows how to deal with it. And giving Haku all this farm, this is like the Illusion special. Just give Haku the mid lane right up on the second wave so that he would be able to get a lot of resources.
Yes, you definitely want to have that level lead, especially going up against Ray. Now, one of the strengths on the side of Gen.G's composition is the fact that they are able to deal quite a bit of burst damage. Not sure whether Ray will go for that massive amount of magic damage build because they are not exactly the tankiest composition. So it will be curious to see, does he go for the magic build, Staves of Sorcery with the Holy Grail, or does he go for the tank build with the Frostguard Embrace, and how that affects the later parts of this game, because they need to be able to deal damage, but they need to survive against Nongshim.
Yeah, that is true. They really need to survive here because there's still a lot of things that they have to deal with. Yes, there's a lot of survivability. Just having that Sea of Fate from the Da Chow could be good, but not going to be enough in most situations.
Yep. Okay, and Clue, I think he has been quite phenomenal. Pretty sick on this Da Chow pick, right? His Sea of Fates have been on point. His Eye of the Whirlpool has been even cleaner, but those were not against Nongshim. So I'm curious to see how Nongshim performs against a composition and execution that we know what is coming, right? How does Nongshim does this?
Yeah, and we all know that Da Chow is also like a feast or famine type of hero, right? Because if they're losing, if they're getting pushed, there's no chance to use that Eye of the Whirlpool a lot of times, which is the scary part about this. So they have to keep things at a steady pace and not give too much to Nongshim RedForce so that they can make use of that Eye of the Whirlpool a lot of times.
Yeah, I like the way that you pointed that out because it is a double-edged sword, right? You can bring your team over, but at the same time, you could be bringing your team into a death ball.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
That's the scary part, though. Yeah. I think it's okay now. I think the players are nodding, so we're going to be back in our game in just a bit, everybody. We just had a bit of a technical pause here, but we're going to be back in a bit. For now, we were talking about how their compositions are going to go here for both of our teams, but I think we're already back in the game.
Okay, this is rare, but based on the facial expressions of Nongshim, you do feel that they are under a bit of pressure. They know the strength of this lineup from Gen.G.
That's true. It's like they're kind of scared of this. They're kind of pressured with this lineup of Gen.G. Maybe they're surprised about the Mulan pick of Wawa because yesterday it wasn't successful. Scars picked it, wasn't successful, but it's still a very scary pick and it's rising in the picks. I mean, not really that high. It's just because there's no other Clash laner to pick.
Okay, they're gonna try.
Yep, they're gonna try and go some damage, and then the Xora was already used. Ray gonna get chased down, but not enough DPS to get the kill on him.
Okay, that's a good first attempt, kind of showing you the power.
Okay,
this will be a bit precarious.
Yeah, I thought he's going to be dying there, but going for that Sea of Fate just to go for that reset. And this is good. They can't leave him alone. Now going to push back. Going to back off Sundering Slash. Not even going to be using the flash there. And Kyung9 could go for more here if ever he wants to. Could go for the chase. Flashes in. Wawa is in a bit of danger, in a bit of a pickle. But Inoue goes in. Multiple blades. Gets some damage. Will he get the kill? The dodge from Kong9. Will he get the kill himself? Though he gets him to half HP. But here comes Wawa to save the day to get the first blood.
Oh, the mind game's coming in, and it's worked out, but right away, mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to be chasing. Illusion's going to be the target. Conductor of Souls to push him back away. He doesn't have any flash because he has Might, so Ray is going to be dead here.
Oh, an instant reply, and this is what's so scary, right? Nongshim, they don't let you get things for free, and right now, Azure buff is open for the taking. Ray is not here with the smite.
Oh man, that's why I'm always scared about Haku and what he's gonna do around the map. If you get some kills, they're gonna get another, and they're gonna get more. They're gonna get an arm and everything in between, and it's looking like the Eye of the Whirlpool is gonna work together for their team. Haku backs up, Sundering Slash, didn't even need to use the flash, but they weren't able to get that Azure buff, so that's good.
Oh, but Gen.G are improving. This is a good situation. And I mean, I like this confidence. They're tying up the gold score, but in terms of map control, they're losing it a little bit against Kyung9 in the top.
Yeah, Kyung9 has been such a threat here. Even though Inoue was able to get the kill against him a while ago, it actually wasn't enough to face him. He still has that confidence to even go for those fights. And this is the part in where we're going to be scared about the Eye of the Whirlpool, right? Those situations in where you're looking for fights, you thought you have man advantage, then pop the ult and you have everybody there.
Yeah, which is one cooldown timer I think Nongshim will keep their eyes pretty hard on, right? The moment crew does not have Eye of the... they'll start making cross-map plays.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do here. Eye of the Whirlpool, not available just yet, so that's why Illusion is a bit too confident on this battle. Are they going to be choosing the Tyrant? Because so far, Ray is at the top side, half HP, so Haku could take this.
Yeah, and we still don't know what Ray is going for, but I'm pretty sure he should be going for the Frostsky Embrace. They don't have a lot of tankiness. Wawa is not able to sustain against the damage of Kyung9. Inoue already hitting that first power spike, does have the Scepter of Reverberation, so they need to be very careful about this Sage's Might, because Rock could be the setup for Inoue to get those kills.
Yeah, that's the scary part. They could go Rock.
They don't know.
Looking for a Sage's Might here. I think that's the combo that they're looking for here. Might be able to go for some damage. Goes into the backline. Illusion falls down, and that's exactly what they wanted. They have the Eye of the Whirlpool onto the back line, though they have it, and Bridal Outburst is going to be used to get the stun, and Rock's going to fall down. Kyung9 gets hit by the tower, but this is still a 3v4 advantage to the side of Gen.G. They're going to pull back one more person and maybe get the kill that they wanted to go for, and that's the Sea of Fate to save their lives. Ray trying his best to get something out of nothing, but Siri with a Conductor of Souls from Haku gets another kill, and that's a 2-for-1.
Okay, Haku, he knows what's needed to be done. And the unfortunate thing for the side of Gen.G is... so every time he dies, look, there is a huge potential for a steal.
Great knock-up, Inoue catches in. One more. Could be the end. Oh, no, the cannon minion just took it.
No, that was a bit heart-wrenching for the side of Inoue. I would have... my heart would have been in... but that's not the orientation. Illusion is still wanting more.
Yeah, Illusion. For the fight. Rock. It's too close. Has his Aegis Might. The Whirlpool is going to be used. He used it on one person. Doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst just yet. But it's not yet dead. Rock is still alive. And he stays alive. And Faye could be next. The Leaping Saber gives him a bit of shield. But Haku is here to save the day. And here comes the hero with Escape Flapping. And that's a 1-for-1.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. You get Illusion, but you trade away access into the jungle once again. Ray does not have Smite.
Oh no, that's not good. They're giving it again to Haku. Haku's at level 10 now. This has the biggest advantage in the world and gets the Azure buff, gets the steal, and it's just gonna be ballooning his lead.
Yeah, was that really the best composition? They needed to have gotten a kill onto Siri or Haku. I don't remember whether Siri died or not, but it was Illusion that died, right? So
yep.
I don't think it's a win. I think Nongshim had the better trade.
Yeah, I think Illusion is just throwing his body on most fights, right? I think he has been the bait so far in most of the battles that we've been seeing. And I think Illusion is okay with that, as long as they get a trade out of it.
Oh,
and more.
This could be big.
Ooh, Siri could be in danger though, but I think he's not going to be dying just yet. Was able to flash away. I'm just looking at the map. He was able to flash away.
Yep. I think Inoue showed a little bit too early, right? He should have waited. a little bit more. Maybe he could have gotten the snipe on Theory. But we'll see. Nongshim, they take T1. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, Kyungnain's gonna die here, but what are they gonna take out of that? They're gonna be pushing mid. They're gonna go for Ray, or just that push in the mid lane is just gonna be okay for their side, but they don't have Siri here. They're just gonna be taking the bot lane tower, which is also a good thing.
This is Nongshim, right? They always have something to trade with. This is insane.
Yeah, even if Kyungnain dies, they find a way to get something. That could have been 2 towers, but they didn't have the pushing power in the mid lane.
Yeah, you get the EXP, sure, I'll take the turret for the gold, I'll get the Tyrant buff for the attack, and suddenly, you know, Gen.G find themselves in a horrendous place. Again, Haku, once again, putting pressure on this Azure buff.
Remember, that's the reason why he's level 12, got the smite in, and will be able to go for the chase here. Doesn't use the unbridled outburst, gets it on 4, and they get the knockup. That was perfect, and now Illusion just chasing some kills. Ray gets some heal with an ending sorrow, but is it gonna be staying alive? No, he's not, and that's 3 people down on the side of Gen.G.
Another big trade for the side of Nongshim. They give some pressure on the T2. They don't care. They take the T2 in the mid, and suddenly Gen.G now have to fence against a 4-man pressure coming in the mid T3.
Yeah, the 2k gold lead, not really that big, but they always find ways to balloon this lead once they get to that point. And looking at it, Illusion not losing his confidence, even though there were some deaths that happened before that rock. Looking for kills, looking for a Sage's Smite. They don't have the Eye of the Whirlpool available, but they want to get something.
Yep. Okay, so they protect the Crimson buff, but look, once again, Nongshim, they're already way out of that area. They make a beeline for Tyrant. This is not the Shadow variants just yet. Once they get this, they can start another fight with Gen.G.
Yeah, 1 more minute before the Shadow variants are gonna come out. 50 seconds on the clock, but Gen.G looking for scraps, looking for anything, maybe get a shutdown gold. That's why they're sticking together.
They shouldn't fight now though. Look, if they fight now and they lose the Shadow versions as well. So Gen.G will do well for themselves not to overcommit.
Haku gonna go in, get some damage, has the Stage's Smite onto Haku, has the Conductor Assault maybe, get the damage here, but Siri was able to flash away, still safe on the side of the map. Look at the back line though, here he comes. Illusion is gonna fall. He threw his body in front of everyone, so he died.
Yeah, but at this point, Haku, he does not care, right? So, look, they're so low on the side. But you know what? They have to go back and heal. But Kyungnain also making the cross-map plays, controlling the waves. So right now, even when Gen.G comes out, they have to deal with the wave crashing. They cannot contest for the Shadow variants just yet.
Yeah, remember, they don't have any information here. The Haku backed off, and they don't have the damage to kill this pretty easily, so they can get contested. Look at the backline. Kyungnain is already setting up for that flank, and Siri is also here. Haku could go in for the steal right now. This is the perfect time, and he can go in. More full tempo, gets the stun, but they still get it in the end. Siri's gonna be the target, goes to the backline. They got the damage that they're looking for. Siri's gonna fall down, but at least they got the 1-for-1. Ray is now the next target. They have 3 bodies down the floor on the side of Gen.G, and they're looking for a 4th one. What was gonna be the next one? Was able to flash away, and this is still a 3-for-1.
Yep, look, it was a bad trade. I think, yes, they got that Tyrant, but end of the day, they gave away 3 people, Ray, Inoue, and Rock, the main damage dealers on the lineup of Gen.G. Wawa cannot hold on his own against members like Haku and Illusion. They're just too mobile.
Yeah, and you told us about that a while ago, right? And whenever you're playing a bull line, you don't want to be behind the other team because you're throwing your body in front of everybody, which nets you a lot of damage on your HP. And now, while that's happening, Nongshim RedForce starting onto the Overlord, and the 90-second Tyrant wasn't able to do much here for the side of Gen.G.
Yep, and it's going to be a rinse and repeat, right? So with this, they're going to send the Overlord down onto one lane. That's one lane that Gen.G has to focus on to clear the waves before they can even take a fight. And at the same time, this opens up the jungle for the side of Gen.G for the taking. So Nongshim, they have options. They can always choose. And so far, they've been choosing right.
Gets the damage. Kyungnain still alive, just backs off a bit. No way. Just ejecting himself away from the battle, and that's a Mayin. You can't kill a Mayin pretty easily.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, nice catch.
Sage's Smite, that's good. That's a good target. Illusion doesn't have a lot of HP. A couple of blades hits him 2 times. He's still alive. Gets a stun of 4 people, and that's perfect. Onto the backline to go in. Ray is going to be the next target. Godlike onto Haku, and that's exactly what they needed.
Look, he does not die. Illusion, he makes it out. They burn all of their ultimates with the exception of Wawa, and now they have to defend against 3 waves.
Gonna go top side. They're pushing bot lane. So this is good. Haku getting the slow. The Death Precipice is getting some damage out of the members here, but they're looking for more. Sage just smites onto Haku, but he's a very tanky target. Look at the backline. Kyung9 just got the kill onto Inoue. He's gonna die, but at least he got Inoue in the end there. No more wave clear for the side of Gen.G.
Sacrificial play, that was a big one. Now they get the T3. They still want to fight for more. Gen.G, can they hold on?
Yeah, they don't have any way to take this down. This is not going to be good. They need the help of that Inoue from a while ago. Imperial Order was used though, but Wawa needs to back off. Half HP on this guy. The DPS is going to be there. The Execute is waiting, but he was able to back off. This tower onto the mid lane could be the next target here. They're pulling back. They're making sure that they're getting all the T3s. And looking at it, Nongshim is just still disciplined on this battle. They're making sure that nobody gets advantage here on the side of Gen.G, but Nongshim backs up after taking 2 T3s.
Yep, they absolutely cannot hold at this point. Gen.G, they're struggling to find the damage. And look, Faye is just tanking it up. Once again, shopping cart free. Ray does secure this time the Crimson buff for himself, but 12-8 with a 6,000 gold lead. Nongshim are just unstoppable at this point.
They're just so good. Nongshim is just so good at this point. They just know how to deal with them. And they have been regrouping pretty well, especially after taking down the T3s. Once they know that the death timers are close, they're not going to push it. The discipline coming from Nongshim is just so good.
And this is what's so scary about the Nongshim lineup, right? Kyung9, Illusion, the both of them are ready to throw their lives for the cause. And once Gen.G is exhausted all of the resources, you realize that they can't fight against Haku. And they still have that beast from Faye.
Yeah, those are the scariest people who throw their bodies for the cause. And they do it every time on the side of Nongshim, and that's the good thing. Tyrant going to be starting. Right now, Ray is in position to go for that steal, but they need to push him back. Look at Kyung9. He is looking for Inoue. He's looking for the right target. An ending sorrow. Ray is in front of everybody. Would he be able to survive? No, he's going to be dead. And nobody to contest that objective later on. Rock is going to be next in the chopping block. They're going for more. They have a checklist. Rock is going to be next. But they are still giving chase. They're just running forward. But will they take the Tyrant before they finish this?
It's 25 seconds of a death timer for Ray. Not enough time to contest for this Shadow variant of the Tyrant. This Tyrant will go in the hands of Nongshim. Haku now on his final item, I believe. This is going to be the Doomsday. He is going to melt Wawa like a hot knife through butter.
Ooh, Illusion.
Illusion.
Inoue could be. It goes in for the flash and the knockup. But Inoue's still alive. That's good. At least they got this, though. They got the kill on Illusion without any kills to Inoue.
Oh, that's a lifeline. All right, this is exactly what Illusion did to them. Who are now playing the same card. Gen.G, maybe they can benefit off of this. But it's 2 open lanes in the mid and the bottom. Super minions for Nongshim.
Yeah, they have the Overlord on their sights for sure. Gen.G could take that, but Ray is already positioning himself for it. Right now, Nongshim doesn't have any capabilities to start this because they don't have Illusion to start the fight for them. But Faye, moving forward, Kyung9 in prime position. Haku, would he go for the steal? He has the HP. He has the Unbridled Outburst at the back. And he's going to be the target of Kyung9. Good thing he has the Gardener Grip, but it doesn't matter. Drops down the kick, and they have everybody in front. They got the Overlord, but at what cost? They're losing a lot of people in the process. 3 people are down, and there's only 2 to defend.
Out of options and out of life right now. The double kill on Haku providing so much value. They're gonna put that Shadow Overlord in the mid lane, but at what cost? They're gonna try and run for their lives. Wawa and Ray, they can't do anything here.
Minions taking so long though. They could go for the push here even though they don't have any minions. That's gonna be the T3, the last one down, and they don't even care if there's a tower there.
Yep, this one is instant delete here. This is not a Shadow Overlord. It's just a Shadow. And they have shown the light.
Yeah, that's true. I think this 5 more seconds before Clue comes in. They can finish this game anytime they want, and they need Sorrow to just pull them back. They're just trying to clear the wave here on their side. Will they be going in? I'm looking for Kyung9 goes into Inoue. Half HP on just 1 drop kick, and 2 people are just gonna get executed for their side, and they're vanquishing their foes. Nongshim RedForce surgically winning the 3 games that we had.
Playing a repeat from yesterday, Nongshim crushed Gen.G once again.
What a great game. Nongshim RedForce, they are the greatest They are the greatest of the major East so far. No defeats just yet. Gen.G was our closest bet, but they haven't won against Nongshim yet.
Okay, wait. Gen.G, they've done better, right? In comparison to yesterday, this was a much better fight in comparison to what they have put up for their performance yesterday. So Gen.G definitely are improving. The question now is how much time do they have? Because look, Nongshim are just charging ahead. And at this point, it doesn't look like Scars have a good chance as well. They need to, I don't know, suddenly level up like 10 times.
Yeah, I think Gen.G, I think I was gunning for Gen.G to take the win, at least take one win against Nongshim RedForce, just because of how good they were playing. They were so good at how they do it, but at least in the end, they were not able to win it. Nongshim just proves that they also, even though they're winning every time, they also improve every day. They find a way to improve every day. But Gen.G also improving. Love the improvement from them.
It's crazy, right? Because you feel like Nongshim are already at a peak, and then somehow they get even higher, and it's crazy. So right now, it is a very monumental task for both Scars and Gen.G because they have to pull one win. At least give them one defeat, right, in the series, and maybe they stand a chance to wrestle that first place away.
That's true. They should find a way here. They should wrestle away. Right now, it's the survival week. What's important for all the members in Group S is to maybe get the first and second place so you don't get sent to the lower bracket. So for now, I think that was it for the Group S. I think we finished all of our games for Group S.
Yep, now this is going to be the final standings for them. And I just want to make a small request to the production team. Can we not have Greatest Red? Because clearly they are the GOATest Red at this point.
They're just the greatest. Just take up the red part. They're the greatest. And that's why they have been so good, so good. Nongshim RedForce, we've been glazing them for over, how many hours was this series? For over 2 hours, we've been glazing Nongshim RedForce. It's because they're just that good.
Yeah, I mean, they are just of a complete different quality at this time, and they're asking everyone to level up as well. Gen.G, they're up to the cause, they're trying their best. But this game, Nongshim just outclassing every single person. 138,000 damage dealt from Haku, 112 given by Siri as well. And all of this while tanking it up, 114 for the side of Haku. It was just a complete domination coming in from Nongshim.
I like that you also can see that most of the people, we've said it a while ago, Illusion and Kyung9, they throw themselves in. Even if they die, they don't mind it. As long as they start the fight, as long as they find somebody, the best target that they can go for, they don't mind dying for the cause.
It's like doing business, right? So they're very clear. We put up the capital is Kyung9, the capital is Illusion, and then we get back the returns. We get your base, we get the neutral objectives, and everything. And Haku is just the biggest businessman here. 906 best trades of all time. 32% of damage dealt alone by this man, just crushing Gen.G.
This guy has been so good, Haku, with all the experience that this guy has. You can definitely see why this guy always takes the MVP. But in this game, we have to give props to Illusion, how he starts fights. Kyung9 going to the backline every time. They're also honorable mentions for this game.
And look, the draft was sound coming in from the side of Gen.G, but they needed the farm. And Nongshim, they recognized this. So every single moment, right, they made sure the fights were in a position that, number one, if they won, they could also take away the jungle. And as a Yuhuan, for the side of Ray, when you don't have your Zero Golem, the fights start getting so much harder.
Yeah, that's true. And even with the Mournful Tempo, I like the way that he was trying to zone out a lot of people, even with the Unending Sorrow. But with what we've seen here from the side of Gen.G, they really know how to play around that against that Yuhuan, just because you have the safety, you stick together, we're just gonna get the crowd controls on you because we have a lot of AoEs.
Yep, and one of the things, like Rock, whenever he drops the Sage's Might, he gets this power spike, right? The ability to fight in team fights as well. But Siri comes in, gets his Imperial Order down as well, and suddenly Rock is back to norm, right? So it's so hard to play against this composition.
Yeah, it's so hard. Honestly, they really got all corners, have all their guards, they know what they do, and there's no openings that Gen.G could work with. That's why it's just so hard. Nongshim is just so good, but Gen.G, really nice try.
Yep. Props to them. This is going to be the end of the series between Nongshim and Gen. we'll be moving on to our series of the day. That's gonna be the second game for the side of R8. Vicious against R8, another team that has been improving so much. Vicious, I have you in my eyes. Can you do it against R8?
Yeah, R8 was able to, honestly, I remember they were able to win against them on a 3-0, but this time it's a different story. They got a level up again from yesterday's game, so maybe, just maybe, Vicious could actually fight well against R8 this time around.
Yeah, we'll see. But as we wait for that series, I think there's a couple of things we need to talk about as well. I want to see, right, how does Vicious play against R8? R8 has been really clean so far. They just edged it. They were knocked down by Gen.G, right, coming into Group A, poising themselves as the top for now. But Vicious, they have the chance to change everything here.
Yeah, they could even actually win against R8. But R8 really poised also for this game with that momentum booster from winning against Venomous. Could also be a good indicator that they might have a lot still on their side.
Yeah, I think this also puts perspective, a shift in perspective for all the teams, right? Because right now, I think there is not a single team that's able to contest in terms of points against Nongshim, which means everyone else, they're going to be battling for that second place slot to battle against the second place slot in the West League as well.
Yeah, they have to wait for it. They have a chance here. They will be taking a chance there. But for now, I think we're still waiting for the players here of R8 and even Vicious. But before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break before we head into the series. See you guys in just a bit.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Thank you for your patience. It is time for the final series of the day. It is your Kindoku, and with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Again, this is another series for R8. Remember, everybody, before they went here, they had the match 1, and before they went here now, they had another match before it. So they had like a non-broadcasted match. We were waiting for them. That's why right now we're going to be seeing them fight against Vicious this time around. So they already have, this is their third match of the day.
Yeah, third series as well. So it was a potential best of 5 for all 3 series. And look, the big question here is fatigue gonna play a part in the results of this final series of the day?
That is a good question, though. I hope they're not as tired today because it is really going to affect their mental here moving forward here for the side of R8. So I hope they would be able to have the mental capacity to fight this. I mean, you're at the big stage. So honestly, that's basically a requirement at this point.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think it's a guarantee they will be tired. But it's when you're tired, that's where the cells, right? During the stress, during when you're so down with fatigue, can you make it work? And I mean, that's the work required for you to be a champion, right? So let's see how they do against Vicious.
Yeah, that is the question. Let's see if that's going to happen here for them because I love it. I love to see a lot more challenges here for their teams and Vicious looking like they're really looking good so far. They have been playing pretty well, especially against Crazy Raccoon. But remember, R8 defeated them beforehand in the survival week. So on 3-0. But from yesterday's game, they might have had a chance just because of how they upgraded from yesterday.
Yeah, every day is a learning lesson, right? It's also an opportunity for you to learn about the mistakes you've made in the past and see how you can change it to your favor, right? And I think we've seen Vicious improve so much throughout. Look, it's not even like a week. They've had like, what, 4 game days? Something like that.
Yeah.
That's a very short time to kind of get ahead, right? To learn from all the things that you have experienced. And bear in mind, this is a team that has not had international experience. R8 have.
Yeah, and that's why here there is a big chance. I mean, we always talk about it, right? We always talk about teams with international experiences because that international experience really moves worlds for teams because with the international experience, they get the pressure, they know what's going to happen, they know how much effort they should put up, and you get a lot of things. You do that in games, you get experience, and you get a lot whenever you play internationally.
Yeah, it kind of shifts your perspective from one end to another, where things that you would need to focus on, things that you can actually leave aside during fights or during contests as well. But let's take a look at the first team we're going to introduce today. The team that has improved one of the fastest in this league itself, the Desert Flame, Vicious Esports, represented by Doom, Engma, Aspire, Doma, and Vo. Looking to put a win against R8 in this best of 5.
Vicious Esports is one of the teams that I was really hoping would be able to put up a fight against R8 because in this Group A, they are the ones who has the most chance. Crazy Raccoons also following suit. But before this match, R8 was able to fight this. It was non-broadcasted, but it was a 3-1 and R8 won that fight. The only thing that is scarier is how Vicious is going to be tackling their draft when it's against R8.
Yeah, it's a very important decision, right? And R8, let's give them an introduction as well.
R8 Esports has been out for blood in Group A, to infinity and beyond they go, because so far they have the highest points here in Group A, and they're looking to really size up that lead. Abdo, BX, Xenon, Ruichi, and Mijoch, we've seen them a while ago, so I hope they are not tired to fight against Vicious.
Yeah, it's been a long day for them, right? And we have seen teams in this position before. and fatigue has gotten the better out of them. So at this point, R8, I think it's not just a challenge to go up against a team that has improved so much over the course of a few days, but it's also having to do it with the tiredness that they have. 3 series in a day, no joke.
Honestly, very tiring here for R8. And from what we've seen here, they also put up a good fight against the members of Gen.G, so this is a good showing for the side of R8. So I hope they have a little bit more of that firepower coming to this. But looking at the head-to-head, I think BX just really got a lot from the past few games. That's why he got like 6-6 now.
Yeah, okay. Look, the stats look good for BX, but once again, both teams, I think they will definitely prio ban a lot of the assassin jungle heroes for both of these players, right? They're both known to be really proficient on these heroes, and I think we might be in a situation where it's not just who the better jungler is, it's who has a better support system in a team.
And both of them do have very solid support systems on both sides, so this is going to be a challenge in who's basically the better team here just because of how they will play. Yesterday, I was really supporting both of Crazy Raccoon and Vicious because both of them were playing their minds out. They're playing their hearts out on those games, reaching on to Game 5. And in the end, it was just Vicious who just got that edge.
Yep, exactly. And now they're gonna try to have that extra edge being on the red side with the counter picks. It is going to be R8 on the blue with the Pride picks.
R8 still gonna go for those prio picks. Remember, on the side of Vicious, Aspire performed really phenomenally on those 2 games that they won for the side of it, or those 3 games that they won. I think 2 MVPs were for Aspire.
Yep, and one of the burning flames I see from this Desert Flame that is Vicious is actually Doma. I think Doma has really impressed me. And look, Xenon, he has been an absolute gem since we've seen his appearance in Season 2 as well. So right now, I mean, R8 starting with the mid lane bans, I think that's a great idea. And I think Vicious might be following suit as well.
Yeah, Yixing getting banned here for their side, and Zolia for the side of VC. I think there's also R8 Esports really haven't picked the Dolia for so long. So I really love this, that Vicious just realizes that. I think this is something that they probably saw on the Crazy Raccoons versus R8 match.
Now, this begs the question, are they going to open up the Arlie or are they going to open up the Mai, right? Now, these are 2 big picks for either side. So if you ban, maybe they don't ban either of those.
Yeah,
okay,
actually.
Ban on the Mai.
Okay, we're going to be seeing an Arlie here for sure. If Ryoichi wants to get that first game, wants to get that strong first win, I think it's time to just pick up the Arlie.
You know what? Based on the discussion on R8, it feels like they might not pick up the Arlie. They might be looking for double 300 IQ play here. And it is going to be the Dharma first pick for R8.
They want to go for that Abdo play, right? Because we've seen that a while ago. Abdo absolutely phenomenal with this pick from the game a while ago. So this could potentially be a repeat of that. What would Vicious answer here? There is a idea, never mind. Zhang Fei that's still available together with the Arlie, so they could go for that.
Will they? No, they don't. Okay, nobody actually picking up the Arlie, even though it's out in the open.
Interesting. What? That's interesting. Goes for the Noah, goes for the Mayin. Do they have the answer to that, Arlie? That's the reason why they're not picking it. Could be possible, which is why they're baiting R8 Esports here to pick up that Arlie for Yoichi.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage right now. She doesn't do well at burst heavy compositions. At the same time, being caught out by a Mayin might hurt them a lot. And this was the plan all along. We were baited too. It's not about the farm lane. We want the Jing.
That hurts. That hurts. The EX getting the hold on this Jing. That really hurts a lot. This is not good. Remember, a while ago, Venomous was banning it. Like hell, they were banning it the 3 games that they had because they don't want to see BX playing that Jing.
Yeah, Vicious have improved, but now they're telling us they have improved enough that they can deal with the BX Jing. They take up the Hansing. Okay, we have a fight on our hands.
I like that. I like having double assassins on both of our sides, though. Having the Hanshin, having the Jing. This is just a battle of who's the better assassin for the side of R8 and Vicious. And I really like this first step. It's just really interesting to see here for both of our teams.
Yeah, okay. I have my likes in this
until victory is secured.
Very much prefer Hansing. but the burst damage potential of a Jing is just that much higher. So R8 and Vicious, they are just wrestling now in the pit for this ban pick because it really could go either way. Are we gonna see the R lead?
Oh yeah, I think at this point, if they do have the bans on their side, they're not even banning the Arlie. On the second phase, Arlie was left open until the second phase ban, and they're not even looking at the Arlie ban this time around.
Yeah. They're looking at the support system, right? So Gun and Mo, very big burst potential. It does have the ability to maybe melt the Hanshin down by quite a bit, but more importantly, it evens out the lane against Doma in the mid for the Nuwa. So they ban it out, and they want to make things easier. They want this snowball potential for Nuwa to come to life.
What would Vicious pick up here? I mean, from what we've seen here, these guys are friends. Look at the smiles from their sides, though. They know each other pretty well. And Concert U, just to have that safety against Jing's BX, or rather BX's Jing, sorry. BX's Jing is the reason why they picked this up, just to have that safety for Aspire.
Dude, she is going to have a lot of value in this fight with the protecting winds, right? It gives you physical immunity, invincibility as well. So it takes away a lot of the burst potential coming in from BX's Jing. At the same time, if timed right, it could kind of parry all the damage coming from Dharma. But the control coming in, are we going to see the Shi and the Demons here? We've seen this combination played. Nongshim used it to perfection just now.
Yeah, they've seen it. They probably seen it a while ago, but they were watching the Nongshim Gen.G game, and they saw the Jet together with the Secure, and having the ship together with it just really adds that extra value for them, just for them to have that. But just finding a way to stop BX's Jing with that Liang, that's good.
Okay, so this one finally quells my curiosity. If there was a handshake instead of a pay going up against the Shi, now we get to see that play out again.
Oh yeah, Hanshin, or rather Ship for Xenon. He's not going to have the best time here for sure, because it's not going to be easy to hit that Silky Imprint onto Hanshin. So Engma would have a heyday here. But taking a look at both of the compositions here, Vicious does have a lot of ways to stop a lot of the DPS here, a lot of the physical damage from R8, and most of the time, that's all they got here.
Yep, and in terms of like gold needs, right? Financial needs, look, both teams pretty similar, right? Shi, Xenon, he can afford to give the BX, so BX will happily oblige for that. Meanwhile, I don't think you need that many items onto the Liang, right? So that saves quite a bit of time. It funnels quite a bit into the Consort U. So we will see if Vicious Aspire is able to make the most out of this monetary advantage they will build for themselves. But once again, the important question is, does fatigue come into play?
Yeah, and looking at Vicious, I think they're much more confident. I remember Abdul a while ago. We've seen him, I think he was tired. He was trying to take a nap a while ago because he knew that there's a lot of matches that they have to deal with today. And they're going to fight against one of their brothers here for R8. This is like a civil war for both of our teams. They came from the same place. So this is an interesting matchup. They've seen each other before, so they know their strengths and weaknesses.
All right, so let's get this game on the road. This is game number 1 of a best of 5. R8 now in prime position to top the table of Group A, but Vicious didn't want to change that fact.
Yeah, to start that storyline too, R8 was able to take them down on the first rotation of our round robin on a 3-0. That's why Vicious is looking for revenge here.
Yep, redemption arc as Doma, he's going to be left alone. This is going to be a fast clear coming in from R8 as well.
Yeah, gonna be fast. Just gonna be what they're gonna do here. Just gonna clear the wave as fast as they could and make sure that Abdo is not gonna have a good time here in lane. They're just gonna be making sure that this clash lane is kept in check.
Yeah, and this is the value, right? So both teams already making cross map. They want to get those camps away, funnel the farm into the important member as well. And even if they're not funneling it in, they take it away from the targets.
I like that they have this target priority on both sides, right? They know that Aspire is okay to have a weaker laning because, you know, I mean, Aspire is just going to get the items. It's okay to get weak side, but Doom, oh no, he's not going to be happy about this because he's now super low.
Yeah, you actually want to rush the 4 into Bo if it's possible, right? To get him as quickly as possible so that you can get the control down.
Get the flash play, deny VX. think that's the mission here for their squad. Goes in, gets the damage. They have the ultimate mirror domain. It's going to be there. They're going to be flashing up the way, but they still get the first blood. Abdo was mission complete for this guy, and Doom also falls down. This is going to be the next. Dome is going to be the next target, but no, they're not going to continue, but that's a 2-0.
Yeah, and even BX using his mirror image to snag that secondary kill. And that's a big moment for the side of R8. It's a great start, Vo.
Bro, really waiting for it against Xenon here. They already have one more person. Ball breaker power. Not going to hit anybody, but at least they were able to steal it.
Yeah, I think he needs quite a bit of recovery, right? Angma, now, look, this is same thing, gonna funnel all the farm into the hands of BX. But with the help of Noir, those matrices could prove to be a little hard to get out of.
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's a good point because you can get zoned out on your mirror domain on those creations that he has, and now BX. Oh, this is what's good about what you said. What's good about the Hansen is because you could actually bully out the Jing this early. They got the Azurba. Oh, Barrel Order. Stable to hit. Good thing he has the protecting wings.
Yeah, you know what? BX got it instead. I'm not sure why. Doma even expanded Annihilation, but BX still got the Azure buff. That's a lot of commitment.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people too in that they committed there. Emergence gonna be there. Mijoj gonna get the Mulberry power, has the ult and bow. So they have to be careful now because Mijoj could get stopped anytime.
I think there's a lot of emphasis on Judoma this game. He has to be that turning point.
Yeah, Imperial Order was used. Bo was able to get away. He had the flash, but he hasn't used this yet.
Yep. So this brings me to Xenon, right? So both teams, the mid laners, they will be that game changer because Xenon gets that Silky Beauty down. You can expect that's a free kill coming in.
Okay, yeah. Mirror Domain is getting used in the mid lane here, but you could definitely see the mission here, right? For both of our mid laners, especially Xenon, he's just giving space, he's just giving resource to BX. I mean, as you said, he doesn't need a lot of resources to keep going. But now, on the top side, it wants to push back here on Abdo. Resplendence, good thing it missed, and now he got the damage. Annihilation, he doesn't have it.
It's on cooldown.
Yeah.
Yep, I was waiting for it too. I was like, where's that long ray?
Yeah, too. Actually find a kill here, maybe, just maybe. Get the waves here. Abdo still survives, and he doesn't die.
Oh, but on the bot lane.
Right now on the bot lane, they have some damage. Gets a pull back with the Silky Imprint. What good, as they say from R8.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole MO, right? This is what... If you let Xenon catch you, R8 will benefit. Same thing. Doma, unfortunately, did not have the resources. And now R8 leading 3-0. No contest on the Tyrant. They have to make a beeline maybe for the Overlord, but there's not enough time.
What's also hard about Bo's case is that there's a lot of ways to cancel him. Look at Doma. Getting chased under the turret. Good thing he had Emergence just for safety.
Yeah, I mean, he had to use that one. It was an uncomfortable position to be in. And look, once again, Ryoichi, one of the benefits of having a demon tier, right? Just use your passive, shoot down that structure.
Yeah, that's true. That's what everybody does at this point because they just want to get that chip damage on the tower, get the tower down as fast as you could. And look at this though, because there's a lot of people right down in the mid lane because they know they can't deal with him right now on top. Abdo gonna be fighting at 1v2. Dude, still survives.
He's just sidestepping everything. This guy is a monster.
Oh yeah, Bo, go fight 1v1. Mijoj just got cancelled midway. He's not gonna survive that.
It's a decent moment. You gotta roam, right? They did expand the ultimate by foe. Control one resource that... So, Vicious, they have to find something else off of the map without the help of Bo's ultimate.
Yeah, that's true. Bo is gonna have a hard time here just because I can see that there's a lot of ways to cancel it. I mean, I think every hero that they have for R8, they have a way to cancel Bo anytime they want to, which is gonna be hard.
It's a really uncomfortable game then. But I think based on what's happening, if Vicious can force out these resources before the fight, it'll be great. And I think this comes down to maybe Doom or Angma.
Yeah, I think both of them are going to be important here on how they're going to be forcing it out. They have been forcing Abdo out of the way every time, and that's a good thing. Good touch, because you're not letting Abdo play on those big fights, which is something that they should do here. But now, onto the top side, they already cut off the rotation here from the side of R8, and it's good that they're doing so that they can get to the towers.
Yeah, and right now this Crimson Golem going to go into the hands of Doma. Okay.
It still gets it though. I mean, Disrupts are resplendent. I'm gonna be getting this. At least they were not the ones who was able to get it.
Oh, he
backed up. He stole it. That's good. And now they're gonna go for more Abdo. At least was there for safety.
Okay, this is a big marker in the match, right? The pressure coming in from R8 in the lanes seems to be a little bit too much.
Look at the damage. Bolting shot flashes away. Aspire is in safety. And R8 is just going to try and deal some cheap damage here with the passive from Ryoichi onto the tower.
Okay, so if you take a look at the draft on the side of R8, you know what? Actually, the reach isn't that long. In order to have a long reach, they kind of have to make use of very big spells. So Abdo has to commit flash, BX has to use his dashes along with his ultimate to be able to really traverse into the back lines of Vicious. So Vicious have that going for them.
That's a good thing too. Also, it's just easy to push them back with the Resplendence as long as it hits. But now, riding the wind goes out of the way. They use the Annihilation just to get some damage onto Xenon, but they are still pretty much alive. There's 4 people here in the mid lane.
Yep, and the way that I see Angma moving, he's a roving ward, right? He's giving vision and not over-committing into situations.
Yeah, I think they know where Mijoj is, so would get the knock up here. But Abdo, he has been staying on this brush for so long, and he doesn't know that Engma knows that there's somebody here. So this is still a very dangerous spot. They're gonna know now. They have the emergence. It gets 2 people. They see them both. Good thing they use that.
Not enough damage though, and at this point, I mean, it's a good movement. I think it would have been a different story with Farm, but in any case.
Yeah, Tomb, backline. Here he comes. He might be able to find something, but they are not continuing with these battles. Oh, they got Abdo though. That was perfect. Going into the backline, they got some damage. They are looking for more. BX got the teleport, but they still get the Doge in the end. And that's 2 kills on the board here for the side of Vicious.
Yeah, but while that was happening, they got 2 kills. They gave away a top. And right now, BX actually secures the Tyrant buff for themselves as well. So R8 making decent trades around the map.
Yeah, still has the advantage for R8. The 2.5k gold lead, or rather 2k gold lead, not really that big. Xenon almost dying to that combo coming from Doma.
Yep, and this is a tipping point for Vicious. At this point, if they can actually get a win in terms of a team fight, I think they might be able to flip R8 on their heads.
Yeah, they can look at for it. Goes in for the ult with the mirror domain. But BX, still very safe. It's so hard to kill Engma though.
Yep. We have seen, you know, Hansing plays where it wasn't as a team fight tool, rather as a split pushing tool. And it seems like Engma is running that kind of Hansing for now.
Yeah, he's just trying to find a way to get everybody to half HP, then push them back away. Got a tower destroyed on the bot lane, but they're trying to push it top side. They have 4 people here, so could be good, but you can see it though. Abdo is kind of struggling in this game because he hasn't found the right timing yet. We haven't seen a good truth yet, and I'm looking for that. I'm still looking for that for R8.
Yep, so that's the benefit of Vicious, right? So far, they're really clear on understanding all of the time, and it seems to be working. But right now, there is a gap that needs to be filled, and that gap is the split pushing potential of R8.
Yeah, they can definitely split push pretty easily. Certainly on the top side, they have seen it already. They can ride the wind. Drop some sprites here against the Overlord. Goes in, Engma. A bit too easy on that dash that he's doing right now. Goes into the backline though. Doma got the kill in 1. They're gonna cut him off. Abdo is here. They don't have any turrets here, so this is good. Truth Manta not even needed though. He's gonna use it on 1 more person, and that's 3 kills on the board for them. And this is just ballooning out of proportions. And R8 just got the victory in that fight, and they're looking for Doom. Maybe get an ace here. He's gonna be chased down, but that's a Mayin. You can't chase that easily.
Yeah, Doom, he's making so much work for the side of Vicious. He needs to survive though.
Then chase, Doom, still alive. Got pulled back by that silky imprint. Now on the bot side, tower's gonna be down. Mid lane is gonna be next.
Okay, he bought a bit of time for the side of Vicious, but still, the T2 is looking to be taken. And Abdo, very soon, he's gonna have that combination again. His flash is still on cooldown. Truth Mantra is available.
Under siege, they got the takedown on 2 T2s. That's big. Now, this time, they only have the T3s on their side. Just one mistake, and R8 is just going to capitalize. And Abdo made the play. And as I was saying a while ago, he needed to make a play, and he did. Doma again.
Doma, he's just the king of Crimson buffs. Even the junglers don't get it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And Engma even smited that. That was surprising that he didn't get it. I mean, Joj, Engma knows that he's here. So Doom could maybe go for it, but should be very careful here, but they're backing off. Oh, they start off Doom. That's a good catch, as you said. Imperial Order wasn't able to hit.
Just using the formlessness at this point now. R8, they know they shouldn't overcommit on the usage of resources. Vicious as well. They are so calculated. They don't want to overstep the boundaries. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity for Engma.
Oh, that's what you were saying, though. They got the hit on the imprint, though. That's not good. Engma's gonna die, and that was good. Zenon was baiting for it, and he got the kill because of it. Tower in the mid lane's gonna fall down. They don't have much damage. Doma has spell, so this is gonna be a hard defense for the side of Vicious.
That creation came just too late. A second too late, and they are now down by 2 T3s. So Vicious, they need to make something happen, and they need to make it now.
Oh man, we should talk about how that imprint bait from Zenon was just so good. Baited out Engma, forced him out of position, and now they're looking to finish this game. Gets the bull barrier power onto the backline, forced the flash away. Protecting Winds was also used, but they have the mirror domain. They got to pull back on a lot of people, but the knockups are coming, and they are looking for kills themselves. They got a 2 for 2, and they can't finish this game because of those kills from Vicious.
Doom saved the day. If you didn't notice, he jumped on backlines on the side of R8 as well, just crushing them together like a peanut at this point. So, turn to mush. Vicious hold on, but the situation will present itself again.
Yeah, that's good. At least they were able to get the T3s here for the side of R8, but Vicious still has a chance here. As long as they have one more hanging fruit here, which is the last T3 that they have, and Doom making those plays on the backline, still possible for them.
Okay, it's an 8,000 goal lead for the side of R8. Vicious, as long as Engma doesn't get caught by the Silky Duty again, I think they still stand a chance, right? There is one big moment to play, and Doma needs to hit that Annihilation along with his combination of Emergence, Creation, Coalescence. Every single thing needs to hit.
Yeah, they really need to be careful here now because it's all down to one mistake and R8 could finish the game. And they even got the Tyrant, so they have that extra firepower for the team. I think they're just waiting for Abdo to get that flash back again, and they can find those aggressive kills. They're even going for this Overlord, even with a Primal Bond.
Yeah, it's so much damage coming in. And look, the Primal Bond is over, and they're gonna get it. And at this point, R8, they need to be careful about the way they approach this fight. Because Vo, at this point, he doesn't need to stop someone, he just needs to delay someone with his ulti, and it could be a situation that Vicious can overturn quickly.
Yeah, 20 more seconds on Abdo's flash. And this is going to be the time that they're going to start this. We're waiting for the minions. I think that's a perfect timing. Once the Shadow Vanguard is here, they could start the fight for the side of R8.
Yeah, Vicious need to stagger the waves. I think that's one way they can do it with the pressure, but it's so difficult.
Oh, here comes Imperial Order. They got the flash. What a perfect truth match, and that's what we were saying. They were waiting for the right time, but they are on the backline. Doom making sure that not everybody's confident here. They're still alive. Roichi gets the kill here, and they are still alive. It's still a 2v2. Emergence is going to be there. Resplendence wasn't able to hit, and they are going to finish the game. R8, this is it. They have the Sage's Sanctuary, and this guy gets the revive, and that is a win for R8.
It was a big moment. Doom actually did so much work. Doma as well. He landed every single thing, but it was just not enough. The farm just set them a little bit ahead on the side of R8. So R8 take that first win.
I love how they started that fight though. Yoichi flashing for the Imperial Order, and also Abdo with the Truth Mantra just to make sure that whoever got stunned is gonna be dead.
Yeah, and this is so scary, right? When teams allow the Liang pick, you know they have an difficult. Vo was having a hard time this game.
Yeah, and especially they do have a lot of crowd controls to just stop him from using the power word control. We didn't even see a good first kill from that power word control, which usually happens whenever a Liang presents itself in the game. But we haven't seen it just because of the struggle on that comp position specifically of R8.
Yeah, I mean, what you're supposed to do, you have one skill, they have 5.
Yeah.
Any one of them can cancel you. So Vo is having a tough time. It's not a point. It's really a tough situation to come back from. But Vicious, you can see, they definitely have improved. I'm excited to see what else they can bring to the table, because is this a prio draft? I don't think so. There are many more options. There's stronger drafts available for both teams as well.
Yeah, I like it. I like that I'm seeing this for Vicious. Vicious having some signs of life this whole game. They were not giving R8 that much, but slowly R8 was, when they see a lead, they find a way to get it. But in the end, you saw Doom. Moments of brilliance from Doom. He probably is the second MVP of this game just because of what he was doing, giving time for the team, and even getting kills on the back line.
Yep. And bear in mind, now this is one big pick they have taken away from the side of R8. They have taken the Jing out of the picture. Yes, it is still a loss, but not as hard as I thought it would be. So right now, Vicious, I think they stand a decent chance. All they have to do is to figure out how do we deal with the next draft in the next game. But first and foremost, let's talk about the items here. Xenon, I think he did so well using the Mask of Agony, Frozen Breath. More importantly, the Breakthrough Rope with the Armor Pierce. He was one of the reasons why it was so hard to fight against the side of RA.
Oh yeah, that's really true. And they do have a lot of crowd controls on their side. And you can see how much gold 2 of their people are on RA. Ruichi with 13k and BX with 15. They probably have the most chunk of gold here, the reason why they have that gold lead.
Yep, and look, the gold wasn't even that important. Xenon, right? Abdo, yes, he needed to be able to deal the damage, Truth Mantra, but it's more importantly to set the stage. So Xenon did a really good job of latching on to the members on the side of Vicious and allowing the damage, burst damage of not just BX but Real Ichi to hit their mark.
Yeah, you can see here on the graph that the game slowly was progressing in favor of R8. And you know that they were just trying to be disciplined. They were trying not to give a Vicious much so that they're still going to be in the lead. And that's what really worked for them. And because BX was able to play with that Jing, you can see it. That worked pretty well for the team here for R8.
Yeah, so in terms of MVP, we're probably looking at Jing, right? So yes, it is going to be the Jing. Yeah. BX, once again, just farming the MVP, 6-0-4. But you know what? I also want to give a shout out. I think Xenon, he did an amazing job on this. He was one of the main reasons why BX has this MVP as well.
Yeah, you're not going to get MVP with shit, right? Most of the time you won't, because you won't be dealing much damage, but you have a lot of crowd control, which is the reason why most of these first kills even happened. It was Xenon just getting the Silky Imprint. Look at that pullback against Aspire. That was a kill for them.
Yep, so beautiful at this point. And look, there was a lot of control and space created for Ryoichi as well. There were a couple of moments where it looked like Vicious had a chance to come back, but every single time shut down by Abdo.
Yeah, Abdo, especially in this last part, he performed really well. I was counting how many seconds does he need for that ult, and look at this. The perfect timing on the backline, gets the Truth Mantra. Yes, he dies, but at the cost of winning the game.
Yeah, and just to highlight, look, on Vicious, Doom, I think he played really well this game. Did some really big, amazing saves. This is in conjunction with Doma, landing so many different skills at the same time. But purely, it really was the itemization difference, the gold difference that made all the world so much difficult for the side of Vicious.
And I really love what they did here for R8, and just the gold lead ballooning really just was uncontrollable for the side of R8, but it was honestly doable. For me, Vicious had a chance there.
Yeah, so definitely, I think Vicious, they would definitely come back stronger in game number 2. So bear in mind, R8, this is their 3rd series of the day. So
yeah,
fatigue, I think, has started to set in. Maybe not so apparent just yet.
Yeah, I hope they would be able to answer back here for the side of Vicious. But before that, everybody, we're just going to take a short break.
ever surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. Even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail.
Welcome back. It is time for the second game in this best of 5 series. R8 are leading at this point 1-0. It is your favorite kind of tofu kindofu, and with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Okay, this time we can see the picks from a while ago. This is what they did. Jing came out of left field. I mean, we were expecting Jing to come out, but they were allowed to play Jing in this game, which is why R8 got the win.
Yep, big advantage going to the side of R8. But now that they've exhausted this pick, let's see what else does Vicious have in their bag. Look, there's a big pool of heroes that are still available. The Ogren, the Diadea, the Mines, the Arlies, the Lungs. So many big picks to choose from.
I like that most of the time, right? Most of the major East junglers do have assassins in their belt, which is what I like, because that's good to see. At least we're seeing more skill expression from these guys, and we're seeing them shine, those assassin players.
Yeah, and look, I like the confidence because it takes quite a bit of proficiency to be able to use an assassin jungler effectively in professional matches as well, right? So, look, there's still the Pei, there's still Luna, there is still, who else is there? Brainwatch.
Yeah, just the Pei and Luna actually. Oh, but the Nongshim could go to the side of R8 if they want to. They can work with that.
Yeah, and I think we have seen BX on Hanjin as well.
Also the Fade though. Venomous was banning Fade. Yeah, last game.
Yes, that's a big pick. Now, Vicious is going to start off with the My ban. I think that's a huge respect to Xenon as well. He has been on the My, I think a couple days ago, and a couple matches ago as well. So let's see, does the Arlie make it into the playing field or not?
Yeah, good question though. Because a while ago, we were talking about the Arlie, but nobody picked the Arlie that game. And she was free. She was not banned that game. But now, Dharma getting out of the way. They don't want Doom to do it again. Magin could potentially be picked here by R8 just so they have an easy clash laner that Abdul could work with.
Okay, Vicious is going to take out the Dolia. This is going to close a couple of picks on the side of R8 as well as Vicious, right? So maybe we might not see an Elaine coming in. This opens up the doors for the other clash laners like the Mayin. This opens up the doors for Sunta as well. A big team fight heavy heroes available for the picking.
Yeah, Tolia also getting out of the picture. I think they banned this also from the last game. Arlie getting banned now. Diadea is just gonna come out, and Vicious could actually work with this for this game.
Yeah, look, they can take a page out of Gen.G's book as well. Pick up the gun and mode. Very Gen.G has been the one to make it work, and it has had a, I think, 100% win rate, if I'm not wrong, last I've seen.
Yeah. I think... I think there's a possibility, yeah. I was thinking about the Yixing from R8. They could use it, and together with the Loom, just so they have those easy pickings. And that's the reason why they banned the Arlie. They don't want to fight the 50-50 and just get a Loom for themselves.
Yeah, I think it would be a great idea for Vicious to kind of snap up.
Spend our lives
definitely for both Chrome and Clash for the side of R8. And the synergy between Liempo and Yixing is actually pretty dangerous as well.
Yeah. Gonna be really scary here. Okay, that's good. Picking up the channel with the Diadea. A lot of movements from both of these guys. So this is good, especially if you're gonna go front to back for the side of Vicious. And the Lady Zheng just really helps that case, just so they're not gonna get reached in the back line.
Yeah, they understand what is coming out from the R8's draft. R8's draft might need to include a tank. At this point, while Loong is self-sufficient, will be able to hold his own in team fights, he needs a distraction, right? And there we go, Lianpo comes in for R8. This is a very dangerous situation here. The setup is going to be extremely crazy.
The timing to that on that Tremor Smash together with the World is My board is going to be crazy here. We've seen it from the other games that we've had from yesterday, so this is going to be interesting. I want to see how R8 is going to pull that out.
Yeah, I think Vicious, they need to play their cards right. They need to funnel a lot of farm into the hands of Aspire on this channel because, look, channel can melt down the Lianpo. It takes a bit of time and effort for the Lianpo to really reach into the crevices of the backline for Vicious. And if Aspire is given enough time, those wolves will eat him up.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be very scary here. But for now, with what we've seen from the Lianpo, it takes quite a while for a channel to get going. Once you get the Daybreaker, that is when you get going and be able to shred out a Lianpo. But Fade gonna get banned, and we were talking about it a while ago, Kim. This is one of the pocket picks of BX. So they're probably gonna be banning another assassin last, probably a Luna, so that R8 is forced to play Pei.
Yeah, but at the same time, if R8 pick up a tank, it's quite difficult to play. Vicious, they definitely need a tank jungle at this point. It's something that works a little bit better. You need to create space for a spy on his channel. And look, you have a Lady Zheng, right? So she is good at making plays to disrupt and slow down, stop members on the side of R8. They need to give something of great synergy.
Yeah, they need a bit more damage here for R8. They only have a lot. Wait.
Oh,
no. Lubang? Is this going to be a Nongshim for the last pick?
Regardless, it's a very scary combination. She showcased in a couple of previous tournaments before, where the Lianpo jumps in with the Tremor Smash, Liu Bang comes in with the Battlefield Command, and suddenly your backline exposed, stunned up, killed off.
Yeah, they just need a bit more damage from R8 though. They do have damage from the Loong, but it's not going to be enough. They need a bit more DPS, so they need somebody to be holding on that torch for R8 to be able to, once they go to the backline, at least they have somebody to clean up.
Okay, it's a risk, but I think Vicious can take a early game-centric jungle hero. Agudo, I think, works wonders as well. And having a Charlotte being able to dive onto the backlines, we've seen this composition work, right? The Yixing will be chased down by the Charlotte, and she will be able to deal consistent, yet enough damage to work past that passive and the life bars.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the Chano with Agudo. When the Diadea, they do have a lot of healing. Not going to be as fast as when they have the Secure, but this also works because I love... Wait. Kongming for R8. He has a lot of targets though, remember. So, this could be good if ever they take the early game here for the side of R8. Never mind, Hanshin. Okay, better.
Yeah, the synergy on the side of R8 draft is pretty insane, but it requires quite a bit of... Right, Liu Bang without farm and levels is not going to be effective in team fights. So Vicious would do well for themselves to try and stifle the growth of the jungle. Stealing camps has never been more important in this particular game.
Yeah, and especially if it's on Agudo you're fighting against, you do have a lot of chances here for BX. And I love this. They took a page out of the Gen.G book because yesterday Gen.G used this. The Liu Bang together with the Hanshin and another tank, and this works. So this could be something that BX is really up in the works from what they've seen from Gen.G.
Yeah, going back to pure instincts here, right? And I think you can't deny the natural instincts of a full teamfight composition here. This also still puts a lot of pressure onto Xenon in the mid lane. His boards need to be on point.
Yeah, another utility pick here for Xenon. I mean, it's okay. You don't really need a lot of items. You do just need to get that the world is my board and most players. So that's going to be the mission here for R8. But on the side of Vicious, they do have a lot of pushing power. They do have a lot of siege. Shano together with Agudo, that's a lot of siege on their side.
Yeah, and actually the damage over time is quite insane, right? Because with the wolves and in Agudo with the basic attacks as well will be able to melt down majority of the members on the side of R8. So look, farm is really important. The rotations matter even more. Let's see how this game number 2 goes.
Yeah, this is gonna be scary. Vicious do have a chance here in game number 2, and R8, are they gonna be looking to get that game 2, to get that lead, and maybe finish just flawlessly against Vicious? But for now, Vicious does have a chance with this draft.
Yep. In fact, I would give Vicious the edge in the farm lane because they have heals, they have the traps, the Lupine traps coming in from Aspire as well. It could very well do a lot of work against Ryoichi and Mijoj.
Yeah, but looking at where they go, look at this. Going on to the Clash lane, and Aspire is just going to be bullying Abdo. They know that this is going to be a weak-sided lane anyway, so might as well just capitalize on Abdo not being able to fight back.
Yeah, actually, he's going to suffer quite a bit. And at the 2-minute mark, when the Space Sprite comes up, that's 3 EXP, right? And this River Sprite, I don't think he will be able to contest that easily on the side of Abdo.
It's just going to be for free for Aspire, but now on the bot lane, Doom in a bit of a pickle. But onto the top side, they're using the Ocean of Tears just to get this a bit of a wall here so that Mijoj can't move in.
Yeah, both teams now really important that they take care of their Clash lane.
Oh no, Bo gonna be the target. Good thing he had the Heart Link. Oh, that was scary, BX.
Yeah, Steam Camp's so important right now. BX, I think he made his pick has been on point. Similarly, it is going to be the same case for the side of Engma. Engma chooses to go into the mid lane because I think they need a little bit more wave clear and faster levels for the side of Doma as well. He should be able to delay that rotation coming in from R8.
Doom is not going to have a great time here. And I like the idea here from the side of Vicious that they are just making sure that this is going to be possible for them. Goes for the steal though. As the Heart Link goes away. But that's still complete for BX.
Yeah, it's more to give the level 4 to Abdo. Now there is...
Yeah, they got the knockup. They got one more stun. Aspire, look at this. Battlefield Command is going to be there, but they're not going to get the kill. Never mind. Abdo goes in. The hero will be able to get it, but Bo is super low. And that's the little 1-for-1.
But he gives his life. It's a big win for the side of R8, right? Because they slow down the farm of Aspire. And later on during the team fights, this difference will be felt by Ryoichi and Aspire.
You look at that. BX is just taking... Oh, Engma. Good answer, though. Just because they saw BX on the top side, they are capitalizing on that and making sure that he's not going to have all of his buffs right here. And Engma, that is good proactive play.
Yeah, knock, knock. No one's home. This is great. and this is why Vicious is so impressive. Something that is learned over the course of a few days. And that's how fast they've been improving.
Yeah, so far, even during ranking week, they have been very fast at learning. And that's what I've liked about Vicious. But against R8, will they have learned from the last time that they've met? That is going to be the question. Because looking at it, BX, not really that big, not really a sizable lead compared to what is expected here. And Infinite Vastness already used onto the bot side.
Yeah, but at the same time, the farm rate for Aspire and Ryoichi, there is a clear gap here. It's about 400 gold, not the biggest of differences, but as whoever gets their hands on the first core item, that will make a difference in team fights.
Looking for that stun on Doma, but they're not going to get the kill on him 30 seconds before the next Tyrant comes in. So far in the bot lane, I'm kind of looking at that angle because they might be able to get the kill on Doom here.
I think Vicious might try for the hopeful steal at this point because there's 4 different members.
Oh, that's gonna be good. Oh, the World is My Board wasn't able to hit. Wild Growth just pulling out a lot of people here, but 15 seconds. They do have some time to gather everybody to this Tyrant, but it's looking like Aspire is just gonna be staying on the top side.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think Vicious are looking to contest for this one. In fact, they want to put a little bit more pressure in the bot lane to see if they can create space. At the same time, BX, I think the focus now is, can we get the buffs? But I think Engma is actually making that first rotation. They've made their way down.
Ooh, already starting. They don't have the board in Xenon. They're waiting for the timing, but Aspire's already here. So this could be an easy take for Vicious. They were at the top side, but the surprise because they're already here on the lane. And they're just going to be taking the Tyrant.
Vicious actually out-rotate, and maybe another kill. The Wolves are doing their work, forced to use that Tremor Smash, so Mijoj out of the fight.
Almost got the kill on Mijoj there, but top side could be pushed because BX is already on the top side just to cut off rotations. If ever somebody goes there right now, they're gonna go, and Bo got stunned. That's not good. They still got the taking liberties on the Spire. They don't have the ultimate, so they maybe got the kill here. Got two. They got the stun on one, and maybe they can answer with one more. But look at that. Wolf is making sure Xenon is not gonna move forward. Doma flaming bomb from far away gets the 3 kills for the side of R8.
Oh, look, Vicious had the lead. He was looking, but R8 make a big play and get rewarded for it.
That was a good play from their side, but BX, look at Engma, fighting a 1v1 here. Pulls out Furball, could go for the win, gets the smite, gets the steal, but at what cost? Engma could die here, and that is what they're looking for BX. Double buff for him.
Yep, truly, at what cost? Engma actually had to give his life, and right now, and for the side of Vicious, they will be able to defend this, but there is a risk of Doma dying here if they choose to dive him.
He can, but Doom already in position, and Mid-Joch knows that. So they are just going to be taking over this jungle so that most of the members of Vicious wouldn't be able to move here. But look at the bot side, though. They're chasing Aspire. Doesn't have a lot of HP. Gets the knockback on Abdo. But they're not going to follow through.
Okay, so it's really just to maintain the waves, right? At the same time, Doom catches eyes onto Abdo, and the rotations coming in. R8 were out-rotated by Vicious, but somehow R8, they realize the flaw, they come back in.
Yeah, looking at it. Mid-Joch gonna try and go for that top side. For now, they are going to be using the board just to push a lane in the top side, though. They don't have the wave clear here, but they do have a lot of minions on their side. But the bot lane, while this is happening, there's a lot of people. Doom falls down. So this could be a potential T3 push for the side of R8.
Yeah, it's a bait and switch, right? They want to play 2 objectives at the same time.
Oh, good thing they have the Destructive Deluge. That's why they were able to save the tower here on the bot side. But the tower top side T2 might fall down.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? So R8 just pulling Vicious all over the map. And look, VX.
Yep, goes in, Bo falls down. They have the Lubang come in with a battlefield command, and Abdo backs off, use the flash. But Engma is still looking for that chase, but still 1 for 1.
It's a 4,000 goal lead coming in. Be able to make it out at this point as they drop the furball down. T1 in the mid opened up as well. This is a lot of vision for R8.
Oh yeah, that's true. Xenon has a position here for a board, but they're not going to continue. They still have 7 minutes. This game looks so long, but no, it's still just 7 minutes so far. And everybody's just taking their first item at this point in the game.
Okay, look, it is more than 1,000 gold ahead for the side of VEG. Already he has the Master Sword, he has the Axe of Torment as well. We have not seen the Eternity Blade come out just yet for Aspire. He should be getting that in a couple of seconds. But is it going to be in time? Because BX already has a Rapacious Bite. He also has the Eternity Blade. 7.2 thousand. He's 2,000 ahead of his competition.
Look at this, 5k gold lead, so that's why most of the chunk of this advantage is coming from Yoichi again and BX. This too has just been, with the network, has just been so good. But on the top side, they're going to be looking for it. Goes inside with a Tremor Smash, gets the damage, but here comes everybody to just get and go on their targets. That's one down. Abdo falls with BX looking for more. Right now, there's going to be a chase, but the Riding the Wind was able to push back Doom, and they're looking for more. Bo's going to be next. He has the hard thing so he can dodge, but the Taking Liberties wasn't able to hit him. Ruichi looking for a Flaming Palm, a bit too aggressive though. He's getting a lot of hits from the tower. That's surprising, but this T3 is going to fall.
Oh, and look at Xenon. He is playing with fire. He's on pixel health. Not sure whether he has his passive, but at this point, Mijo is doing a good job. He might sacrifice his life here.
Oh no, World is my board. Not the Destructive Deluge, and here comes BX to maybe clean up house. And he is backing off just after a bit. Xenon almost getting the kill on him, though he has to bid her farewell. Is that going to take on his head? Oh, he's going to stay alive. What?
Yeah, the Frozen Touch did not proc enough damage here. He did have the passive, so 60 seconds later, at the 10-minute mark, this is where he's going to have his passive again. Vicious, they have a minute, 60 seconds to try and make something work against R8.
Yeah, and remember, Yoichi also doesn't have the infinite fastness. He used that in that battle, but no, Lubam gonna come in, gets the stand. Doom is gonna fall here. Killing spree for BX.
Yeah, clean game, 10-3. They're looking for more as well. draft. They don't have a tank. The moment Aspire dies, all of their deterrence of damage gone.
Yeah. R8 looking for that mid, looking for that top. 20 seconds for the Shadow Variants to come out. But 7 towers have already been cleaned up by R8. And Vicious. Oh man, this is good. World is my board. Angma gonna get trapped. Bit too early there.
They don't have to overcommit, right? A couple of seconds more, they're gonna have the shadow versions as well. And once again, R8 double objective take.
This is also smart, right? That's the reason why they've used the World is my board. They're clearing out both of the objectives so that they can make sure that they can finish it. And now they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go for Abdo. BX gonna be the target. He's gonna fall down, but at what cost? They got 2 objectives on their hands.
But it's not that long. The death timers are like 30 seconds for BX.
Yeah.
In a blink of an eye, you see him coming back to the fight. And right now, perfect setup. Look at the gold chart. 10,000 gold for the side of BX with Ryo Ichi following close to 8. Aha.
Yeah, Engma only has 7k. He's the highest on that side. You have 3 people who have more gold than most of the members here, than all of the members of Vicious. And that's not a good sign here. They can still come back here. One good fight could potentially turn this around, and Aspire is already at that point closing in on that Daybreaker. So that is when we're gonna see the damage with Xenon.
Combo time.
Planning same thing. Radiance was used just to speed him. Tremor Smash. A lot of Flash Force. And that 3 people knocked up gets the stun to follow through. And this might be the end of it right now. Doom is fighting against 2 people. Not a good fight. Engma's gonna be next on the chopping block. Ryuichi's gonna go for chase. But Xenon just finishes the job. And there's 4 people down. Doma, the last person. Look at the flash from Xenon. Taking liberties was used, but not able to hit the right target. They do have the minions. It's gonna come in. They can go for the crystal. Doma won't be able to fish this out because they were blocking the destructive deluge, and that is it. The crystal is down, and R8 takes game 2.
Oh my goodness. I mean, who's the actual one? Feel like R8 are just ready for...
Man, crazy. R8. These guys are just crazy so far. They had 3 matches today. They have 3 series today. This is their 3rd. And they still have the flair that they like. It's like they're playing game 1. Match 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we always say 3rd time's the charm, but not in this fact, right?
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
just making unbelievable plays. And look, Wombo combo, we've seen this since the last season, the Lianpo as well as the Liu Bang combination coming in. But this time you have the additional damage of BX and Hanxing. It's just so hard to deal with on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, there's a lot of points of entry for them. They could go for BX, they could go for that Lianpo with the Tremor Smash. And when that happens too, there's also a World is my board, making sure that nobody's gonna get out of that combo, which is not an easy combo to do, right? With the right team, you can do it, but it's not easy to pull off.
Yeah, but here's the silver lining once again for these are all big compositions that have been used, meaning they will not be able to be used again because of the global ban pick format. So Vicious, if there's any time to start winning, it is going to be from the next game as well. But first and foremost, I think we have to take a look at the items. I'm really curious about how fast the gold growth was on this Liu Bang as well as this Lianpo, because they were diving like crazy and it felt like they had quite a bit of itemization.
Yeah, and also one of the things that I've seen there was just BX ballooning the gold lead. And that's always going to be the case, right? If an assassin jungle was allowed to get kills or at least to get resources around the map, it's going to be like this, 11k gold on BX.
Wow, 11k flat. That's a key number there. And he was 6 slotted already. Rapacious Bite along with the Axe of Torment, Eternity Blade, Master Sword, and Blood Weeper, just for good measure, for the lifesteal as well, right? But the tankiness factor, it was also the Frigid Charge coming in from the side of Mijoj that really changed the big fights as well. Saved the Flash for that last moment, that last fight. We knew that he was waiting for that ultimate coming from Abdo as well.
Yeah, and you can see it in that last fight though, right? Everybody was flashing away, getting away from him. But let's take a look at this graph again. They had a bit of a dip there, but not really that big.
Yeah, I think Vicious, they have what they should do in mind, but it's so difficult to execute it because R8 are also a very mobile lineup, right? As you take a look at the highlights later on, you realize that even for Vicious, as they try to make their way around, the mobility of Lianpo as well as the Liu Bang ultimate for Battlefield Command, you don't exactly have the best escape tools for that.
Yeah, and you also see the stun there coming out pretty easily. MVP of that game is going to be BX for sure. This guy has been farming. He has been farming MVP so far, and he has been getting them. 513, 34% damage dealt, and 27% total gold for the team.
Big markers here. And this might be something that will continue in tradition. So at the start of the game, this was an early start to the game where the Battlefield command was put to good use. They were sharing the damage under the turret. And at this point, even though Abdul gave his life, the main point was that they took Aspire's one first.
Yeah, they probably lost one wave just because of that kill. So that is where we could see the advantage of taking the first blood against the marksman. And from what we're seeing here, look at the bullying that they have been doing here for R8. And BX and Abdo hand in hand always starts the fight. And this combo, Tremor Smash and the Battlefield command, that's just perfect. Aspire had nowhere to go there.
Yeah, this lineup is so scary from the side of R8 because it also allows them to traverse the map pretty quickly. And as you can see, the last moment, BX did give his life for this, but the setup, this final setup, waiting for the flash as well, insane timing coming in from R8.
Yeah, that was so good. That was such a good setup on their side. I mean, this is something that you don't see every day, and seeing it on a side here for the side of R8, this is just a good look for R8, at least if they go out of Group A.
Yep, I mean, this is the east side, this is the beast side, right? This is the quality you get. And of course, with that being said, all the teams here, they're playing for that top 1 position in Group A. And whoever makes it will stand a chance to have a round trip all the way to Riyadh for EWC. That's the big goal, and with the grand cash prize of 10,000 USD.
Very close for the team. So before that, everybody, we're going to go to Game 3, but in just a bit. We're just going to take a short break. See you guys.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, put the line down when I run, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's Battlefield, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, don't gotta down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul that
follow my pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting.
Welcome back. It is time for the potential final game of the series in this best of 5. R8 now leading by 2 wins to none. All they need is 1 more. But Vicious being Vicious, we know they still have it in them.
They'll have a chance here, Vicious. They know how to play the 5 game straight games, so this could be not the new rodeo here for Vicious, but R8 looking to finish this. They've done this once, they want to do it again. Vicious, still not done. They could still come back from this.
Yep, definitely. There's still a lot of big picks available for BX. Now, to me, BX is just one of the biggest jungle assassin meta players out there, right? And this time, RA will take a backseat. They will go for the counter play instead, going on the red side, while Vicious goes for the blue But look, there's still Fade, there's still Luna, there's still Pei. These are all heroes that I'm very sure BX is comfortable with.
Yeah, I do hope that they're still ready here for the side of Vicious in this battle. They're trying to take a breather, they're trying to take a break for a bit, and they're talking about what they're gonna do next year for both of our teams, and I can see it. These guys are definitely friends because they're all smiles here for the side of R8.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about this just to share with everyone, like, how do you deal with a Fade, right? So, Vicious actually could give the Fade away. All they need to do is to play a very tanky lineup.
True. It's like dealing with a Maisha Nui. You just have to play a tanky lineup. He won't get a lot of executes. He won't get you to low HP because most of the time, his combo is just one burst. So after that one burst, he doesn't really have a second wind. He takes time to get that cooldown first.
And as long as you have a decent catch, then it should be something that Vicious can overturn in this victory lap that R8 seems to be doing so far.
Yeah. Now Dolia's still gonna be on the first ban list here for Vicious, but R8 doesn't want to see Doom with that Dharma. You can see the respect here for both sides, and this have been one of their first bans for both sides every time.
Yeah, look, Vicious, I have to give respect to Doom. I think Doom is a very strong clash trainer. He has done really well with the hero.
Yeah.
Yin, and even in previous series with other teams, his Dharma was pretty much on point as well. So Vicious, I think they need to start playing off of Doom as well.
Yeah, I hope so. Arlie gonna be banned out of the way. They are not giving Aspire even a chance to get that. And Sakir gonna be prioritized here for Vicious. Just to have that extra movement around the map, they might be looking to play a lineup that moves around the map pretty fast.
There's light in your eyes.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that R8 they need to. They're gonna want to have to play a early game centric as well. Sakir is pretty much early game, but the value comes well into the late game as well because of the heals and the stuns as well, right? So R8, they're gonna just match that pacing. The Pei comes through along with the Byron, a stock standard combination.
Yeah, standard. It's like you play the Pei, you play the Byron, or you play a Magin just so they can follow up with what you're doing, especially on the other side of the jungle. So having that early game is gonna be good, but Dun getting picked by Vicious just for safety's sake. Sorry.
Yeah. Vo's first rotation is going to matter a lot. This is going to change the fighting plane for the side R8. Actually, if Vicious, they can get the first blood, it does dwindle quite a bit of the farm coming in for X. And maybe that's the marker, the catalyst they can start playing off of.
Ooh, Jun gets picked. They could pick they picked the Motsu for their side just for them to match the movement here coming from the Sakir, just making sure that the Cannon Blast is going to be ready and not making everybody confident that getting close because of that thing inside the box.
Yeah, that's true. Also a decent answer to a Doom if he goes out of position. But the Cannon Blast is very useful in disrupting movements from the opponent team. So Vicious are gonna have to be very careful about the vision they give to Xenon. No, I don't. I think this is a roam water. It has to be in the hands of Mijoj.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons also for RA to pick the Matsu is to make it easier. I think Matsu has a very strong early game. So going together with the Pei and the Byron, they're just a dynamic trio. They're just gonna be crazy at invading.
Yeah, and very strong control, right? So it allows for the Pei to really hit targets as and when it's needed. Now, Vicious, they will ban out the Nuwa. They are really afraid of the blocking of the matrices, but also the burst potential. As we've seen, right, teams, even Doma himself had a pretty decent performance with the Nuwa pick, just didn't have enough farm.
Yeah, and also Emergence is just hard to deal with, especially that R8 wants to rotate pretty fast, so banning the Nuwa, cutting them off on that Emergence is already a good part of it, so really good touch here for their side. So they're losing also a lot of capabilities on that marksman, and R8 has been targeting Aspire, and Marco Polo is going to be their pick. It would Aspire actually go for the Shoyu?
Okay, I'm not that comfortable with the Marco here. I like the combination, right? Cannon Blast paired with the Resplendent Revolver, it's a pretty strong combination. It can sometimes guarantee you the first blood if the timing is right, but you're dealing against a Sakir, and now a Soyue. Okay, so a lot of control coming out from Vicious. I like the Vicious draft. It potentially can be this pot of boiling oil that will scald R8.
I think there's a lot of crowd control here for Vicious, and that's what Shoyu really needs, right? Because they need Shoyu to get to the late game, and they have the tools for it. They have the fighting tools in the early game just for them to zone them out. And once this reaches the late game, Aspire is just gonna go crazy with that damage. So R8 is playing on a ticking time bomb here, so they have to be careful about those timers.
Yep, right now, I think this pick by Sunse, the first rotation on that set sail, be it the first Tyrant of the game or even just a big engage 5v5, it could definitely swing the favor into Vicious' hands. But R8 to pick up the Zhangfei as well. This is a very good counter against the lineup of Vicious. It buys them a little bit more time, also potentially sets the safety but also danger for this Marco Polo.
That's gonna go to Xenon?
Yeah, so the Motsu is gonna be mid.
Okay, that's interesting. That's a new thing for me. Because I don't usually see the Motsu going to the mid lane because most of the time you're going to be roaming. But the idea is there because they want to move around with Motsu. So still, what we said a while ago still sticks.
Yeah, the wave clear is going to be a little bit more difficult for the side of R8, right? I think with the taking liberties and coming in with the mulberry powers, that's definitely a combination that allows Vicious to rotate much earlier compared to R8. Now, knowing that there is that deficit, I'm wondering if there's going to be any change in the way that R8 moves.
Yeah, I do hope they have something in their bag though, because this is going to be crazy. As you said, wave clear is almost always an important part of a mid laner's kit. And that's why R8 not having that as much, it's not going to be a good touch here. But let's see. Right now, R8 and Vicious are going to go. This might be the last game, or this could go the lengths. Vicious still has a chance to come back here. They have a very good lineup, so let's see if that works out for them. This is game 3.
All right, and with that Vicious, it looks like they're going to be prioritizing that mid lane, right? So Mijo's going to help out Xenon. Similarly, it's going to be Doma and Vo walking down together in lane. Still going to be an advantage for Vicious unless they can get a very nice big burst of damage.
I want to see how they play this. With Xenon onto that Motsu in the mid lane. Oh wait, look at this. Engma gonna try to go for this steal though. Everybody knows though. Ruichi is here. Mijojo is also here on the other side, so he's gonna be taking a lot of damage here. So this is not a good spot for Engma to be in. Here comes BX, gonna deal the damage. Low HP already. First one for BX.
Oh my goodness, that's a good start for the side of R and Vicious.
Yeah, look at the damage. Cannon Blast gets 2. They're not gonna follow through. And as you said, good start. Dongma's very low, and now BX has free reign on his jungle, and now they're gonna be starting Mijoj. Trying to push him back, and Xenon doesn't have the damage to fight this. That's why he's not trying to go for anything cheeky for now. Mulberry Power might go for the kill for Mijoj. Sleeping Savior actually saves his life, and Bo is gonna go for the flash, taking liberties. He has to heal. Good bait, but no damage from Xenon.
He actually committed, both of them committed a flash as well, and this is not looking good. They have committed too much, but Vicious, this is not the end of the world. Right now, they maintain the waves, and BX is waiting for his next victim.
Look at BX, he's looking for the next kill. Cannon Blast was used here, so Doma could still be very safe. Engma hasn't cleared his top side of the jungle, so they could go for it too. It's just playing like a ward. He knows that somebody might be here, and BX is already moving towards it. And they are going to get advantage as much as they can. Level 4 in Ab though, so they know they can challenge this.
Yep, okay, it's not a full level of BX, and I think BX understood that there is a risk going into the jungle at this point against Vicious, so they pull back. But right now, I want to talk a bit about this farm lane. It's not that easy for Aspire as well.
Yeah, Yuichi is just gonna get the damage roll to Spyboard, gets a knock up on 2. What a great Storm Strike right there. And now Abdo has nowhere to go, but this is good. Good catch for Vicious.
And this is exactly what they need to do. A double kill of all things going into Doma. This is going to amplify his farm as well. While he may not be the prior damage dealer. Hang on, nice steal.
Nice steal. Ruichi fighting against a lot of people. Think inside the box. Cancelled by that unruly blade. Ruichi's goes in. Fevered Barrage to go out.
Yep, and you start to see the benefits of Vicious' draft, right? So, yes, they had a good start on the side of R8, but it's rarely how you start, it's how you play through it. And so far, recovery done on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, good. That's good. 2 kills from a while ago. Not giving any more for the side of R8. This is a good start for them. Xenon, I want to see some flair here. If Doma used the flash a while ago, doesn't have the flash, so this is going to be crazy for him. World is my board. Very small. Gets the sun on him, and a passive has been popped, and he's going to be dying. Ruichi, super low in HP, gets the sun from Xenon, not letting him get that snipe in, and they are just low, so there's just going to be a win throwing from this fight.
Yeah, this opens up a lot more space for Ryoichi. They can put some decent damage on this T1.
Yeah, they go in. Favorite Barrage is ready. Goes in for the stun. What an aggressive play from Yoichi. He gets punished.
Yeah, the idea was there, but the execution wasn't. And this could be a recovery.
Ooh. Good dodge from Xenon. Riding the wind right here for BO. BX is here, gets the damage on. Aspire does have the flash. It can go away. Mulbeer Power zones them out, and Mijoji is going to fall next. But they get the double kill in the end there, 2 for 1 so far.
Yeah, but they shut down Spire here. And Doma, he gets... look, he's been getting all the kills, but is it going to translate to something that they can benefit off on the side of Vicious?
Yeah, that's true. Where now Tyrant is up. Remember, 3-1 for BX, but not really a sizable gold lead against Engma. He's starting this already. Engma's level 8. He has advantage. So this is a good spot to be in. He can go for the steal. Has the timing, but Doma still takes it.
That's a beautiful move. Doma is just on point for this game.
Oh, Engma, look at it. Does have the smite. Engma steals it, and he has the level advantage against BX.
Yeah, this is a good marker here. Level 9, he's able to tank so much against the rest of the team as well. Ryoichi's damage now will be muffled, even though he has the stun along with the Fever Barrage. As long as Engma survives it, he can just win slash his way out of it.
Yeah, it's a good thing. BX, or rather Engma, getting the level advantage against BX. And if he's not going to get the snowball, though, this is not a good spot for BX. And I like this. Engma fighting back, and I love this guts that he has right now.
Yeah, and actually they have been surviving quite well. There's a lot of damage actually done to a T1 on the top for towards the side of R8, which is a surprise, right? So VC Vicious actually doing really well this game.
Yeah, Vicious knows how to play around it. Got the Tyrant. They were not really looking for kills. They're just not giving any inch. Because R8 might take an arm. Abdo against 4 people, or rather, Engma against 4 people, and Really Blade. Everybody's gonna go in. Everybody's gonna use their skills. That was a 5v1 to get that shutdown.
Set sail.
Set sail's here. Gonna U-turn away from the battle. He might go for more, but no. Doom is not gonna hit that.
Okay, but Vicious, they make the most out of it. Look, they take the T1 on the bottom, and that farm directly.
Yeah. Aspire takes it. Overlord is going to be taking her from the side of R8, so good thing. That's a good thing for them. And from what we are seeing, BX trying to play catch-up here to Engma.
Yeah, this T1, do they have enough damage to take it though?
I think so. Abdo's presence is enough because he can storm strike his way out of those 2 people that they have. Topside's going to be taken. And Yoichi, oh wow. R8 is forcing Vicious to play around them, play reactively against them.
Yeah, this is so hard to deal with on the side of Vicious because R8, look, they know exactly Vicious is not on the map, and it's a risk that they're taking. Consistently taking this risk, and it's punishment from Vicious.
Yep, set sail. Gonna go up in the air. Mijoji might get caught here. They have the Unbridled Outburst. Are they gonna get the Wind Slash in? Nope, never mind. They're not gonna be looking for that fight. They're just gonna be ejecting themselves out of the battlefield.
Yep, Vicious have to hold this T1. This T1 is the only thing that is limiting the vision that R8 have. If R8 get this T1, suddenly the jungle buffs will be pretty much open for the side of R8 to take for free.
That's true. I'm still looking for the set sail play from Doom. He had a lot of chances, but because there's a lot of very isolated kills, they don't really have a chance to do so. And as you were saying, that R8 gonna be going to the bot side, set sail already popped, so BX has to be careful. 4 people are here. Here comes the set sail. Might be able to hit one, crashing on a lot of people. 3 people are caught in the world is my board. They back off. They have a lot of people here, but they have 4 still alive. They're trying to fight this big fight, but Vicious still gets 1.
Yep, and at this point, R8, they're trying to take whatever they can out of the right? Once again, this is the stifle the growth on Emma, and here comes the knockup.
Mulberry Power in 2, taking liberties, gets the knockup in 2. And they're fighting the 1v1 here. Look at that. Doom is going to be dying here because BX is going to take his life.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable. The stuns are coming in. Like Xenon, he doesn't even have to go for the kills. He is just a disruptor at this point, right? Number one, get the vision for the team. Once he has the vision, R8 seems to be making those really great decisions about playing the map.
Yeah, look at how they're also playing around the map, how they're doing an operation here, because they are going for the bot lane, they're going to the top lane, because Vicious has been playing together the whole time. And if they play together, you can play around the map, and they got that second tier turret because of what they did.
Yep, and look, they're pulling so many members on the side of Vicious up and down, and this is like a free potential tyrant they can steal this.
Engma alone gets the steal, and he was able to get it anyway, but look at this. This is going to be good. Doom wasn't able to hit anybody, but at least they were able to secure the tyrant themselves.
Yeah, Real Ichido, he's at level 12. Aspire matching up in terms of the EXP, but right now in terms of gold, they're trading.
Doom doesn't have the set sail, doesn't have the flash. He's going to be dead here for sure. Great shot in that cannon blast. They have the World is My board, caught Xenon. They have Midjoj on this cage, but who is in the cage? They are looking to go for a kill. Luigi looking for that ult onto the backline though. They got the knock up. Luigi still very, very patient. Fever Barrage not hitting anybody, taking liberties. He's there, and he's going to be one hit to death. And they actually take it. It's now a 2-for-1.
Okay, so Vicious survive and they turn it around. They cut the goal lead by a little bit, but once again, because of that team fight, R8, they're able to maintain it. So it's still 2,000 in the lead for the side of R8 in terms of gold. Still, T1 stands.
Very important for them to take this T1. Right now, even with the T1 being up here on the mid lane, they're finding ways to invade the jungle, and that's a good touch here for R8. But Vicious, one big fight could actually get them that gold lead. That 2k gold lead is not that big.
Yeah, Doma has been really consistent, getting very nice ball. He just needs to continue doing so, and Aspire needs to be close in the fights. Stop the stuns coming from Xenon, and I think this will be able to be a situation which Vicious can benefit.
Oh no, Angma, that's 4 people. That's 4 people. You're not gonna survive that. Good thing he had the Unruly Blade to get out of the way. They have the Tyrant on their sights. Would Angma be able to steal this? World is My board, gets caught in one. Abdo has the force field suppression, gets knocked up. A lot of CZ coming in, and it's looking like Angma could go for the steal here. Has the Wind Slash, gets the knockup, gets the steal, and Angma still wins in that Smite battle, and that is another kill for their side and also a Tyrant on the bag.
Yep, this is the moment they've been waiting for. So Vicious, this is... Cap the... Take the T1, start taking all of the T1. In fact, there is one more T1 on the top. Right now, they're going for more. They want the buffs as well. Make life difficult for the side of R8.
Angma. This Angma, nobody has been able to kill Angma. No damage, not anything really big. And I'm still having my doubts about this mid lane Motsu pick because I'm not seeing the value of this pick so far.
I mean, they're not hitting the composition, right? You need to get the stuns, and then Ryoichi is supposed to come in with Barrage or with the Resplendent Revolver. But right now, Vicious just playing it slightly better in comparison to R8.
Yeah, that's the reason why now they might be able to go in. World is My board gonna trap him, and they are just gonna push him back out of the way. That's a good thing. Right now, tower top side got taken.
Yep, T2 taken away, and now R8 feeling a little bit of pressure. They seem a little disconnected in terms of what they want to do right now.
Yeah, it's so hard because they don't really have any big AoEs except for that Fevered Barrage. And as we said a while ago, they want to get that early game in order for them to snowball this game. Because in the late game, Aspire is just going to be hard to deal with. Right now, Abdo backs off, had a way to get out of that. His flash was expended.
Oh, they were so lucky. The timing was just a little unfortunate. If Doom showed up I think this fight would have went swimmingly for the side of Vicious. On the backlines though, Ryoichi, he's trying to make some plays across the map.
Could be a different story. Doom also has to set sail in a bit. Ryoichi holding out a lot of attention on the top side. Doma goes in for the flash. World is My board, but taking liberties. I think Ryoichi's not safe. Enma goes forward and they go for the kill. And R8 is just at the loss and where the damage is going to come from here for the team.
Yeah, there's no damage. That is the weakness of R8. If you take out, there is not enough damage to deal with a that is so tanky like Angma.
Yeah, good touch also from Doma because he used that flash just for them to secure that kill. Set sail gonna be used just for safety, just so nobody contests it. And R8, oh no, they're struggling in this game.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting one. Vicious finally hitting the strides in this game number 3. And look, they even have an insurance policy in the form of Aspire, because he is a late game monster, already has a Daybreaker and a Sun Chaser as well.
Oh no, that's not a good sign. He has the Sun Chaser close to that Blood Weeper. Oh no, he could finish this game in one fell swoop. So they have to be careful about Aspire's presence in this game. Look at that. Even the Wild Wind hurt.
Yep, he just needs to be careful, right? He doesn't want to make the mistake of overcommitting and being locked down. That would be the one thing that they want to avoid.
World is my board got sent on, but they have the Unbridled Outburst. They want to go for that backline, and I'm waiting for Abdo to make a play here. Has been seen, has been discovered by Doom, and they're trying to push forward. Some towers are going to be taken down, but right now, looking like they defend their towers for now.
Yep, you can definitely see what Xenon is aiming for. He just wants to get the snipe onto Aspire. Once the stun comes in, you can expect really to jump in with the stun and fever barrage, and hopefully, I mean, that's what they're hoping that will change the team fight composition right now.
Yeah, from what we're seeing, they're just looking for that backline, and they have to. Abdo needs to make a very cheeky play here in order to move this game forward for themselves, because so far he hasn't been making so. Storm Strike going to be used against Angma. He's just gonna unruly blade away.
Yeah, but Doom has the frigid charge. That's something that's so hard to deal with. He spoils the composition on Real EG.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard though. I mean, it's an easy stun, easy click for them. And this is just a Tyrant getting taken. They have a lot of people at the ready. Midjudge moving forward, doesn't have the smite, so this is just gonna be an easy take for them. Aspire getting the damage, pushes them back away with the Unbridled Outburst, and that's used defensively again.
Yep, you can start to see Aspire is hitting pretty painfully at this point. Doesn't do that massive amount of damage against me just yet, but it could be something that will slowly change in the matter of a few minutes here.
Yeah, a bit more. And I think this could be the win condition that Vicious is waiting for. He has his last item for sure at 15 minutes. So this game could end anytime soon. It's just that Vicious needs to find the right timing.
Yep, they're about 1,000 gold ahead. It's not the biggest of leads. It could actually swing in a moment, but Vicious, right now, they know how to play the cards.
Ooh, Abdo, holding a lot of attention again. And he's always getting to low HP on almost every fight. It's just that a lot of damage are just coming from Vicious.
Yeah, because they have the poke, right? And Doma, so far, I'm really impressed. All he needs, I'm looking for that board.
Yeah, board goes in, doesn't hit anybody, goes to the backline. That's exactly what they're looking for. Go to the backline, but Aspire is still alive. They have the Unbridled Outburst, gets the stun, but do they get the kill? That's the question. They got the kill on Goichi. They don't have the damage anymore, and they fall down one by one, and Vicious looks for it, looks for the victory, and that is exactly what they're looking for. Minions a bit too late, but they can tank this. 30 seconds on the clock here for everybody, and Vicious will be looking to finish this game. Here comes the minions, and this crystal is gonna get locked, and that's a 2-1 for now on the series.
The dream is alive for the side of Vicious. You can feel the pretty decent job, but an even better execution here. R8 handled the first loss. They have learned their lesson. Vicious.
Yep, love the play here from Doma. Every World is my board is really good. Angma just punishing out BX. And from the side of R8, they look a bit phased on what they're supposed to do in that game. BX didn't get the advantage in the early game, and he had no, I mean, he had a lot of support, but wasn't able to really do much that game.
Yeah, not enough damage coming out from Rio EG especially against a right? This is one of the struggles when you're behind on farm. As the game goes on later, you realize that they needed a little bit more setup from the side of R8 to be able to deal consistent damage against the lineup of Vicious. And that opportunity never really presented itself. And even when it was a bait, because everything was just aimed at stopping Rio EG's ultimate, the Fevered Barrage. Stuns coming in, Wind Slash, taking liberties coming in from Doma as well. Everything was to make the farm laners' life on R8 a living hell.
Yeah, and Aspire, as we said a while ago, even during the drafting, just having that damage in the late game, they have the investment on Aspire, and when he went in with that 4 items, once we had that item check, that game was done because they don't have anything to do with that Aspire.
Yeah, and this is why, right? There is always a ray of hope, and as long as you hold on, you will be able to achieve it. So 2-1, Still, of course, on the cusp of a end of the series. All R8 needs to do is to win one more game. But for now, there is a lifeline.
There's a chance for Vicious to turn this around, though. I love the confidence here coming from Doma. All the world is my board that he has been pulling out has been so good for the team. And I want to see, though, I still can't see the vision here for that Matsu going to the mid lane. Because once they went in for that, they had no effective damage here.
In fact, there wasn't enough decent lockdown, right? Because it was a risk for Abdo to jump in on his own. Most of the time, like you mentioned, he was dying pretty early in the fight itself.
22k damage. That is very apparent of what you were saying, because he wasn't able to start fights a lot. And oh man, it feels really bad for him.
Yeah, but this one was a comeback game for sure, because at the start, it felt like R8 was in control, and suddenly, right, once the swing of Aspire's farm came in, it was a game changer, and Vicious, they don't miss when they have the goal lead.
Yeah, they have the advantage again, and Vicious, I like that. They're coming back. It's not just Crazy Raccoons that they have a rivalry with. At least now R8 are struggling against them, and as we said, they have a lot of reps against each other, so they really know what's their strengths and weaknesses of each other. And again, Aspire, the man, getting a 319, getting the MVP, and 27% damage dealt.
Yep, this is a true sniper in the sense, so it definitely is his signature hero, right? So it's pretty cool to see all of this happen. And look, the start of the game, Engma, I thought, oh no, Engma is having a horrendous start, and this could be a big moment for the side of R8, and R8 did capitalize.
Yeah, and looking at what they're doing here, it was a great idea for the side of their side. They wanted to go for Engma as much as they can, but remember, Engma is very tanky this game, and there was no effective damage that they could deal against him, because there was not really any percent HP except for maybe the Doomsday from Ryoichi, but he's not able to deal much still against Engma.
Yeah, you can start to see, right, there is not enough target prior R8, which was a struggle because they had to deal with Engma, and when you had to focus on the tanks, everyone else on the side of Vicious was just free to pick and choose. And Doma, I mean, he is my secondary MVP of this game. He was setting situations left and right for the team, and they really did so much work because of it.
The boards that he was doing, oh man, always crazy, always there at the right timing. And Aspire being able to live out of this, that was that was over. Once Aspire got to live in that battle specifically, that was done. And that was a good showing here for Vicious, getting a 2-1. This game's still not over. As we said, could go the lengths, could go for the last game. But before that, we're going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
All right, we are back for the potential, once again, potential last game series here. It is Vicious go 8. Vicious hanging on as R8, unable to close the series. It is 2-1 in favor of R8.
Okay, let's see if this is going to be the last, or would Vicious get a reverse sweep in this series against them? But there's still a big chance though. They played splendidly this last game, so maybe this momentum would carry them to game 5.
Yep, and there is much more at stake than just the win as well. This is going to be the first time we have a reverse sweep if Vicious get their way.
Yeah, they have to find a way here to get that comeback against them on the series. But so far, it's looking really good here for their side. Look at that. They're already marking a lot of their picks. This is a good thing though, right? Because from what we're seeing, I think they're marking all the picks that they already used on those papers they have.
Yeah, different kind of preparedness, right? So both teams, I think they want to play to their strengths at this point. Now, we are running out of the assassin jungle heroes that still make sense without taking too much of a risk, right? There is a lot of nice compositions, and we're starting to funnel and filter into those long jungle tank metas. And I think this might be the new strategy that both teams might employ for this 4th game.
Could go for an Ogren angle. I think this is possible for both of our sides. On whatever they pick, could go for an Ogren. And for now, they probably already started here. Here it comes. This is their chance, Vicious, to get that reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and look, it's not just a mental card that they're playing, right? Vicious, it's actually to play a late game competition, and they come up with a craft that pulls this like 20 minutes long. It could really mess R8 up, because R8 has had 2 series today. Today's the 3rd one. We talked about this. Fatigue might play a big part.
Yeah, big part for R8. They have been losing composure, especially that last game though. They looked really phased. They didn't really know what to do. But Vicious, they're looking good. They're looking good this time. Dharma still respect ban here for R8.
Yep, the winds of change may be helping the Desert Flames here. And the My ban will come through as well. Let's see if there's going to be a Luna ban coming in. Or is that a card that BX is going to play this time?
Yeah. See, Maishiro still out of the picture, but what are they going to be banning? Lung is going to be banned, but with what we're seeing, I think Arlie could also be a potential here. I think both sides have been picked. Yeah, nobody has picked Arlie so far. We're in game 4. Nobody picked Arlie.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I would consider as well. But at the same time, looking at the potential for R8, I mean, if I were in R8 shoes, I would want to pick up an assassin jungler. And yeah, Arlie would have been a nice counter pick for me. But regardless, it is going to be Ogren teased. Yeah. And yeah, R8, they want to be dominant in this 4th game.
They want to lock that in, and BX wants to finish this out with this Ogren first pick, because there was a chance also that Vicious could have given that to Engma. So picking that first is also important here for R8.
Yeah, it is. It's a double blow, right? So not only do you take the Ogren, you deny that Ogren away from Vicious. And I like this, Elaine Doom.
They were looking for that. That's the reason why R8 was banning Dolia the whole game, because they don't want Doom to get to play that Elaine. And now it's out. Vicious, they're not pulling out any stops here.
Yeah, and whatever lineup they have on this farm lane, it's not going to be easy, because the double death at Sunset is something that is so hard to deal with, especially if Vicious managed to get the lead again this time.
Yeah, Charlotte, just to have a good time on that duel. And I think Ganemo is a good pick against that Elaine, just so you can use the guard your grave once. But once the Celestial Melody comes in, you don't really have any way to go, but at least you have one chance.
Yeah, it's kind of like calling checkmate, right? So, okay, you play your cards, I'm going to finish you off with second move. But now, my concern for the side of it, what kind of jungler do they want to play? Are they pulling up the Mankey? Are they pulling up the Ogren? Not Ogren, sorry, Musashi, right? Musashi, I think, works wonders against Ganemo as well, right? Illuminating Slash, able to kind of negate all of the projectiles coming in, duel to the death with the Imperiled State, helps to deal with the Ogren lifesteal.
Yeah, and getting close to that, Ganemo is also going to be important here. But R8, they need somebody to set up here for the Ogren to get close. because they need somebody to get close here and be able to set up the fights for the Ogren, because Ogren really needs that somebody. And I think Charlotte from Abdo isn't really what they're looking for here. Maybe another one from their side could work here for R8.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Aspire as well, right? It's great that they picked the Marco, but there is gonna be a lot of emphasis because when Doom jumps into the backline on R, this leaves Aspire as the Marco pretty open. And if R8 position well, that Fever Barrage is not gonna have as much efficiency.
Yeah, and especially that you want, whenever a lane does that, you need somebody on the back line just peeling for the marksman, and the Doya will have a hard time here. I mean, she does have a bit of a pushback, but it's not really going to be helping out that well. But Aspire, I think one of the good things about him has been very independent so far.
Oh yeah, he plays well alone, right? And with a Marco Polo, there is benefits to him as well. Roaming Gun, very good at really just repositioning himself and allowing him to come in at any angle for that Fever Barrage.
Yeah, that's true. And now, what can they do next year? Vicious, they need to be careful about the next picks. They want to go for that full damage. So if they go to the back line, they have somebody dealing more damage here in the front for Vicious.
Yeah, the Blazing Brilliance is definitely going to be a big difference maker. Not only does it help you be have anti-CC properties, but it also is a tank shredder, so you can actually deal with the Ogren by BX.
Yeah, Chaos Cinders also, just not letting him get close is also a good touch here for their side. But R8, what are they gonna go for here? They have the marksman, they're looking for a roamer. They can, what do they have still? They have lost a lot. Lady Sun's also not available. Rubici going for that Shoei for himself.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Is a target.
It requires quite a lot of investment on the side of this drop work. Both Garemo and Soya need a ton of gold to really deal a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And they need to share this EXP and go along with the Ogren and the Fade. He comes through. Woo!
I think the Fade really works well here, especially on this composition alone for R8. There are a lot of targets that he could go for. And just going to the back line here together with Doom, it's already enough to disrupt this whole formation from R8.
Yeah, I think this game looks pretty good for Vicious here. A potential comeback. The question is, look, okay, so if you can't catch Fade, you can't catch Marco, you can't catch the Elaine, you have to choose between Angela and Dolia. Even if you kill these two heroes on the side of Vicious, what difference does it make? Engma is just going to have the time of his life with Ryoichi, Michoj, and Abdo, and Xenon as well. The only person that survives is BX.
Yeah, that's true. This is just gonna be a buffet basically for Engma this game, because he could go for anything that he wants in this game. So you have to be careful here. R8 with their lineup, this is gonna be really scary because there's a lot of individual prowess that needs to come out here in this game, because it all comes down to it. Because Vicious does have the better composition just looking at it so far.
Yeah, I agree. And now it is Vicious's game to lose. Right now, I think they have given themselves the best possible tools to win this game and take another step back into the series. They just need to play well.
The question is R8 still in the best mental capacity to get there on to Game 4? That's a good question, because with what we've seen here, I think they're showing signs of fatigue from the number of games that they've been playing. But I think Vicious could capitalize on that and get this a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think it's about patience, right? R8, their draft is not weak as well. It just requires patience, because you have to play for the late game. You have to be really careful about your positioning as well, because there is significant burst damage potential from this side of Vicious.
Yeah, there's free access from Engma, free access from Doom. So they have a lot of choices to go for here. So gonna be hard for them to even have the free reign in the back line. So they have to think about how they deal with the early game, just so they get the resources before Doom becomes a problem.
Yeah, and I like this, right? Vo already helping to make life a little bit more difficult. And more importantly, secure the River Sprite for Doom, giving him that EXP advantage.
Yeah. Secure that, get advantage. Might as well get some burst a bit here. just to take advantage of this weakness that they have. But Ryoichi, this is the same matchup that they had a while ago. So it's again, I show you it against the Marco Polo. So this is just swapping from both teams.
Yeah, now it's to see compare, right? Who better? And it looks like Aspire. I mean, this hero in and out, so I think he should be able to perform well. But Ryoichi is no slouch as well, so let's see how this really pans out.
Yeah, it's gonna be very scary, gonna be very hard. And considering that they have Midjojo and that Sunbin, not really a bad pick actually, but the problem here is there's not really a lot of protect potential, and maybe the only reason why they picked her is because of that time flux, so that BX could go to those fights a bit easier.
True, it gives you a rebate on your health, on the damage taken. And at the same time, the increase does help Ryoichi get in a couple more shots onto the likes of Aspire, Vodoma, Engma, and even Doom as well. Yeah. Now, whether that's going to be enough, because once Doom already has an advantage. Once he has an itemization advantage, oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Once he drops on that the Blazing Cape has a Spark Forge Dagger, the damage is going to creep on this backline. And Ryoichi needs to get strong pretty fast, because compared to Aspire a while ago, he had time. He had time to get stronger. And this time, I think he won't have a lot of time to do it for Ryoichi.
Yeah, not a lot. I think this lineup on the side of Vicious actually can snowball pretty fast, right? With the help of Engma and Doom, I think they definitely can get a surprising number of kills if you allow that gap to be shown.
Yeah, Ryoichi. Right now onto the bot side, this is very different story from our last game. He's not going to be safe here. There's still going to be both of their roamers on this bot side just protecting their farm laners, because they don't really have a lot of battle stats to fight the good fight, because right now everybody just wants to farm.
Yep, I think gold difference makes a even bigger difference in this particular game itself, because we already saw the results from the previous game, right? If you give enough farm over to Ryoichi on this Soya, it's going to change the way that they fight and the way that they engage.
That's true. And from what we're seeing here from Vicious, they are really just making sure that Engma will get that level advantage. But what I like about R8 is still they're still giving a lot of resources to BX here into the mid lane. But the problem here is they're very gold hungry here on both sides, or rather on the mid and farm lane. Look at that slow from the time lapse. Here comes BX, goes in, has to pat the passing. Good thing he had the flasher for Doma. Could have been a kill here for R8.
Oh, Mijo's taking quite a bit of damage at this point. But right now, BX, so far, he hasn't made his presence felt just yet. In fact, I think he is very similar levels.
Yeah, waiting for it. Aspire could be his target. Could go in. Has the Conductor Souls. Backs up from the path of passing. And Aspire's very low. Look at that. Jade Mark on one target, though. But he went into the wrong target. Zenon gets the couple blades to get that kill. Blazing Brilliance. BX. Oh, no. He might die here. That's good. That's a 1-for-1.
Yep, jungle for jungle. First blood, maybe of course, a majority goal.
Maybe two. Midjojo is going to be the next. And that is it. Doom coming into play.
Okay, but at the same time, Abdul has been really just clearing jungle camps on the side of Vicious, right, on the top side. So how much damage has that done? I'm not sure. We'll take a look at the gold difference. Right now, just 400 gold setting them apart. But it's T1, probably down for the count.
Yeah, not really that high, though, for this one. But they got some kills, which is a good thing for their side. Blazing Brilliance again, and Zenon falls down, caught in that trap.
Yeah, and not only that, they will have the chances to tire for themselves. Vicious so well in this first 5 minutes of the game, 3-1 in terms of kill.
Oh yeah, get the advantage again, and they are just pummeling down the bot lane. They knew who to target. They know Ryoichi is gonna be the biggest threat here, so they make sure that he's not gonna get those farms confidently. Blazing Brilliance is gonna be a pop, but they are still gonna be staying alive. Level 8 on Aspire, but Zenon just gonna be clearing this wave.
The double Blazing Brilliance working out so well for side of. And I think the main difference dealing with Aspire just now versus how Aspire is dealing with Ryoichi now, right? There's so much pressure onto Ryoichi in the lane.
Yeah, and it's also because Doma picked up the Angela here. Compared to Zenon's Matsu a while ago, it's a very different story. They can get the damage, they can execute anybody, and not just like stunning. Because with this, it's way easier for them to get the executes onto Ryoichi.
Yep, a more a sharper guillotine offered by the side of Vicious for this particular game. Yeah.
Seeing it on the bot side, Angma is just taking some resources, making sure he gets the level advantage against BX. But BX now at level 10, still no action so far. I'm still waiting for that time where he could get the destruction here. Time lapse, drop onto the top side, just to zone out Aspire so that they can push his tower top side. But Ryuichi falls down under the turret at bot side.
Yeah, and this is not looking good for the side of R8. Vicious is a big play. They're playing the map so much better than they did in the previous game, and this just goes to show you how good Vicious are at improving once again.
Yeah,
big ultimates.
They level up again. They get the kill right there on Ryuichi, not letting him get the farms confidently. This is a good step here for Vicious. I like what they're doing. They're just finding ways to make sure that the win condition doesn't reach that condition.
Yep, and Aspire already has the Doomsday, so he does do a healthy amount of damage against BX, who at this point is at level 11.
Doma gonna be hiding. That couple blades, what was that damage? That was pretty scary though. If Xenon gets away with hitting those a lot, they could still win here for the side of... Look at that, he's hitting. He's been so accurate with those.
Yeah, pretty clean so far, but the damage, I think it needs to be a little bit more for if they are hoping to change anything at this point.
Yeah, they need to find the executes. They're just trying to take the Overlord, take some scraps, because they need as much advantage as they can here for the side of R8.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, here comes the roaming gun. The silence comes.
But yeah, it's a time lapse.
Watch Doom, watch Doom.
What are they going here? Doom could actually go for the back line. Ryuichi, be the potential target again.
Okay. I'm waiting. My eyes are just on Doom, right? All I want to see is him take to the skies, and once he lands, I mean, that is fear in the eyes of R8.
It's gonna be scary though. I mean, once he drops that Death by Sunset, get through Ryuichi, he could get the execute pretty fast, and he even has sprint, so it's easier to just get there. So this is hard. This is just hard for R8. We talked about it in the drafting, how they're gonna be executing this, and it's happening. Vicious is just getting advantage here.
Yeah, and it's not gonna be easy to deal with, right? Because when you have a level advantage and advantage itemization, look, Xenon dies really easily to Aspire and Doma.
Remember,
in fact,
BX,
everyone except for Vo.
Yeah, even BX can't even get close, and that's the problem that we have here, because he needs to put his body in front of everyone, and he can't even get close to get that Conductor Souls or anything. That's why it has been a struggle here for BX.
Yeah, the initiation is a bit of a issue for the side of... You have to rely on Abdul jump in again, but there's so much mobility on the side of Vicious. It's so hard. Abdul 1-1.
Yeah, moving forward. Abdo getting targeted. Barrage gets a damage though, but Abdo stays alive. He's not gonna stay alive for longer, but the Tyrant is already in the eyes of R8 while that's happening.
Yep, Aspire is starting to be able to deal quite a bit of damage, right? The one-on-one, we'll count it as the one-on-one.
Yeah. Oh, Doma gonna go for the fight, looking for it. Aspire doesn't have the ultimate, but the Blazing Brill is just to clear the wave. Very smart here for Vicious. But Aspire, oh no, he has to be careful though. He has to respect that. Xenon is hitting all those couple blades.
Yeah, but right now, it is more Engma's turn to just run rampant on map here. Well, and if you take a look at the vision score here, the entire team, Vo as well as Doma, and last but not least, Doom, have been providing so much vital information for the side of Vicious, and they're making full use of that information.
They've been staying so much on the brushes, and they're not letting R8 get any information on them because they can execute anybody anytime they want though. So with this, look at what he's doing. Engma, it's just impossible to kill him if they don't have any form of lockdown. Tyrant getting started, but look at Vicious' answer. They're answering with the take on that Overlord and also some towers on the top side.
Yep, R8, I think at this point, they have to figure something out because they're just getting mowed down by Vicious' map play.
Yeah, the map play is just so good here for Vicious. Yeah, 4 towers down already, only 1 on their side. They're trying to find the fight, but Vicious is not committing so much.
Yeah, they're just poking them, right? It doesn't matter. They don't even have to come.
Yeah, they don't need to do that. They're just waiting for them to commit on the side of R8, and the path of passing has really limited range, so he can't really move forward that well. And that's why it's so hard to play Ogryn if nobody's there to initiate for you.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time he is the one initiating, but he is also potentially leaving his backlines extremely open. Mijoj will not be able to help tank for too much. At this point, the burst potential on the side of Vicious is a little scary because they're close to the 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, once they see Ryuichi here on the bot side, they can start the Overlord. And now they're starting because they saw Ryuichi there. It might be a bit too late here. They already started just with that shield zoom onto the backline, going in for Zenon, but he wasn't able to reach a target. Another Death by Sunset onto the skies. Won't be able to go for the steal, but no kills yet for R8.
Brilliant job by Doom. He was just buying time for the... Are they going to take this T1? I don't think they will be able to do it. Yeah, they will drop...
Oh, they will! What? Okay. The cannon minion was able to survive though. So I think we weren't able to get that. But from what I'm seeing, Vicious is just playing this so well. They're just playing around the map. They're not letting R8 get the fight that they want. And that's a good thing. You don't always need to get a lot of kills.
Yeah, in fact, you don't necessarily need to fight, right? Just play the map.
Yeah, they were playing, going to the side lane, just making sure that that R8 is kept in check, not going to engage. I like that touch from Vicious here because they're playing their win condition.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, with the Shadow Overlord going to be flying down on the side of the map as well, this could be a big moment for a split push for the side of Vicious. But more importantly, can they steal away the jungle camps? They will not be able to. Zenon will have his hands on that Azure gold.
They are looking. But Vicious with the challenge here. They are just pushing. They just want to make sure that the Shadow Vanguard gets assisted right onto that T3. But there's not really a lot of tower takedowns from R8, so they are just protecting mid lane right now. That's a good kill. That's a good one. Doma falls down. They have the Death by Sunset. Might go to the back line, though. Abdo still lives. And that is why you don't take fights.
Oh no, Vicious, they are still in the lead. They must not throw this away. A 1,000 goal lead is something that is still sizable at this stage of the game. 13 minutes in, you have 2 minutes before Ryuichi starts to make strides in this game.
Oh man, 2 more minutes and this is over. They have to find a way to get him into the back line. Doom needs to be more of a threat right now more than ever because they're starting to rise.
Yeah, look, with the death of Doma, there is no tank threat. BX is no longer as scared to really just frontline go into the front of the likes of Vicious. And this is a cause for concern. Doma needs to watch his positioning here.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, especially getting caught by Abdo. Not really a good spot to be in. Look at Abdo, just pushing up the wave here, just doing some cleaning up, some housekeeping here on the bot side, maybe. But onto the top side, good thing that Aspire is pushing that just to make sure that whilst they're taking their Tyrant, there's a threat of getting that T3.
Yep, Doom looking for an opening.
Death by Sunset, he has the flash though, could be good, could go for the backline. What a great knockup coming in from Engma, getting the backline. Ryuichi falls and BX also falls together with him.
Not enough life points, too much damage on the side of Vicious. This is exactly how they this. Now Blood Reaper into the hands of Engma, they should be able to take this Shadow Tyrant, and with that, they can try and enforce a little bit more pressure across the map as they try to fix the waves right now.
Remember, they forced the flash out of Ryuichi and Zenon, so it's going to be easier to kill them the next time around. So look at that. What was that flash? Good chance there, but wasn't able to finish a job.
Idea. But, you know, that's what we like to say. The idea was there, but execution could have been cleaner. At this point, the defense is so important. This puts a lot of pressure. Zenon needs to land these couple blades in order to make it work.
Yeah, they should. They should be hitting those shots. Because right now, Zenon is the only wave player that they have that is very effective. And that's the reason why mid lane hasn't been pushed until now. And they can still survive this. Right now, Mijoj's getting dove under the back line. And this is not good because with what we've seen from there, we have a fast forward for a bit there. Abdo gets the kill on Doma. And Abdo's doing a great job here getting Doma
so
every
with
time.
the tank shredded down, is this a position that R8 can turn around? Because now there is not that big of a threat. In fact, if Aspire gets caught out of position, he is dead.
Yeah, in the position here. Could go for the Overlord. Could still go for that steal. But Engma could get caught here. They don't have any idea. This is bad. They could go for the steal right now. Abdo onto the back line. They have the time lapse. They could go for the steal here at the right time. Mijoj gets it. That's good. At least Abdo was zoning out everybody.
Yeah, Mijoj actually just using his time lapse here. And I think Mijojo, if he times his time lapse well, in fact, it can cause quite a bit of destruction onto the lineup, especially if he can manage to silence that Celestial Melody that Vo offers to do.
Oh yeah, and that's why he's always just throwing that. He's throwing the time lapse every time a fight is gonna happen, and that area slow is enough to just make sure that Vicious is not gonna follow up pretty fast, which I think is a good touch here that Mijojo is doing.
My main worry for this side of Vicious here is the fact that, look, Xenon's farm is coming up to scratch, and he's starting to hurt a little bit more, and right now he has been able to land quite a few of his couple blades.
Yeah, and it's good. I mean, he has been quite accurate so far, and he is now a big threat though. Abdo, look at him. He's just going in. He doesn't even care. Does he have the HP? No, he's gonna fall in a bit though. A bit too aggressive for Abdo, but for the cost, they get the tower in the mid lane.
Okay, is that a good trade? Because look, the T3 on the top by R8 is also being threatened by the minions.
Yeah, top side. They can push this though. Good thing that the minions the vanguards were able to take it down. This tower in the mid lane, could it survive? They still have a bit of their minions. Oh no, 17 minutes before that T1 fell down.
Actually, they held it for quite long. Pretty impressive by R8. But Vicious, you know, they will start knocking on the doors. They just need to work on this T2 in the mid, and suddenly R8 will find themselves in a very uncomfortable space.
I think they just need to wait here. R8 just needs to wait. I think Vicious has became impatient for a while now, so they could make use of that impatience to force them to go in, because R8 composition wants them to go in, because they could actually strike back if ever they need to.
Okay, Doom has to be the one to change the game. Overlord's plate mail. This is one of the big markers. He's able to survive big team fight. He's able to dive into the backlines, not to worry too much about dying early, and hopefully that transition will be that open marker for Vicious to look for the dive, especially from Aspire.
Oh yeah, Emma gonna be the target. They're gonna be chasing him down. They have the Sage's Sanctuary, goes in for the flash though. He falls down. This is not a good spot though. They get, oh no, this is not good. They lost Angma, but they're gonna be losing the tower in the mid lane. They could go top side. There's a lot of people here. Very smart play coming from Vicious. Good reaction. Good push into the top side. They lose that T3 and even the T2 in the mid lane.
Oh, that was not a good trade for the side of R8, and I think Vicious made the correct here. Even though Angma made a mistake, gave his life, right now, if they steal this,
they actually don't, and Orioichi is gonna go in, goes for the flash away. Guardian Grave was able to defend his life here. Aspire, super low in HP, had to back off, and they are gonna go in. Aptos just moving forward. They don't care. They're gonna go in. They're gonna knock on their doors, and they're gonna get the executes that they're looking for. R8 is looking to kill and maybe win this match against Vicious.
It's one mistake. This is pain. This is one mistake coming in, and we might be taking it.
Yeah, remember, they don't have it like Sunset here, so they could be having this a bit better. But Angma does have the execute, so they have to respect it.
Okay, so they will start clearing the jungle off. And look, it's so back and forth. Every time you seem to see an advantage for one side, they give it away.
Yeah, that's true. They find a way though. They find a way around the map, and it's smart for Vicious to have that touch to just go to the top side. All of them went to the top side when they saw that Angma is going to be giving his life for the cause. And with the Sage's Sanctuary, that made it harder for them to do so.
Oh, I cannot believe this. Our first template game today. It's going to be a nail-biter at this point. 30 seconds more to go. And look, both teams have an exposed T3. One in the mid for the side of Vicious, one on the top for R8. At this point, Mijojo's ulti, his time lapse is going to be so vital. At the same time, Aspire, he needs to create room.
Abdo, dead by Sunset, goes to Xenon, has to guard your grave in a bit though, uses it again. Xenon could fall here, uses a Splendor, could buy some time, won't be surviving, but has the Sage's Sanctuary, so he could go for another life, could go for another try. But for now, at least they use the Celestial Melody, so they have some timing here for the side of R8.
Oh, that one was a bit sticky for the side of Xenon. He had to item switch there.
Yeah, he had to go for that Sage's Sanctuary now. Could be careful, Angma. They saw him jump in and out.
Oh no.
And they're pulling back the attention here for just a bit. Just gonna pull out a bit of that damage as time runs down. And they're not gonna be able to get the steal. R8 is gonna go in forward. And this is good. Doma gets the kill in the Jones, but at what cost? It's still a 4v4. They got damage in the back line. They have Angma. Sage's Sanctuary is gonna get popped. There's two, but they're all gonna fall to the hands of BX. And that snipe from Yoichi is gonna make sure that they win this game. 30 seconds on the clock, and this game is finished. One good Tempest take, and R8 is going to be marching to that base, and this is a good showing from R8. But Vicious, honestly, that was a nice try, but R8 was just better on that fight.
Yeah, they were so close, so close. I mean, it really was a nail biter at that point because it all depended on that smite, right? And the way that they pulled that Tempest Dragon out. Big props to R8 because they knew this was a tense moment. And right now, it is going to be R8 taking the series 3-1. Valiant efforts, but just not enough.
Nice try here for Vicious. That was a nail biter. They knew what they had to do. They knew that they had to get that backline as much as they could, but good item swap there coming in from their side on R8. Xenon with that Sage's Sanctuary. Because he survived there, they had a chance of fighting up that Tempest Dragon battle. That was good. That was very smart.
Yeah, he saved the entire team's life. And at this point, I mean, I had to give my congratulations. I think Doom did really well. The double death at sunset was really a game changer. And you could see, right? You could feel the tension because when Xenon was being chased, he was like, no, he's gonna die, he's gonna die. He doesn't have God in her grave anymore. And then came that item swap. My goodness, it's clutch moments deserve clutch movements as well. So it's
yeah, that's true. That's true. It's actually crazy that he was able to do that. And now because of that, they didn't have the Celestial Melody. They didn't have the Death by Sunset by then. And with that story, the Tempest Dragon was starting to get taken because they know they have 30 seconds to wait. And we can take this with that 30 seconds.
Yep. So R8, they're going to start tomorrow with a pretty good standing. Still at the top of the table, if I'm not wrong, for Group A. And with that being said, this puts them in a good position to fend off any attempts to shake that pillar.
That's true. It is really close, and I love what I've seen here from R8. Really good efforts, to be honest, Ken. With what we've seen here for them, it was really good efforts for Vicious, getting them to a 3-1. Before it was 3-0 and getting them to a 3-1. Good start. Good effort for Vicious.
Yeah, look, I cannot overstate how much they've improved as a team, right? Vicious, when they first came in, maybe not familiar, first time on the international stage, but this game, look at the way they played, right? Really like the synergy because, look, Doma, I think he has been the most impressive player for me on Vicious so far. He has been doing really well in the mid lanes. His Yixing was on fire today. It was also one of the reasons why they won that one game in the series. So pretty big props to Vicious for improving in such a short amount of time. But today, it is R8's day.
Yeah, Doma really did a number on R8 in that game, especially those early kills that they did. And Angma and Aspire capitalizing on those rotations have been really good. And I love how they react here for Vicious. Look at that. That turnaround. It was them winning until it was not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this one is a lesson to be learned. And of course, R8, I think, look, 3 series in a day and to have to pull it up to 4 games on your last one, that one is an achievement.
Oh, but remember, one good thing about this is that those 3 series, they won all of them, which is nice. R8 is just a monster at this point in Group A. So I want to see how they evolve from that overall. But let's take a look at the MVP first. Oh man, VX again, taking the MVP 3 times now.
Oh, are you sick of watching VX as the MVP? This guy is 6-2-5.
Oh man. 3 times. He is MVP 3 times this series. The only time he wasn't MVP was because the other team won.
Yeah, but impressive performance with the Organ as well. Like I said, the early start to this game, it was actually very much in the favor of Vicious. They did give away the first blood, but the way they recovered, especially with the help of Doma and Aspire as well, I think they really made the game so difficult for the side of R8.
Oh, remember also, give props to Xenon. Xenon, the reason why it took 17 minutes for them to take that T1 tower on the mid lane was because of Xenon. Xenon was clearing that wave pretty fast, and that's what you like about the Ganon mode. They fast wave clear from long range, you can do that safely, and they bought themselves some time for Yoichi to get to those item breakpoints because of that timing.
Yeah, it also gave them quite a bit of information, right? So knowing that the members on the side of Vicious were in the mid lane as they were trying to go for and then they really punished that movement.
Yeah, every time that the Vicious goes in a bit longer, it actually works. Look at this. Good try from Doma. You've seen him just drop the Blazing Brilliance there to just maybe try to get the steal. But in the end, it was good effort. Honestly, good effort for Vicious.
Yeah, and look, Nijo sacrificed himself for that play there for the team. And there was a little bit of worry because, look, Abdul actually TP'd the moment the fight was over, Abdul TP'd home to make sure that there was no minions to change the fate of the team there. And of course, with that being said, that closes the game for the series between R8 as well as Vicious. Big props to both teams. R8 comes out on tops, taking 3 wins in a row today. Over the course of 3 series. It's insane. I don't think they had a rest in between.
Yeah, no rest in between. They were playing the whole game here for the side of R8, and what a nice comeback. And remember, tomorrow they're still going to be playing a lot of games. They'll still have 2 games for tomorrow, and one of them is going to be broadcasted, so it is going to be insane. It's going to be scary for them, so I hope they would be able. Oh, I forgot, we still have another Group S game. We still have Scars versus Nongshim, the rematch for tomorrow.
Yes, that one I'm interested to see. That's actually tomorrow as well. But in the meantime, let us work showing you the stats for today, the table standings, and the schedule for today and tomorrow, right? The results. Spoilers alert, if you have not watched, you have just tuned in. Yes, we will be showing the results of today's matches. If you're not interested, pinch your ears, cover your eyes.
Yeah,
for a month. Wow.
That's true. After this, everyone, take a look at this. This was today's matches. 3-0 for R8 and Nongshim. RedForce versus Gen.G, still undefeated, still 3-0. R8 versus Vicious. Vicious was able to upgrade and get that 1 win, 1 notch against R8, so that's a good thing for Vicious. But R8 still tops it. And also, non-broadcasted match, we had a 3-1 also against Crazy Raccoons for R8.
Yeah, but this leaves us with the final standings for today. Nongshim all the way at the top, 3 wins clean. Gen.G second, Scars third. Right now, because of the results of this match for today, R8 stands on top of Group A, followed by Vicious, Crazy Raccoons, and Venomous.
Look at that. They already had like 14 games total here for these guys. That's a lot of games. But tomorrow, look at this. R8 versus Crazy Raccoon, Scars versus Nongshim, and R8 again. We're seeing them again. They're going to go back to back. Tomorrow, we're going to see R8 again for tomorrow's game. I hope they get some rest,
this is going to be a R8 day, because if Crazy Raccoon and Venomous really pull out of the bag and win them 3-0, it shakes up Group A.
That's true.
And then Crazy Raccoon gets a chance.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Even Vicious gets a chance if ever they get that 3-0 against R8. But looking at it, Crazy Raccoons also had a major upgrade, which is very nice. But again, any last words here, Kendofu, before we close it?
I think it's been an awesome day. We've seen a lot of improvements. So let's get ready for tomorrow. Final day before the finals. Major East Pro League. It's been fun. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, along with the man that ends games fast in a flash. It is Dash. We'll see you tomorrow.
self-worth, compromising with what hurts inside.